8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. The brand new week has started, and boy, do we have a busy one. A lot of recaps from this past weekend, so we'll look back and we'll look ahead as well. Your phone calls are always part of the show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the Good Time Gang, fired up and ready to go. Stories from the road. We have not been updated. As a staff, we heard from him, but we have not been officially updated on how Brooks' Big Love Burgess graduation went at Mississippi State. I just say it was complete and everything was good. But we have not heard details from Rick, but we all will hear that today, and so we'll look back on that. A very busy weekend. Greg had birthdays to celebrate.
Sure.
Helmsy's been on the road. I've been on the road. It's just been a busy one. So let's bring them all in. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Really good to see y'all.
Well, it's a good day when you walk in and you see cupcakes, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, those are left from the party.
Attaboy.
Marin's 1-year-old party. We had a few cupcakes.
So you just getting them out of the house so you don't need them
Yes,
all? Yeah,
that's exactly
I
right.
get it. I get it. I do. I get it.
Hey, they're real good.
Get it,
too.
don't appreciate it, but get it. First thing I noticed when I walked in, I really wanted one.
Right. So bad.
Yeah,
had to
just, and for some reason set it real close to my office.
I know. I wanted to tempt you.
So you can see it right when your door's open. There it is. There it is.
There it is.
You have one, and you can't stop.
I know.
Hey, Bubba, I got bad news. He's walking in. There's cupcakes in there. Cupcakes from the weekend. Cupcakes from the birthday parties.
Hey, it's a new day, remember?
Oh, no.
Today, I told you today is the new day.
Yeah, that's right. He can't have any.
Yep.
Sure.
Oh, no. Is it test day or something?
No, yeah.
Oh.
I think today is the day that starts the summer of Bubba.
Oh, really? This is that weird thing. This is a weird thing where Siri,
But you didn't
hears
say
say
anything.
something. Isn't that weird?
Say anything.
That is weird.
Usually when you say the
you-
word serious, it will pick up sometimes.
Yeah.
But nobody said that at that point, I don't think.
Did you see
he's
how
having-
dejected he looked?
Yes. He's having some kind of blood work and stuff done today.
Did you see what? But did you see him? I
Bad
said,
day
"Hey,
to
there's
bring
cupcakes." You went,
Yeah.
"I can't have any."
Well, Greg, if you
I thought he was
cared,
teary- was
you
he
would
teary?
know. You would listen to him telling that
I
last
don't
week.
even know if I'm going somewhere. How am I supposed to know anybody else? I really don't.
That's good. by the
Y'all
way.
really? Y'all expect me to hold on to that?
But see, he's going to have the blood work, and then he's getting on a plan. It's all changing today.
I missed that.
He's getting on the plane. Did you make that up?
I made that
he
part
made that
up,
whole
but
thing.
I think it's
do
just he's
think
getting blood work.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's getting a plan.
Yeah, well, I
Yep,
think
there's a plan.
a plan is in place.
Getting a plan.
Getting a plan.
Getting a plan. So I know we've been talking off air, but busy weekend. Greg, as we just said, had birthday updates. I know I was at baseball all weekend, back and forth. Choccolocco Park and Oxford, Alabama, they do it. They do it right. They really do. They had the OVC softball tournament going on at the same time the ACCC was going on, the Alabama Community College, conference, the end of the year baseball tournament to see who goes on to Colorado, and that's going on. All that's going on at the same time. They're about to host state playoffs, them and Jacksonville State University. So there's just a lot happening at that exit. But, man, I was able to go I was texting with Tim Spencer. I was able to visit the brand-new Buffalo Wild Wings. It looks nice. It looks nice.
Of course it does.
And Rick's jersey's about to go up. He said it's almost ready, the jersey. So when you walk in, it'll be in there. But it was really, really nice to go in, sit down, and eat. He said it's hard to believe a year ago that was a bookstore, wasn't it?
I know.
And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of crazy the way
been
y'all
working to get it there for years.
Turn that building around.
Yeah.
But I know, Helmsy, you were back and forth to Montgomery?
I was, yeah.
Wow.
You brought up B-dubs. We had a B-dubs. It's
Okay.
not Tim Spencer's B-dubs, but it was B-dubs.
It was B-dubs.
My kids only want to eat at two places
Okay.
when we go on the road for tennis tournaments. And it's a struggle when these places are not there.
Yeah.
And one of them's B-dubs.
Uh-huh.
And so spent a lot of time in B-dubs. And then the other one's Panera Bread.
Yeah.
And I know.
Wow, that's it.
I know
okay.
you. I know you lose your man card a little bit when you.
They got
say
good
something.
food. They really do.
They like it.
Hey,
They
they got
do.
it. Hey, Greg, do they ever?
They love it.
Yes, they do.
Not. I mean, mac and cheese shouldn't cost $7.
No, it
no.
shouldn't.
And I like mac and cheese.
But I'll tell you what, they got some good
Yeah,
mac and
it is.
cheese.
It is.
Terry will
So-
tear that mac and cheese up.
I love mac and cheese.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
anybody's mac and cheese. I tell you, Chick-fil-A's got a good mac and
Oh,
cheese.
they do. They do.
It sounds like we're all in this situation this morning, and this rarely happens with me, where I desire to be back up and early. The time in which we do the things we do, it is early, okay? So Mondays is always a little struggle to get going. Today it wasn't because I felt like I was getting a break.
Yeah,
You
you're
know?
talking about coming back
and
to
I feel
rest.
like all of us have that kind of
Yeah.
on us today where
Yeah.
we're excited to be here because we've had long weekends and, man,
Yeah,
Just take a deep breath.
Well, it was a crazy week last week. We had not only the show had a lot going on, and then I know in my personal life, I had a lot going on, and now that I think, have you ever had those weekends where you're like, oh man, we're through that? We can, and I had a second of, man, we're finally through that, and then I realized, no, we got a wedding in 2 weeks. I can't stop. Yeah, wow. You know, I'm like, dadgummit, you can't have nothing.
I think I can hit the pause button.
You can
for a week or so.
All
I
right.
really do.
Right.
I think I can.
I got to tell you, I was surprised. I guess it was Saturday night that we went to B-Dubs, and you know, not all the time, but a lot of the times when you have a team traveling, the coach will release the players to the parents and say, hey, if you want to go, we're going to eat as a team, but if you want to go eat with your parents, you can do so. You know, like Thursday night, Friday night. I mean, JC wanted to eat with the team, but it was Saturday night. He goes, hey, y'all going to stick around? I'd love to go eat. I'm going to go back, get a shower, and I'll text you when I'm ready. So I'm like, okay, cool. So he gets in the car, and you know what I did, Greg? I searched top of the river, and I just wanted to make sure they were still open because it was getting kind of late. Sure. A little bit later than I wanted to. And I forgot I was in Oxford and still had to drive home. Church next morning. Oh, yeah, by the way, seniors were recognized at church, and we have our youngest is a senior. He's standing up there going to graduate a week from Monday. But anyway,
a lot going on.
I said, all right, JC, here's your choices. And I gave them to him. But, I said, you know, you got Buffalo Wild Wings, the new location's right there. That exit has everything. And they've been eating at a lot of them. Yeah. And I said, you got top of the river. You want to go get a seafood platter? And I thought, I got to tell you, I thought he was going to because he loves seafood. Yeah, I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to say. I thought he was going to say that. But he called B-Dubs.
Okay,
he did. And I was like, okay, let's go then.
Yeah, that's what mine.
Let's go.
Mine's the same way.
Let's go.
Now I'm starving.
I know. I am absolutely so hungry right now. Didn't really eat supper. You ever have one of those where you come home at late and you're like, boy, do I eat and go right to bed? I really wanted to, but I didn't.
Yeah, grab a Pop-Tart.
Yeah, you know.
Amanda had a spread last night when we came in, and it was so good.
Really?
Yeah. Chicken.
Oh, you go, girl.
Corn on the cob, baked beans, and then a big thing of nanner pudding.
Oh, I want a cupcake so bad right now.
Yeah, sure.
Rick and Bubba.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only. Device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey! What's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Do you want to enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout lines? Just get HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring seasonal farm-fresh produce right to your doorstep so you can skip the trip to the grocery store. Their chefs really know how to diversify the menu with seasonal recipes like sweet heat shrimp, tempura bowls, garden spinach, ricotta ravioli, and one-pan cheesy beef tortilla meals. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank all of you for being with us. A brand new week has started. If you're listening live, we are rolling. And you know, Greg, we need to touch more on the birthday weekend, if you don't mind.
Don't leave details out, Greg. We want to know about your
come on,
world.
Greg.
Come on.
Well, like I said, it was my youngest grandchild,
Right.
my only granddaughter.
Yeah.
Marin.
Yeah.
Turned 1, and
Well,
Kelsey's mom and dad.
I bet she's treated different, being the only girl.
Oh,
yeah.
you know it.
Oh, yeah.
You know it.
Of course. And then Kelsey's mom and dad live on Lay Lake.
Ooh,
So
nice.
that's where we had the
Got
party.
money.
It was awesome. It was
Yeah.
nice. And we had good barbecue to eat. And it
Well,
was,
you know,
it was
today's
great.
National Barbecue Day.
Oh,
Is it
well,
really?
There it is. I think every day is National Barbecue Day. That's just
Where we
me.
live, it is.
But anyway, everything, you never know what kids are going to do, how they're going to react.
Mm-hmm.
But she did. She gave her presents a ton. And Ellis there was so much going on, you couldn't slow him down.
Okay.
And then
He's
Pace,
just in it.
Pace, which is Chandler's little boy, he's 1 already. He turned 1 in February, so they're real close in age. He's running around and all this, but now he's okay, but he don't need to get too far from his mom. And then he panics.
Yeah.
He don't like that.
Right.
So, and then Rick, he had to come in and try to win over all the kids and claim. And he does have some pictures of him and Marin, and she was smiling and carrying on.
Okay.
So,
He threw that in your face
he
a little
did.
bit? Yeah.
He did, but she also came to me.
Okay.
But
Did he get any pictures of that?
No. But, no, I have pictures of it. But, yeah, he doesn't. I can promise you that. But it was fun. We had a good turnout, and the kids all got along. No tragedies, and it was beautiful. They had it decorated nice right there on the water.
Right.
It was beautiful.
Did
Nice
anybody
day.
ever even recognize Taylor as his birthday celebration?
No.
Not at all.
Isn't that funny?
Isn't that great?
Because his birthday was Friday.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is, I think.
But I know he's
think
grown
Lisa,
and he don't care.
He made the statement. Lisa was the only one that actually wished him happy birthday. He said, you know, Mom, I'm gonna be honest. You're the only one that's because I'll be honest. I wished him happy birthday on his birthday.
Right.
I think.
Now, is he like you and doesn't want to be recognized?
No, he probably kind of does.
Okay, just a little bit.
I'm just kidding.
Just maybe a little recognition. Oh, and by the way, it's Taylor's too.
Yeah, we're forgetting. But I told him from now on, if one of your children, especially, first of all, you're over 30.
Right.
Calm down.
Yeah.
But one of your children's birthdays right there with it, and they're little. Oh, forget it.
Yeah, you're
gonna
done.
be on the back
You're
burner.
done. Yeah.
But of course, I ate a lot.
Yeah. What was on the menu? What
We
did
had
they
barbecue
prepare?
and
Yeah.
chips and all kinds of sweets like.
Well, it's obvious we have
crazy.
cupcakes because you
Oh,
have
and that
some
was
here
just
today.
there was cookies. It was a spread.
Mm.
Listen, when we have birthdays for kids, it's serious business.
Yeah. Well, you know what you do? You have things that kids like.
That's right. But it was fun.
Any water activity? Did y'all get out there and get out into the lake?
No, we didn't. They had a little pool the kids were running around in.
A little splash pad.
Yeah, but we didn't go out on the water or anything like that. But it was great.
Were you in a good mood?
I was in an excellent mood.
Okay.
Yeah,
Beautiful day, good
barbecue
trip.
and sweets
Oh,
around.
It's beautiful down there.
He's in
Well,
granddad
They got a
mode.
really
Yeah.
pretty place, and I just like being on the water. It's fun.
Isn't that great? Yeah.
Made you want to have a place.
Yeah.
Kind of think about moving this way.
Oh, well, I've went through all that.
I know you have.
Yeah, Terry, we were on our mini trip
But I
back
would
and
like to
forth.
live on the water. I
She asked
absolutely
that. She
would.
said, "Would you ever live on the water?" I was like, "Would I? Yeah,
Absolutely.
We're on an 8-year plan now. We've been counting it down since 10.
That's
Can't
good.
wait.
There you go.
Get Maddie out of school.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad y'all had fun.
That's right. They're growing up. They're all over a year old now.
Yeah. How about good night? That happens fast.
I know. Ellis will be in kindergarten before we know it.
Oh, my
He's
God.
funny.
That's amazing.
He's at that age, boy. They'll talk. He's funny.
Oh, speaking of kids, so you know how most of them won't communicate real well when they get older. Reese told us Saturday in passing, "Oh, hey, I'm being recognized Sunday at church." I'm like, "Okay, what's up?" The seniors, the seniors are being called up front, and Pastor Josh needs some pictures. I'm like, really? Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Nothing like a half a day heads up, buddy. One of me as a toddler, and then maybe one of me like as a senior. Do y'all have anything like that? I'm like, well, yeah, I guess so. So here we are. We're at the ballpark, if you're wondering, searching through our photo history, what we got. And quickly we found one from like prom, or you got a senior portrait kind of thing. We could send that. That's easy, right?
Yeah.
But going back, to what's on your phone, what's good enough quality to send him. And so Terry found him. He was sitting there, and he had like one of those little helmets on that you can get. I think it was actually a Mississippi State helmet or whatever, with a little pacifier in his mouth. And so she sent it on.
Yeah.
Done. Done. And then all of a sudden she's on the way home and she gets to cackling. And I'm like, what's wrong? She goes, oh my gosh, I just realized I sent our pastor a picture of Reese with what he had on, and I just described it. But he's got leopard print, I guess pillowcase or something. You know how these kids, they like have like a little blanket or
they like to carry around.
Yeah, whatever.
Little attached.
And I
to
said, so she started
Speedy
laughing.
still
She
that
said,
way.
so on the big screen is our son going to be having a leopard print, a little blankie kind of thing.
Binky.
And she got to laughing so hard. She said that can't happen. So then she started getting all worried about it. I'm like,
oh, it can happen.
And I'm like, well, what are you going to do? And she's like,
that would have been payback for only giving you a half a day.
Yeah,
heads
exactly. And so, and she said, I'm going to send him another one. Just put revised, And then she found another one, and luckily he saw the revised version. But there was a little bit of nervousness Sunday as they were recognized. We didn't know what was going to pop up there, but it was the second one she sent, not the leopard print blankie there that he had. Was anyway. He was recognized. So our youngest is a senior. He's graduating a week from Monday. So we have
officially old.
We have graduation and then wedding dead ahead. Pretty busy couple of next 2 weeks, but now it's finals and a little bit like smaller version. But you know how Rick talked to Brooks and said, "Do we have any problems we need to worry about?" I looked at Jay Reese and I said, "Buddy, you got the 1 week. Please, no. Look at me. Say this out loud. No drama, Dad. Say that." And he's now said, "Let's just finish. Can we finish and everybody be happy?" And no bad moods or anything. Just handle your business.
You know, you brought up the fact that it's tough to get anything out of teenagers. They just won't talk at all. But then I got a 9-year-old that won't hush.
Mm-hmm.
And so when is it that, like, and I'm starting to think because of my mindset with her, is so different. I've learned so much from look. The other two are going to be on a couch with a therapist somewhere at some point because of my mistakes. I'm gonna get it right with Maddie. She's going to benefit from all this bad parenting I did with the first two.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder about, like, the 9-year-old doesn't hush, but I don't want to discourage her from talking so much because I don't want her to be like the other two that hardly give anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I don't know if it's parenting that has done that or it's just a teenager that you know, when
pre and post puberty.
Right.
13,
exactly.
once they get above 13.
I was
because a completely different person.
You can't get them to say anything.
Yeah.
I mean, but then I can't. I'm like, to the 9-year-old, I'm like, hey, Maddie, I'm thinking this. I'm like, you don't have to say comment on everything.
I'm sure,
like,
Dad. I'm 9. Yes, I
you,
do.
Not everything you have to say. So
Yeah.
I wonder, like, but us saying things like that out loud, does that deter them from talking? And by the time they get teenagers, they're like, hey, you kept telling me to hush, and now I'm hushing.
Just let it happen.
Or is it just the fact that they turned into teenagers and it's like almost an alien living in
They're
their
not
house?
interested.
Yeah, just let it happen. That'll be
At
one
all.
day you're in the car going, man, I wish Maddie was in here talking to me.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
I know.
and then she's grown
Wow, she'll
and
talk.
out on her first date and stuff. And you're
Sure.
like,
Oh,
where's my
wow.
little girl at? I'm sorry, buddy.
Wish she was jabbering in the back seat.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LEAR Bubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As always, we thank you for choosing us. We know there's a lot out there, and we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, we've all heard of goat yoga.
Yes,
and
who hadn't wanted to do that?
It's kind of weird. You've seen pictures, and matter of fact, a lot of you might have done it. But Helmsy, you say we got something even better than
Cow
that.
cuddling.
Cow cuddling?
Yeah.
Y'all cow.
Is that a
are
thing?
These calves or are they like full-grown
Calves.
calves? Well, that
With this
helps a little, but
particular-
still cows are not that clean.
What about
They
just
stink.
cuddling with your dog or something at the house? No, maybe get Mr. Buddy and cuddle with him a little bit, Greg.
So we're cuddling with cows, and that's
Cuddling with
supposed to bring
cows.
your stress level down.
Mary's Land Farm in Clarksville. I don't
This
know if
is
that's
brilliant.
Clarksville, Tennessee,
Has to be.
Mississippi, not sure. But they offer cow cuddling.
Cow cuddling.
They have 3 calves, Snap, Crackle, and Pop, named after Rice Krispies.
This is brilliant.
And
We used to call cow cuddling something.
I was waiting on that.
In college? All right.
Wow.
Said they
Easy.
sold out their May
Go big
bookings in 36 hours.
It's just
36 hours
for
they
cow
got them.
cuddling.
Everybody's wanting to cuddle. Let me tell you something. This
Okay.
world.
Here.
Let me tell you about this world.
something else.
Golly.
They probably scheduled it with their little smartphone too,
that
Greg.
sounds like a good idea. Let's go. Cuddling cows are going to make me feel better. Yeah, they're going to think until that cow craps on them or pees on them because cows are known for that.
They've actually had to expand their cow cuddling hours and days in June, and visitors can
What
come
about
in
the cows
groups
think
of
about it?
8 and spend 45 minutes with Snap, Crackle, and Pop for $120.
And you hug them.
You lay with them,
Pet
sit
'em.
with them, pet them.
You lay with them.
Yeah, you do whatever.
All right, now I need to know: are you out kind of like with the goat
Yoga?
yoga?
Yeah,
You're
that's
all-
going on in the next pen.
No, they actually do, Greg. They offer that at Maryland's farm as
Now,
well.
that's
I
when
bet
you
you
do
they do.
yoga and a goat stands on
I
your
want to
back,
say
right?
yeah. Oh
Isn't that
yeah.
what that is?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it sure is.
I'll
Yoga's
just tell you
weird
this.
enough.
If
We don't
I
have
know.
to make it weirder.
If you're stressed and need some cuddles, cow cuddling may be for
Snap,
you.
crackle, and pop.
Well, it's not crap.
Crapical.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get there long
You
enough.
know what you're doing. You're thinking about
They'll
that.
drop one.
They will. I wonder if they
It's Maryland, by the way, Clarksville, Maryland.
Maryland. Okay.
People.
Speedy, you brought this up in the break. Very good on your part.
Smart.
Very intuitive. You're a smart guy. You said, I think, this is what you said. You said, I think that these animals lower our heart rates.
Yeah, that's what they claim.
And they actually, according to them, that's what, that you're all over that. That's what they do. So they actually have lower heart rates. And so when you get around an animal and you're cuddling them, and they have a lower heart rate, it will take your heart rate down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why are we doing cows?
I don't. You know why? Because it's cool. And
you think Mr. Buddy's heart rate's down?
Yeah.
I bet you it's just
he's flying.
It's flying. Yeah, because he can't wait to run with Marty.
Yeah, that's true. They ran me down the drive this morning.
Did they really?
Yeah, every day.
They want to snuggle in right in like babies. That was the quote
Snap, crackle, and pop,
from Corey Wilson at Maryland.
I'd love a picture. You know, we had that weird picture of hounds feeding the cow with Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little
boy,
calf.
That's tough if you don't know about that one.
Yeah,
Just hearing it.
That was Dan Moultrie's calf.
Okay. Wow,
that was an odd
it's even weirder.
It was an odd picture.
But you did look relaxed.
You did.
I did. It was nice. Didn't really know what I was doing, but I was feeding a calf.
All right, guys, we got to come up with
the
something
Lord.
because they got something here with these calves. Okay,
They're sold out.
They're sold out.
Oh yeah.
What could we come up with that we could offer to cuddle?
Well, we got coyotes.
In this
Yeah,
room,
well, we got plenty of coyotes,
you know
but that
what?
might scare some kids.
During the break, somebody needs to cuddle one of these coyotes.
Yeah, right. You know, and
Well,
I know that there's really a thing where people allow you to come lay down with them and cuddle them. You know, remember we did that story.
I forgot about that.
Remember,
That's
it's like,
weird.
Yeah. It's like there's no
these
no
people,
hanky panky, but it is
they
going to
lay
be
and
it's
hold
gonna,
you.
but it's cuddle time.
So you went with hanky
Well, yeah,
panky.
you got like 30-minute cuddle
weird.
sessions.
I have not
What
heard
if you were
hanky panky in a long
Let me
time.
tell you this.
What if you were a cuddler and that
We
was your
got-
job and
you
it was
know,
your gig?
You know it goes bad.
It
You know,
does.
I mean,
Yeah.
we got people can't even give massages without acting like a fool.
I know. Yeah,
You're
they
right.
get handsy. You know it. Oh, you're just cuddling.
I'm a
ma'am.
professional cuddler. Don't mind
Yeah,
that.
no touching.
No, this is necessary.
Right.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's such
It's
a
like-
weird world.
Yes, spooning is 30.
Yeah.
You know, just laying there and holding my hands 20. But it's like you know you have
That's
human
the voice
cuddlers.
like
You're right. I don't know why.
He stroked my hair. It's 25.
Right.
Weird.
Did that just for you.
2 strokes is it's $5 a hair stroke.
So what about when you go, you get in the family, what are we going to do this weekend? Well, you know, I was looking, they got this cow cuddling place. Why
Yeah.
don't we do that?
Yeah.
Well, sure, that'll be great. Let's
But-
go cuddle cows.
I got to tell you, to all the farmers
Oh, and
out
while we're
there,
there, we're going to get some goat yoga.
and people with cattle,
Yeah.
I think you're missing out. I think you run with
Downward
this,
dog.
huh?
Yeah.
You just wanted to say that.
I look out in the pasture and there's old, look at that cute little calf. You see that, but I don't want to run out there and hug it.
I want to
'cause
pet
They
them.
got flies all over them.
But I
They're
Yeah.
going to crap all over you.
Yeah,
Cows are nasty. They can't help it.
they can. They're just cows.
Well, they're cows.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what we could come up with. It needs to be something. I know farm animals seem to be the
What
running
if
thing,
we
but
hired Adler? You can cuddle with Adler.
that's not bad.
And we
That's
hired
not
him
bad.
out through us. We were like his pimps, for lack of a better term.
Well, then we're going back to the human cuddling. You know, well now his office is.
Would you
bigger.
like to cuddle Adler? I like it.
His wife might have something to say about
Well,
that.
if
but
he's
I
making
mean,
good money.
right.
I mean,
But
it's
you
just a
know, he
professional
does have.
gig.
He does.
I'm
have
sorry,
he does have
Adler.
things going for him.
They brought you in on
And now,
this.
hey, would you quit saying y'all? He did.
and then also
Well,
for an
that's a good
extra
point.
charge,
You
he'll
did
get
jump
his
in.
DJ equipment back out and play just soothing sounds.
Oh my goodness, soothing
And if
sounds.
you want to do a little yoga, he'll act like a goat and jump on your back.
He can do that.
yeah. Speaking of
Adler yoga.
I know we're all over the place here, but these soothing sounds thing, and I know you've talked.
I used one this weekend.
You've talked about the waves and all this kind of stuff.
White noise fan.
What if you get a calf sleep with
I met somebody that heard you talking about that, and they said they do thunderstorms, like just raining and stuff. That would scare me. That'd wake me up all night.
Well, that's what I'm telling
That's
you. It's
what-
what
ain't that
Amanda's
what
been
you
doing.
had?
Yes, that's what
Thunderstorms?
I've been.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like crack.
didn't-
Oh yes,
you know.
Yes. Here's what
Yeah.
I used this weekend, by the way.
See,
That's
I
white
couldn't
noise. That's
sleep
my
with that.
fan
That's
there.
the fan.
That's fan.
I couldn't sleep.
But
with
could you?
that.
But
I don't want to hear that.
If I was sleeping to this, right?
oh yeah,
I'd like every
that
time
I could sleep to.
you could.
Yes.
See, when it did that clap right there, right coming up. Hold on. Right there, that'd wake me up.
I know,
and it
I
does.
know.
Wake me
Yeah,
up.
but I would-
will.
Now I could sleep to this right. Hold on. Just, right there. Now that's not me there.
That's me. That's called evening late.
I'd wake up and to your, I'm gonna use what you say, tinkle. I would wake up
tinkle
10
it down.
times if I and use the bathroom if I heard that. But yeah, I used to use the box fan white noise sound. Is what I use.
That's what
So
I'm
that's
on the road.
irritating.
Yeah.
Now, why would somebody want this? This is a dishwashing rinse sound.
That is weird.
Really? Why would you even?
That
put
would
that
be
in there?
irritating.
Yeah.
Vacuum cleaner. Who wants to sleep with a
No.
vacuum cleaner
Yeah.
sound?
Yeah, I don't know. Some
They
people
offer
sleep with
these.
this. Bubbles.
I don't want to sleep with that either.
And have you heard people? Some people sleep with this. What's this?
What is that?
It's in by an airport.
Oh, yeah.
You want to? Would you like to cuddle with a cow with any of these noises?
There's a combo.
There's your ocean.
Oh, I love that.
You like the ocean?
I can't sleep.
I don't know about sleeping with it, but I like that sound.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
God,
nice.
that woke me up.
Yeah, yeah. Greg, for some reason, likes to sleep to pigs.
No,
That'd be weird. Huh?
Cuddle a pig.
Well, if that was the case. Hey.
Nobody's doing it.
Huh?
Nobody's cuddling pigs.
Jump in, let
Cuddle
these
with a
idiots
pig.
start.
Everybody loves a good pig.
And we call it cuddling with Peggy. Huh? I don't know.
Oh, boy. Well,
And
the
then
only
there-
problem is you got to lay in the mud because they don't sweat.
Have you heard people sleep to this, too?
I think they actually get up to that.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah. Well, I've never heard of cow cuddling.
No.
Hey, don't knock it till
I
you
have
try it,
not
pal.
heard it. But apparently it's sold out, you said, for May. And
May, and they had to expand their hours in June.
I feel
Get
bad for
everybody
the
in.
cats.
what about the calves? Do they get tired of cuddling?
All
What
these
they want to
weird,
get up and run
creepy
around?
people coming there cuddling.
Classic. If I scheduled that calf during that 30-minute session, he'd want to be up running around. I'd be like, come back and lay with me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I tend to second-guess dinners with friends because they're often interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit Creon.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREON.com.
Sponsored by AbbVie. Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions. Like if a person can get discombobulated, does that mean the rest of the time they're just like combobulated? Are we humans always in a state of combobulation? Until, of course, something dramatic happens and we are discombobulated for a while. Then we go back to being combobulated. Yeah, that's probably how that works. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T, their most powerful man-boosting formula ever, and guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says, this is the best product I've found to raise T levels. I plan on using the product for the rest of my life. And how about Shane D.? He says, says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text BICEP to 42424. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BICEP to 42424. That's BICEP to 42424. Text BICEP to 42424.
These products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
All
brings
right, 10
me
minutes
to
till
my
top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. As we all enjoy the longer days with spring now in the air, how about to find some time to, maybe thinking about personal growth, maybe professional growth. You've got time now, busy days, a lot going on. You may be thinking about your future. Maybe you want to see what's out there and you want to get that resume out and find a good job, or maybe you run a small business. As it continues to grow, you're probably busier than ever, and you need to make sure that you find the right person to fill the need that you are looking for with your small business, or if you manage that business. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is there for you. They make it easier to find the people that you want to talk to, and faster as well, and for free. Create a free job post in minutes to reach your network and beyond, the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hiring frame to your profile to spread the word that you're hiring, so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the right person with the right skills and experience that you can quickly prioritize and maybe even hire. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They help you find those candidates worth interviewing faster. And as we said, they do every week. Nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba is where you want to go. Post your job for free today at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Again, that first free job posting. All right, real quick update. Regents Tradition, Steve Stricker wins. Congratulations to Steve. It was great seeing him last Wednesday, he and his wife in the Pro-Am. That's who Bubba played with. That was the Pro. And you talking about somebody that just has a smooth swing. I know he's coming back from an undisclosed, unidentified illness last fall that shut him down. lost almost 30 pounds, kind of making a way back to the Champions Tour, and wins the 2022 Regions Tradition by, I think, what, 6 strokes? And got kind of emotional afterwards because he's been through a lot. And talking to he and his wife on the course, they were like, this has been tough. It took a toll on his body, by the way. This illness, and they're not sure what it is. There's speculation of could it have been the vaccine shot or whatever. Who knows? But he's back and has won. So congratulations! It looked like a great crowd too. I didn't get to go back, of course, because of the weekends we had.
Sure.
But was able to see some highlights and Regions Tradition on Twitter sending out a bunch of stuff. Looked like a really good crowd.
Did I see where John Daly got DQ'd?
He did for not signing his scorecard and then not answering his phone when they called him.
I don't understand how that happens. By the way,
I've heard of that before. What is? I mean, how's that happen?
Well, you're supposed to go in. You're supposed to, look over your scorecard and everything and sign it. And I guess he didn't. So and then I don't know if he was disgruntled and mad because I saw the scorecard and it looked like he was doing pretty decent. And then I think he double bogeyed 2 of the last 3 holes of that round.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I did see that story. What in the world?
Yeah, I don't know. The whole scorecard thing is, to your point, maybe the PGA tried to get a hold of him and go, hey, you need to come make this right.
Mm-hmm.
And he was probably like, the heck with it.
I'm done.
I guess that's the way it was.
Was that it?
I don't know.
But, I mean, this is being part of the Champions Tour. This was a major on the tour.
Yeah. When did it happen? Did it happen Friday or Saturday?
It was early I think maybe after the second round.
Do you think he maybe have thought, well, I'm not going to make the cut, and so I'm going to get on out of here?
I don't know.
But I don't know. That's all speculation on my
he
part.
may have said, I'm out.
Because
I did.
I'm out.
I'm out. I'm going to cuddle with cows.
The administrators of the tournament that take care of these things, there were times where, there have been people because we couldn't communicate. We didn't have ways to communicate where people would actually sign the wrong scorecard or not sign it or and when we say sign scorecard, Greg, it may be that he has a 5 in a spot that may be a 6. So him and his partner, whoever he's playing with, 3 or 4 or 2, sit down together and they go through the scorecards. Because if we're playing, I keep yours and you keep mine.
Oh, okay.
And then we look over them and exchange them, and then we sign them. That's how it works.
This is what I agree.
And so I don't know if he had all of it and was like, the heck with it, or he went in and threw it down and left and didn't sign. I don't know. I need more information on this, but that's typical. I'll say this. If you were to ask me on Thursday before it started, hey, now listen, somebody's going to be DQ'd this weekend. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, yeah.
Your money's really good if you go John Daly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
For sure.
So,
I mean,
as well as it is,
territory.
if you say Stricker's going to win, Mr. September. What was Bubba calling him last week?
Striker?
No. Well, he was calling him that because he was calling his name wrong.
Yeah, but that was different.
That was early before he got it dialed in.
Sure. You're talking about 31 wins on the on the tour.
But it's so for those of you that don't play golf, don't care anything about it, then you'll probably ignore this. But those that try to dabble in it a little bit, it's really cool to watch a pro and how effortless their swing is, and you're like, wow. He's one of those where when he hits the ball, it looks like he's taking a practice swing. It's so smooth, and it just sticks it. You're like, good night.
You spent some time with him. He's from Wisconsin. Does he have that Wisconsin voice?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Not that I.
Wisconsin.
Very nice though. Real kind of quiet to himself.
Yeah, very professional.
But you go up to him, you talk to him, and everything. He's just so nice.
So he didn't give you much.
No, he was just really nice. But I mean, he's not like he's definitely not an overgreeter.
Yeah.
But he also isn't a jerk.
A little undergreeter.
And then he'll get on the green and help you read the putts, walk over. He was giving it
He's
time.
known for his good
Because these guys that are in these pro-ams, it's one every week. Just about it.
Oh, yeah.
And some do a little bit better job than others, and he did really good. It was a lot of fun, and I think I'm agreeing with Bubba on this. Probably one of Bubba's best groups that he's
So he didn't give you much. I get it.
Because you had a mixture. You had the group. I mean, good night. You had quite a group, and the gallery in front of them was John Daly, and and then behind him was Coach Saban.
Yeah.
So you
pushing
had,
them mad.
Yeah. So last night I saw, or yesterday's game, Albert Pujols got in to pitch for the first time in his career, which happens to be his last year. And I think they were winning 12-2. It was way out of hand.
Yeah.
And so they put him on the mound. Just watching him pitch is funny. He got 2 quick outs and then two bombs were hit off of him. He was laughing about it, and it made it like, I might have this wrong, but like a 12-4 game or something like that. And then he got that last out.
You know,
But it was just funny seeing him on the mound.
Yeah.
Do you think that he and maybe the whole organization did this, but when they got him back to St. Louis, do you think they sat him down and said, "Hey, listen, Albert, come up with like 20 to 30 things, wish list of things you would like to do this year, and we'll see if we can get to them." And what if he wrote down on there, "I'd like to pitch an inning,"
just one time?
And so they went through his list and thought, you know what, it's 12-2. It's probably a good opportunity. Hey, Albert, you want to throw a little bit? I mean, how does this work? Because you could have put anybody out there.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be there. I mean, he came to a spring training game while his wife was having brain surgery.
Yeah, I know.
Greg, you always bring that up.
Well, it is.
Well,
a
it was
bizarre
weird.
Story.
Then he divorced her like a week later.
Yeah, it's a bizarre.
It
is a bizarre story, to say the least. But
biggie,
I don't
just
know.
brain surgery.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just something small like that. She's got it. She got some help at the. What did
They were
he say? Did he say she's got some help at the house?
Drive her home.
Evidently, they were on the outs way before.
And he did send
before
out
that.
something saying that he hates that.
Timing didn't look good.
No, it didn't at all.
But he got on the mound last night.
Good.
What would y'all like to do if y'all were a last year? You've gone back home where you're beloved and Hall of Fame career, and so what would be on your list?
In baseball?
Yeah. Like, what would you want?
Like
to do?
in the game?
Yeah, yeah. If they said, "Hey, Speedy, Greg, y'all can do anything you want to this year, we'll work it in," what would y'all want to do?
Coach first.
You do. I thought you were going to say be beer man in the stands.
That's what I would do, Greg. I would do
Budweiser.
that or sell hot dogs. Can you imagine Albert Pujols up there selling hot dogs? It'd be fun.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year. I say the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory. Pentecostal. I said fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone. Mission Temple Fireworks Stand. Hey, Paul Thorne. And I think Sawyer Brown did a version of that too, but it's Paul's song. So I'd rather hear him sing it, frankly. So the White House trip yesterday will obviously be a focus on the program today. We will go back. We'll start out. We've got 4 interviews that we'll play back for you today throughout the program. We'll start out. We met Mick Mulvaney, the old budget office, and you'll hear us talk to him on what it's like to sit down and try to budget the federal government.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
So that'll come up today. We'll play that back for you. Then next hour, a lot of you have been emailing and getting on social media. Win. And we will actually play back the Donald Trump interview next hour. So that'll be coming up next hour. Then later in the program, we'll go to Rick Perry, which that was a great interview with the Secretary of Energy. And then the last one for today, and we'll have some others next week. We may play back Kellyanne Conway.
You know, I came away yesterday. One, I want to thank our listeners for giving us the opportunity to do that, because without you, nobody cares. Trust me.
No.
And I came away with such a much. I mean, I had a good feeling, but even a better feeling about the people that the president has surrounded himself with.
Yeah.
There's some pretty sharp guys up there and girls, and they're doing a good job. They know what they're doing. They're professional.
Yep.
And I think if we'll just let them do what they want to do, we're going to be okay.
When you look at the obstacles yesterday in the process, a few things were that were really trying on us, like our travel schedule and security taking a little longer than we thought. Of course, our travel schedule also got extended a little bit by something that we all enjoyed. That's an aborted takeoff.
Yes, that was my first one.
Which led to a little bit of anxiety in the plane. Woo! And with me, you know how sometimes that little bit. And
you grabbed my knee.
Yeah.
And was
well. I said, because sometimes we kid around. Hey, this time I looked up and like things I would normally kid about are actually happening.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, okay, it's not good when you feel that plane about to lift and then you hear everybody shutting it down. And also
the nose had already, I think, started coming.
Well,
off
yeah, the sensation of lifting off,
and
you
then
expect it to be smooth.
Hey, Greg, and then they shut it down. I'm talking, we're about to lift, and they shut it down. So then my next thought was they've decided not to take off, but can we get stopped in time before we hit the dirt I now see out there? And so that's when Bubba's knee took the squeeze. when I realized, and then you see the pilot.
Speedy, you didn't see what was going on because you're back, and I can't imagine how.
Yeah, I'm
it must
flying
have felt.
backwards, so I'm looking at your facial expressions.
That ain't no time to fly backwards.
No, and so I'm looking at you trying to read you, and I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, it was no joke. And then I see them pointing at lights on the board, and then Super Tom, who also is a licensed pilot, and I see him looking. And then you want to know what's going on.
Right.
Hey, back here. Hey, I noticed we were going to take off and then we didn't suddenly.
Yeah.
We locked the brakes down. Why?
Why is that? We're going past where my truck is. Can you let me out?
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I didn't like that.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but
don't do it. There's certain mojos that matter more than others.
Yeah.
Well,
agreed.
We've done stories. We've heard
this is what they're going to play back when it happens. Don't do it.
Yeah.
You know how they always play that back?
I know.
The guy who said, well, yeah.
We've seen these stories where people
here he goes.
Oh, wow.
Have trouble. Technical
Me and
trouble.
Greg will play it back when it happens.
Thanks, Helms.
And you think, why in the world did you continue on that flight?
I know.
And then it doesn't end well.
About
all right,
Leonard.
Okay, in that documentary.
Do not bring up Skinner.
Well, it was in the documentary.
He's already gone there.
He did. Rick, he did in the plane.
Rick, people have that thing has been aired. Everybody knows that story.
What's next? I'm gonna start playing Simple Man.
But Rick, when there is flames coming out of the engine, you do not.
We did not have flames.
I know
they did.
But I'm saying, in their case, you. This is what we all think. How do you take a plane that has flames coming out of the engine, and then get back on it, and they go, "Oh, it's okay."
I know.
Flames negative.
All Bubba's saying is they had issues with the plane, and they said, I don't think it's a big deal. Let's continue.
But that's what pops in your mind anytime
No,
there's
it popped in. Hey, bud, look here. Here's what you need to know. Here's what you need to know. You know how a deer has that moment where they think, I might run, I'm running. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got to might run. I just didn't run.
Right.
Honestly,
I'm like
I want
thought,
you to hear me. There was a moment that said, Rick, get off this plane. Wow. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, especially when those lights were still on.
What did they say happened?
And we just taxied around. But.
And if I could tell all the pilots out there, when idiots like us are asking what's wrong, simplify it.
Yeah.
Can we stop the plane is all we want to know.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Why did y'all do that? And they start talking about,
and Tom is very technical, and
everybody's going to get real technical.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour has begun, and we thank you for being with us. And it starts with our national anthem. minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have rocked the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has your YouTube option, and here we go. Unpacking stories from the weekend, stories that have taken place since we've been away. We'll break it all down, and we'll get your phone calls in here, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll have Meat back in play, so that could happen at any time on the program today, so be paying attention for that. Let's get the whole gang on the field. We be missing one. You know him better as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, those that survived Friday the 13th and a lunar eclipse, welcome.
Let's go. I fought too hard, and I do it all again, babe. Everybody together, let's say, you only needed me, you only wanted me around. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Yeah, there's been a change of heart. Yeah, there's been a... Bubba, how do?
Have a change in heart.
We're unpacking it again today. A lot to look at from this past weekend. Boy, it's good to be back to work where I can get some rest.
Yeah.
Good,
Well, we missed you. We're glad you're back. We're glad that Big Love got all graduated.
Well, as far as we know.
And, he's official and now ready to go out there in the workforce. And,
here we go.
Start paying them taxes, baby.
Yeah, I got an interview today. Got them lined up and ready to go. And we it's kind of the way things we do around the Burgess family is congratulations. We're excited, and now your job is to get a job. And here's where you are staying right now. And by this date, if you want to stay here, you'll pay for it. If you need to move somewhere else, tell us where you're moving.
Yeah.
But there is no plan to return home. You can come visit. But the coming home and being on the couch and not working, that's not an option. So he's in that mode now, so he's getting after it. So it's hopefully that'll be done sooner than later. But it was a great day, and I don't know why these college graduations. This is my third one. I don't know why it turns into did Daddy really graduate from college?
Right. That always seems to come back up.
It's like, I don't know, our filmmaker in the group is young Broderick. I don't know if he's going to do a documentary about this. He's like an investigative reporter. Dad, where is your diploma? I said, I don't know where it is, but I graduated. My mother would go, I was there, and he was like, Banana.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah. What is the ultimate proof that you graduated? Is it having the diploma? Or are you on some list at the college?
Well, the documentary, the documentary.
Do they have a list?
Well,
I think they do.
The documentary maker.
I'm sorry, I could hardly hear you over the pop.
I know that pop was so loud. I think it hurt me.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I twitched when I heard
right.
it.
Yeah, but he went as far as to go into the records.
It just goes on, doesn't it?
Yeah, the records of and I keep hearing we've discovered it, but we've heard that before. But he went into the records of Jacksonville State University.
Yeah.
And he claims that he did tell Sherry, I do see him here on the list. I said, well, that's the end of it.
That's it.
That's
where do you go to that list?
That's the end of it.
Where's that list at?
if you
I was ready to check see if he's
no, I'm good. I've got all kind of stuff on there.
At
now,
one
so.
time,
doctor.
At one time, listen. At one time, I had one of
Some
those. At one time, I had one of those fold-out things that actually had it on the inside that you set up in your house.
Yeah, a diploma.
Are you
Isn't that
pull?
what we call
Well,
it?
you know the thing they give you that you
Yeah.
can, if you want to frame it, you can. But if not, you just set it and it does
Yeah.
like this, and it
Yeah.
has a picture of the university on one side and your diploma on the
Remember
other.
you had it at the radio building, HMA. You had it in your office.
I don't think I did, but anyway, I had it at one time. I don't know where it is, and that's not important. But so, and then of course it didn't add to it.
You had it right next to that thing you got from the Bahamas, so you could marry people.
That's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one. That's
it.
what. Yeah,
that's it.
How about this? So we had the opportunity to be there. Well, see, now they've sped up the graduation ceremonies, which is a good move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who? I mean, everybody's for that.
But the problem is that adds to young Broderick's conspiracy theory is they hand you something that doesn't have a diploma in it. It just has Mississippi State University on the front, so you can get your picture made. But then they'll send you the actual diploma that you'll put in it in the mail. And so he opens up, he goes, so you walking across getting something on stage don't mean anything. I said, well, it was different then. They actually had your name in it. And I said, and they've sped up the process by not doing that anymore, because you get them in the wrong stack, wrong order, or whatever. And so anyway, it's not. And I said this at the lunch. It isn't about me graduating. This is about your brother graduating. Right. How are we even in this conversation?
Yeah. I don't know how that always comes back and becomes the center feature of this.
Yeah. I graduated. I've seen it. My mama saw it. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't matter.
You don't have to prove it anymore.
No. How can I be 57 and still talking about this? But anyway, so we'll look back at the process of going to a graduation, and it's especially when you're going. If you're let me tell you something though. My 80 and 81-year-old parents, they turned out to be solid gold on this trip.
Oh, okay.
Solid gold.
Used to your advantage.
Use the elderly. Let me tell you something. No. Hey, Greg, they listen.
Are you calling it the elderly advantage?
Let me tell you something. Right to the front we go.
EA.
And dare anybody. Everything went well except, and I think this is huge growth on my part when I tell y'all what happened. Sherry even looked at me and said, that was a weird conversation, but I could tell it was growth.
Okay.
I got into a little bit of a standoff with somebody.
Oh.
Well, it was
wasn't over runny eggs, was it?
No, it was. I think everybody will agree that in this particular case, I was in a righteous anger part.
Okay.
And I didn't let it escalate. And I'll tell you my new word I'm using that's helping me tremendously.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We fly without dying.
And I tried to simplify it.
Why are we
once I understood what he was talking about, it's kind of like driving where your trunk is open light, but the trunk's not open.
Right.
That's all.
Little sensor issue.
Yeah.
So you have to address it.
Yeah.
Will we make it? Yes or no?
They got on the phone talking to everybody, talking to the mechanics. It was not good.
I'll tell you what, it did prompt us to text the family.
It did. We all text the family.
Hey, love you.
Love you so much.
Oh, wow.
Hey, because I wanted them to be that last text they had.
Yeah.
Hey, look, he told us how much he loved us.
Right.
The last thing we heard from him. And of course, then I start messing with Speedy going, well, we don't know if it's fixed till we land.
Yeah, thanks for that.
It ain't no big deal while we're flying.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we do get the plane off the ground, and it is fine, no problem. And now we're headed to Washington. Now, if you recall on the air, during the show before we left, I made the following statement. Gentlemen, please be cautious of your liquid intake.
Yes.
Because the flight is an hour and 45 minutes, and this plane, though there is something called a toilet, they would prefer it never to be used because we usually put luggage and stuff back there.
Yes, jam full of stuff.
And it's a very, very tight setup.
Yeah, oh, boy.
So we're riding along.
And see, Rick, I know that, and
Right.
I am a believer in that.
Right.
But sometimes, I mean, every now and then it just, you can't help it.
Well, Speedy said it, and he's 100% right. I noticed that your facial expressions started changing.
Yeah, it did. It wasn't fun anymore.
And at one point, I thought Bubba would love this. Why
is he looking at me?
Is he still worried about the aborted takeoff? And then Speedy finally said, "Bubba, are you all right?" And then I thought maybe you were having some sort of health issue.
Right.
I was trying to squeeze my bladder together to hold everything in.
Bubba went from I need to use the restroom to I must use the restroom.
Well,
now
we had about 20 minutes left to go, but see, what y'all didn't know, I'd been fighting it probably 20 minutes prior to that, and I thought, well, this ain't going. I mean, I hate to get on the ground in D.C. and have to tinkle on the wheel of the plane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just
that's when you barely get out.
I mean, everybody understand we're all in suits. Don't miss that.
Right.
Also, don't miss. You've seen pictures of us, big people in small area. All right, now keep in mind, we're sitting there, Bubba and I are side by side. It is a small plane.
There is 6 inches between us.
And then we've got bags crammed in between us. Coolers behind
Jackets
us.
hanging up.
Right in front of the so-called toilet is a cooler.
Yeah.
On top of the cooler is backpacks.
Right.
People's jackets are hanging back there. This is a storage area is what it is. And it's not much bigger than Bubba is. As far as I mean, it
correct.
Let me tell you.
My first concern was, can he even get back in there?
Rick, I start looking around in the plane for a bottle.
Yeah, that was a bad moment.
Now hunting, we've all had to tinkle in the woods.
Oh yeah.
And you don't want to tinkle out in the woods and scent the place up. So we've all done that. Now, there's some bottles that work much better than others. Now, if you have a bottle designed for that, it has a rather large opening on top.
It does, which is very helpful.
Now, your everyday water bottle, not so much.
No.
And we've all, at some point, had a bad experience trying to tinkle in one of those with that small opening.
If you recall, I openly said my concern about this water bottle is if this doesn't go perfect, it's going to be a spray fest in here.
Yeah,
You
and
need a Gatorade
it's exactly like cutting on a water hose with high pressure.
Right. Yep.
That it'll just start going everywhere.
And we are in tight quarters, guys.
You gotta hang on.
Look out! Understand?
Yeah,
and once the faucet's on, there's no stopping.
And you don't need any turbulence at that point.
No.
Keep in mind, Greg, you've been in this plane. I mean, Bubba and I are literally, our shoulders are touching.
Yeah.
Speedy's legs are up against Bubba's legs facing him. Then we have the other seat has
Did
stuff
Speedy
in it.
hold the jar?
No,
Stop it.
And
It would probably work better.
And then,
You can't. It's impossible in that setup you're talking.
And then
about.
Adler's in that seat that's facing the door. Then you have Tom and the pilot
Wait
up
a
in the
minute.
front.
For the first time, Adler didn't have to sit back there on the toilet.
No, he didn't.
We usually-
If Adler been
You
in
know
his
what? There wasn't room.
No, there wasn't room.
wow.
See, there's the setup in there. So Bubba that's Speedy after you found out. That's Speedy after the aborted takeoff, or when he heard it's a no smoking flight. But anyway,
Okay. Have your fun.
But anyway, so right behind Bubba's facing Speedy.
Now,
So-
you know what that was?
okay.
We just got in the air, and Rick, you said, well, we won't know if that's fixed or not until we land.
That's right. And Bubba took his picture. Bubba took his picture right after I said it.
Yeah, and
Look,
so
Adler's trying to text before he gets too high up.
Adler's texting his wife, telling her everything he ever wanted to say.
and I'm trying to read Rick's facial expressions right there because he keeps going. "Ooh."
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. The gang is all here, and we'll get into weekend recaps coming up next hour. So, Bubba, some things that happened over the weekend that involved just. You want to start sports talk first?
Yeah, well, there's just so many things that went on Friday the 13th.
Oh, yeah.
And some of that I'll share with you. Some of my afternoon was a
Oh,
little
buddy.
odd. But, we did have the finale of the region's tradition, and our pro from the Pro-Am, Steve Stricker, won the thing. Rick.
How about that right there?
And we were awful proud of him. Super guy. We had a great group, and Speedy had mentioned it earlier. It may have been one of the best groups we'd had just far as the fun factor and the golf. We ended up winning third. I don't know if you heard that or not.
I did.
I can't remember what day it was you left when they announced it.
Yeah, you
That
played
was
on
Thursday, right?
Yeah, you played on Wednesday, and they announced it on Thursday.
And, we were pulling for Steve, and he's got an amazing story. And it's we for him to come back and be able to do what he did after being out and not even know if he was going to get to come back was really amazing. And we've got a little video of him after he won the tournament here on 18.
It's a hard day, It's been a long time. I hate crying, but
that's okay.
It's where I was last November, even a couple of months ago. To come full circles here and to come out here and get a W it means a lot.
I just like to thank Bill Bubba Bussey and how he inspired me on Wednesday.
Bubba's crying.
Listen, we had a great time today.
My new friend Speedy.
And I'm just glad, you're glad when you see the good guys do good. And he went from not even, he'll win, I think it's $375,000 that he'll take for that win. And he moved up on their points chase, for their championship to number 4 from not even being on the board with that win.
So for those of us that either don't follow golf and may follow golf but not the Champions Tour, what is he talking about? This big struggle he's had. Tell everybody what it is, because some people may not even know what we're talking about.
He's been a great golfer. He's been captain of the what cup is it that the golfers Ryder's Cup.
You got Ryder's Cup and President's Cup.
Yeah,
and Rick got sick with an unknown illness and spent like 6 months in the hospital and off the tour and. Didn't know if he'd be back, right?
Yeah, he had 2 hospital visits, and I guess it maybe October to the turn of the new year into 2022, lost about 30 pounds, and he doesn't really have 30 to lose. He's probably 6'1", 190 normally, and so his wife, who was caddying, said that. I mean, it took a toll on him, and they weren't sure what in the world it was. Doctors couldn't describe the illness, and so it was unidentified. And they don't know if it was vaccine related or not, but and so I think he just made his return in early May. I think he finished second in that one, and then he won this one. And this is a major on the Champions Tour, so it was a big deal for him. He's like, man, it's just I have a totally different perspective when you're sick for that long.
Wow.
He's like, you live your profession, and now I'm able to have a little bit better focus on life. And he's like, I just don't.
Oh yeah.
I've slowed down a little bit. Of course, that swing's still sweet. And then he goes on to win.
Yeah, I just wanted the background for the emotion that some people may not know what the background is on that.
Yeah.
You guys told me, but that was so. It was. He was really, really sick, and they don't really know what it was.
No, they don't.
Unidentified at this point. But he plays this course as well as anybody because he lost. Was it last year or which year was canceled? Was it last year or year before last? The last time he played it, let me put it this way. He lost in a playoff, and then 2 years before that he won it. Yeah. So, and I want to say he either set or tied the course record with 20 under. So he really likes this golf course. It works for him.
Yeah, well, I know they canceled it in 2020, right?
Right. But they moved to September in 2020, or did they cancel it all?
I can't remember. But last year, didn't they have it straight up? We were out there last year, right?
Yeah. So he lost on a playoff. So he's played this course very well over the last 4 years. So.
Other end of the spectrum, John Daly wouldn't sign a scorecard and got kicked out.
There you go.
By the way, that owned me.
I got up Saturday morning and I saw that. Did he forget? Did he leave in disgust?
I've dug into it because we were wondering in the kickoff hour. So he actually went like 68-72 first 2 days. Completed the first 2 rounds. He was only a couple strokes off the lead. And evidently his round towards the end on Saturday did not go as Daly had planned, and very frustrating finish. And I don't know if he said, hey, the heck with this, I don't have a chance to win now, so I'm out, or it says it's a mystery to everybody.
I think he double bogeyed
at this point,
16
why
and 18.
He said, I'm not coming back tomorrow. I'm not signing my scorecard. I'm gone. See ya. So
I don't feel like Taylor Hicks knows.
I know. I agree.
Well,
yeah.
Taylor Hicks may be the reason.
Right.
Better offer.
Right. Yeah. So
he's, it is amazing. 102 starts for Daly on the Champions Tour, and he's never DQ'd. This was the first time. He's DQ'd in the past on the regular tour, but this was the first time. So it's not like he didn't just forget There was something going on, and I think it was the fact that he started playing bad towards the end of his round on Saturday.
That's it. I'm out. That'll do it. That's it.
Going home early.
Listen, we've all had that feeling.
Oh, 100%.
But we don't make a living doing it.
No.
I really don't think, as much as golf as he's played, and the success he's had, that he just forgot. I think there's something else going on.
He wouldn't answer their call.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. They were even trying to say, hey, come back, sign your scorecard.
What's up, buddy? I mean, what are you doing?
He wouldn't take their calls.
Yeah. Because honestly,
they even had Charles try to call him.
If you're
he was already at Saul's.
Right. Yeah. Well, they said his scorecard had Saul's barbecue all over it. but the from the juke joint, not the small one.
Right.
I mean, because if you're the people promoting the tour, you kind of want Big Beard out there for the fans.
You do. Yeah.
And but I understand his side of it too. That's it. I'm out.
I'm out of here.
I'm afraid he went in to kill me, mode.
Why would I walk around? Why would I walk around this Alabama heat if I got no shot?
Yeah.
You know.
Oh man.
That beard was hot.
Oh
man,
yeah.
He'd got quite the beard.
That's it. I'm out. That'll do it.
But if you play a sport that's played in the sunshine where it is hot a lot of times, you think you cut that off if it was that hot,
Well, and he was, all he had to do was finish, and he would even collected a nice little check.
Oh,
I'm sure he probably
yeah.
collected something, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he weighed all that out. I don't know. Or maybe it's John Daly and said, the heck with this, I'm done. See you good
When
day.
you get to the Champions Tour and stuff like that, do you think some of the bigger names like that, do they get some kind of base no matter what? I mean, they get something just to be there.
You're talking about an appearance fee.
An appearance fee.
I don't know.
I don't think they do.
I don't think the PGA will let them do that.
Right.
Now, they do that in tennis. But that may be an issue that the PGA is arguing about.
That's why there's these other tours popping up.
That Middle Eastern thing. Yeah.
I know their sponsors they endorse. They'd like them to play too.
Yeah, it was a good voice.
Okay over there?
Yeah, I got to clear my throat. I'll do that.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, how many times? Anyway, so finally we come to the conclusion that we are all good friends, but we ain't that close. We're not going to help Bubba.
No,
Correct.
okay.
No,
There's a line.
and I'm not asking you to, but
No.
I am going.
Well, we're just
I'm
gonna
going to try to attempt this so-called bathroom in the back of the plane.
And all it has to cover you up is a curtain that
Yeah.
you pull across
Yes.
and try to button.
Good
Now-
night, y'all.
I'm, kind of at maximum density right now.
Yeah.
And-
Bubba's large.
And trying to get into that little compartment and pull up the curtain. The only thing
Wait a
is,
minute, he was back there in that little back part with the curtain.
Greg, you know what I declared at one point? I love you, but this is impossible.
first off, we had to move everything out of there, so we looked like we were doing the fireman's carry to move everything to the front.
And I got to
pile it
tell
up.
you, have you ever tried to get your carry-on luggage into that little they have like a little compartment that you're supposed to fit it in, and that will tell you if you can get it on the plane. That's Bubba's belly trying to get back there.
Greg,
We're trying to get him through.
He's got to be.
He would have been declared if he was a piece of luggage. He was a bin hog.
You know what it was like?
He wasn't a guy. Too big. Too big. You can't go.
This is what I
check it.
Yeah.
This is what I compare it like. What it felt like if you had to climb into a 50-gallon drum and then go to the bathroom.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Climb into it to begin with.
No, you're right. I don't know how you got positioned to complete the task.
Well, as bad as it looked on the outside of the curtain, I'm sure you would not believe the position I was in inside the curtain.
It wasn't one of these where you go, this bottle ain't big enough. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna fill it up, and I'm gonna
I was gonna, since it had a
ever had one of those?
bathroom on it, I was gonna find out what it was. But really the bathroom on that plane is a bucket with a bag in it.
You know what? It was like because it had a curtain, Greg. You know what it was like? It was like watching an illusion. It's like I thought the only way that he pulled off what he just did. At one point, he had to be hovering in there.
I know
he
that.
had to literally
I know y'all. I know y'all. Somebody took a picture of me with that behind that curtain. I know y'all did. I know y'all did. Edward, you got one. I know you did.
We'll be back.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States. Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth. And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
We were in the East Wing yesterday of the White House, honored to be invited as one of the few shows that was there to talk to different members of the Trump administration, including the president himself. We've got more behind-the-scenes stuff to discuss, but right now on radio and TV, all at the same time. If you have RBTV, there's audio and video to go along with this. Of course, there'll be a YouTube documentary of the entire visit coming up sometime next week. But this is the interview, and you'll listen in the very beginning as the president comes in, sits down at the table, and we have a discussion about tax reform and other things. Here's our interview from yesterday from the East Wing of the White House.
Hello, Rick. Good to see you again, sir. Nice to see you both.
All right, Rick and Bubba, we're in the East Wing of the White House here with the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Pretty fancy place, right?
I mean,
very nice.
Very Not so bad. You've come a long way.
We like the cookies, too.
Yeah,
we
That's
got
true.
good cooks here.
That's true.
Thank you for lunch. The lunch was fantastic.
Good. That's great.
What do
My
you normally
honor.
do? You eat a lot? What do you ask for lunch?
Well, I don't have much time to eat. We're
No.
trying to pass tax cuts now, and we've got all sorts of things lined up. Tomorrow I head for China and Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Other than that, it won't be very busy.
Right. Won't have much. Well, let's talk about it. The tax plan. We've been talking to some of the different members of your administration, and there seems to be a lot of optimism about it. Of course, the economy is doing great even before this. The corporate tax cut could only make things better.
Well, we're doing great as an economy. We're having tremendous numbers, tremendous stock market numbers. Every day we're hitting new highs. And the tax cuts, but are really needed. To really make this country take off like it should, the tax cuts are going to be very important. And I think they're going to happen. There's tremendous spirit in the Republican Party. And I can tell you the Democrats are worried. You know, they're obstructionists, and they're worried about it. But I think we're going to do fantastically well, both in the Senate and in the House.
Can you get it through? That's the key.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that there is, for instance, we were really there on health care, and then we got a surprise vote, and we're going to come back to health care right after this is over, and we're going to get that done. But I will say that I think there's, I mean, you guys know as well as I do. You see what's going on. There's tremendous spirit to get the tax cuts done.
Yes. There's a lot of energy out there. And
Tremendous energy.
And during the campaign, when you said you could produce 3% growth, you were scoffed at. And there it was. We just had it this week. I think it was revised up,
That's right.
3.1, right?
So we've already hit it. We had 3.2, and now we have 3. And the 3 is in a tough season because we had hurricanes. We had really 5 hurricanes. I mean, bad ones, as you know, probably better than I do.
Yes.
And that's supposed to be a point. That would mean we would have hit 4. So we had a GDP of 3.2 and 3 in the last 2 quarters, and most people didn't think we were going to be there for 3 years. So a lot of it is the fact that I cut the regulations and that companies are already starting to really get back to.
Minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Relief Factor is our sponsor. And I've already had my first pack of the day. Loving Relief Factor. When we first sat down and talked about it, it was like, okay. We met with the doctors. They were telling us about the research that they were doing. But then, and most every email that I read from people who have had great success with it, we all tell the truth. I was skeptical at first. And I understand that. Look, 4 botanicals, it's all natural, so you don't have to worry about the side effects that come with overuse with some of the over-the-counter stuff. And I think all of our families have been, unfortunately, impacted by what's going on with some of the prescription meds and the opioids and the addictive properties that are just destroying lives, it seems, every day. But Relief Factor hopefully is the right option for you. It was for Brian in Alabama. He was actually diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And he said, I was going to see an orthopedic for my pain problems, but once I found this out and started chemo, I couldn't fight 2 battles at the same time. So I asked my doctor about taking Relief Factor, and he said it was fine. About a month of taking it, the knee pain started to subside. Now, after 2 months or so, it's completely gone. Well, Brian, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Go to ReliefFactor.com. You can get a 3-week supply for $19.95. We do the 3 weeks because inside 3 weeks you should be able to see the progress that we hope you'll get. And most who order Relief Factor in the starter pack, they order more because it's working. And I hope you'll join that list. So go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, USFL over the weekend, the Birmingham Stallions continue to be undefeated.
How about them Stallions?
5-0. I saw a little bit of that.
Speedy, you make a good horse sound. We need a good horse sound.
We have Henry the horse, and I can do a horse.
It sounded a little bit like a turkey.
I saw
did.
Henry the horse and his family seem to love the games. I see them there.
Oh, they're there.
They're there in droves, buddy.
Yeah, how do you like that?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But yeah, I can't really neigh. I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a neigh is yeah. There you go, Greg. By the way, that's not bad.
Got it.
Greg, that's not. How about
The
that?
face that comes with
Yeah.
it.
You got to look like a horse.
That's not bad at all. So anyway, that and you know, I mean, that's if you're going to play all the games in Birmingham, you need that Birmingham team to be good.
Yeah.
And so that's.
So far,
Are you calling conspiracy?
I'm not calling conspiracy. I'm calling being wise. I mean, there's nothing conspiracy about. Look, if we're going to play in Birmingham, that team can't be crap. You know, but
who are you? The football Dinesh?
No,
I thought about that too.
The games are close, but the Birmingham team is really good.
Yeah.
And right now is
Every
the
time
best.
he says that, do that.
They're not dominating people, so it's still good. But if I'm going to put together a spring professional league, and I'm going to play all the games in one city, and that city has a team, that team's not going to be bad. Because you talk about an uphill climb, have the home team be bad.
Sure.
I mean, you can't have that. I mean, that works against you. Now, they still got to go out there and make – I'm not talking about rigged games.
I got you.
Yeah.
But when you were dividing the teams up, and we can divide them up any way we want, and y'all don't really quite understand how we're dividing them up, and suddenly the Birmingham team's loaded, well, I mean –
Greg?
That's not a – that's not a
face. And the fact you have to kick back.
Helmsy, I would go this. If you didn't do that, that wouldn't be very smart. Yeah, because imagine right now if you were having to get people to buy tickets to the home games for Birmingham and they weren't any good. And your best team was a team that nobody's coming to see. Yeah. You know that. I mean, you wouldn't want that. You got to have a good team there in the city.
Or everybody would jump on the bandwagon and suddenly become that team.
Well, that's true. But anyway,
every game I've watched has been close. Now, not that I've watched a lot of them, but I've watched some. And I just happened to be watching yesterday when the Maulers got their first win on the last play of the game.
How about that?
Touchdown.
Yeah. And look, we've talked about as far as conspiracy in sports, and I hate that I'm the one that's even doing what I'm about to do.
Right.
But I thought of Bubba this weekend because and again, I'm not claiming conspiracy, but it does look fishy. Do you realize that between the NHL and the NBA playoffs, there were 7 Game 7s this weekend?
Yeah, there you go.
7 Game 7s.
Right, here we go.
Two sports over the weekend. I'm not saying I'm talking about over the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you couldn't sling a dead cat without hitting a Game 7. But back to the USFL before we leave it. We don't have the ratings for this weekend, but for the first 4 weekends, there's some very positive news. As a matter of fact, one of the headlines says good news for the USFL. As a matter of fact, they're running a little over 1 million viewers average. 1.1, almost 1.2, and compare that to NBC's coverage of the White Sox and the Red Sox on Sunday last week was 1.2. So they're ahead of most of the soccer and hockey, and they're running pretty close with the baseball game. So I would think Fox and NBC both would be very happy with that.
Yeah, I remember when we were doing the XFL, they always talked about the TV ratings were, like you're talking about right here, they were hanging with all other sports and were ahead of most sports in the spring.
Right.
So that part you got to have that, but you got to make it all work. And I will say this:
I think their expectations was for that, not to be football fall numbers, but to be spring numbers, and they're very good.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So I was, and then I'm trying to kind of figure out with the people they need, younger people, and so I was in the checkout line at the grocery store over the weekend. And there was a guy behind the counter, and we were doing the, hey, man, how's it going? And he goes, hey, I went to see the Birmingham Stallions play. I said, really good. How'd you like that? And he said, man, I loved it. It was great. I said, you have a good time? Did you enjoy the experience? He said, I really did. And I said, how was the crowd? He said, well, I mean, it was okay. I mean, he said, it was crowded enough that you had noise and not so crowded, really, that it was a hassle to park and get in and out. He said, it was kind of the best of all worlds. And I said, so you, as a young man in your 20s, you and your buddies went to the Stallions game, and it was a great experience. Would you do it again? He said, absolutely, I'd do it again.
Well,
I said, how was the food? He said, I enjoyed the food. He said, all food's a little pricey at ball games. He said,
you don't have that.
But you expect that.
Yeah.
And let's look at, when you talk about the crowd, look at what it's been up against things that were already planned. You had 1 week, you had the Savannah Bananas playing and a race at Barber's going on the same time. This week you had the Regions Tradition going on. There was a mob of people out there. So
don't forget
Talladega. Talladega one of the weeks too. So I mean, it's there's a lot going on. If you get a week without all that going on, they may have a really good turnout.
Yeah, especially if the home team's really good.
Yeah.
When is the XFL going? Are they going to start? Or is that next year?
I guess it's next year because you're right. They should already have something going, shouldn't they? He's going to come out and ask the USFL if they smell what the Rock is cooking. It is interesting when these now. Will they pretend that they're not?
2023.
Will they pretend that there never was an XFL, or will they acknowledge that
when we're talking about the one that was shut down by the pandemic? I believe it's all those teams, right? It's not,
I guess.
think it's the same one.
But
that group did not acknowledge the whole one. They didn't have the same.
So
teams.
will this be the third?
I don't know if they acknowledged.
Will this be the third time we've heard XFL?
Yeah, but like I said, the first one got shut down for COVID.
All right, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try this.
Second one,
Greg. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try to figure this out. All right, so not only have we tried professional spring football multiple times, okay. Now to add to the confusion of trying to remember the now we're going to have leagues that use names that have been used before, but they're not really that league anymore.
But I don't think the XFL used any of their names.
Yeah, but
USFL, yes.
But can I tell you this? They are using the name XFL.
They are.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but their teams are not.
Yeah, they're not.
Like USFL, we got the same team.
But you can see how that can be confusing.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Do you like the XFL? And then I go, which one?
Yeah,
and they go, what do you mean which one? There's only one. No, there's actually more than one.
Yeah.
Do you like the USFL? Which one? I mean,
there's two.
So now we're having spring football using names that we're familiar with, but saying we're not really that anymore. You see how
I heard the Birmingham Irons coming back.
It gets a little confusing,
Oh, Rick!
And then
does it ever?
Right, and then when I start the WFL next spring, it's really going to mess
Birmingham Americans are back. Rick.
No, we're not the Birmingham Americans. We just have the same uniform and logo and mascot
and same football.
But we're not the same. Now that logo on the field looks just like it, but that's not it.
Now that original XFL football, the black with the red, was a good looking.
It was. So is this one different? This logo different?
It is. I think. I don't know.
But you acknowledge that's what we called one of the spring leagues because we worked in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And we're using it again, but it's not it.
But not the teams.
Right. You see what I mean?
I know. Rick.
How am I supposed to keep up all that?
I mean, that's like trying to figure out the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens. Run that gamut.
Yeah, you ever tried to go
throw the Colts in there?
Yeah.
Hey, Greg, take their history and try to follow it.
Yeah, figure that one out.
15 minutes to the top of the hour, 866. We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But the regulations have been very seriously cut.
There's a lot of small business that want to reinvest. They want to move forward, but they've been scared because they didn't know what was coming their way.
They're ready to rock, and this country's ready to rock. And don't forget, other countries have GDP at 11, 12, 13, 6, 7. We were at 1.2 when I came in, and it's just not acceptable. And now we're up to 3. And each point in GDP is $2.5 trillion. That's more money than we're talking about, to a large extent, for tax cuts. I mean, that's actually more money than we're talking. 1 point makes a tremendous difference. And nobody can tell me we're not going to get a point. And we just left the Rose Garden, you saw. We have Jay Powell going in at the Fed. And he's a very, very talented guy. I think he's going to do a great job.
Well, I think Americans, which is the reason why I believe that you won, I think a lot of us out there have been so frustrated that it seems like the government doesn't have basic concepts how business works and how the economy works, and so many things the government does lacks logic.
Right.
We're small business owners, and we weren't about to add any employees because everything was so uncertain. Then we went through the thing with Obamacare, and then we have this forced on us, and which has just been
Obamacare, by the way, has been a disaster.
I mean, and we've got to the wheels have already completely come off on it. It's not like it's going to be bad. It's really bad. And the phone calls that we get,
as you know, we're talking about ending the individual mandate and giving that to the middle class and giving it to businesses where they go out and create a lot of jobs. But the mandate has been a disaster. The individual mandate has been a disaster. I mean, people that had insurance before Obamacare, now they have to pay not to have it.
Right.
It's got to be the most unpopular thing, one of the most unpopular things I've seen in government. And so we're even considering getting rid of the individual mandate.
Well, there's a little bit of a frustration because I think there's people that said we voted for this administration and we want their vision for America to be implemented.
Yeah, and they're going to get it. Honestly,
Yeah.
they're going to get it. We're going to get repeal and replace, and we're getting very close to getting it anyway. And Obamacare is exploding and imploding, just as I said it would. And the tax cuts are going to be very important. In a way, I feel a little bit guilty leaving for China and Japan and for South Korea now because, this is prime time. But I will say the receptivity, and you people know it as well as I do, the receptivity has been fantastic for the tax cuts.
What about when you talk about the corporate tax rate? I mean, that's obviously something you're very familiar with. Is this enough to really?
Oh, this will be great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
this will be great.
being the highest corporate rate, that made 0 cents.
Right. Well, we're bringing from 35% down to 20. That's a tremendous cut. This will be the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. So this will be bigger than anything we've done.
And historically, those have caused big booms.
I think it's going to be tremendous. And also, the reason I say for business needs it because we are one of the highest taxed countries in the world. It's not even close, okay? We're one of the highest taxed in the world, and now we're going down to one of the lower. Not the lowest. I'd like to be there, too.
Right.
But, you can only do so much. And by the way, there is a phase 2. Maybe we do a phase 2 if this kicks off like we think it will. But this will have a huge impact on business and a huge impact on jobs.
If you get another shot at it, the Rick and Bubba plan will be 0 deductions and 10% across the board.
Well,
Everybody
that sounds
pays.
interesting. That's a very fine plan.
I mean,
great economists.
Be difficult to get through, but it would get it
We
done.
figured God was for it. We could live with it.
Hey, there are some people that agree with that. I have to tell you. You know that. Right?
Let me ask you this while we have you. We saw the test walls go up.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
I
And you're
feel
going to
great.
go down and judge them,
Right.
right?
Yeah. I'm going to go down very soon, and we're going to be, when I get back, sometime after I get back from Asia, and we have 5 and even 6 test walls up. We call them prototypes. And it's interesting. We have the Border Patrol working on it, and they're working hard and nice because they're the ones you want, and they want a certain vision through the wall.
Right.
Because if you think about it, you can't just have a concrete wall that you don't know who's on the other side.
right.
So they want to have a vision through the wall. And no, those are some great prototypes. There's 1 or 2 in particular that we like, and I'll be going there over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I'd go with the Israelis. I mean, if anybody knows how to build a wall,
Well, wait a minute. We got a couple of them from Alabama.
Well, that's true. We do have some Alabama ones in there.
So, so will you just judge
actually-
it and put a ribbon on it, and they win?
Yeah,
How
well,
does
it's
that-
basically I'll be picking the winner, but I'll be picking it with ICE, and I'll be picking it with the Border Patrol.
Right.
And you just mentioned Israel, but their wall works.
Yeah, it does.
99.9%. They
Well,
actually
they've got
told
a
me
history,
99.9%.
Yeah, that's one reason why we thought it was weird that the Pope acted like he didn't like the wall when he lives.
He's got a
inside-
big one.
He lives inside.
What is that about?
When I heard that was actually during the South Carolina primary. You know that, right? You remember that? And it was during the South Carolina, and I heard that they that the Pope was sort of against the wall. And then I said, wait a minute, let me see some of the pictures of the Vatican.
Well, ask the people who had to bury their loved ones, sadly,
Absolutely.
over the last
Oh,
24,
it's so
48
sad.
hours. Because what? It's not immoral and it's not unreasonable to say that we're not saying that people can't come into our country. We simply want to vet them out to.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll start weekend recap coming up top of the hour. Going through the graduation and the trip on
Graduation
to Starkville, Mississippi. But on a somber note, we had unfortunately more evil and wickedness over the weekend with more mass shootings. And look, we certainly need to read people's manifestos. And once again, where are we dropping the ball on this kind of stuff? It certainly is. In this case, this person was but I guess I just want to say this: it's horrible that whatever may motivate people to slaughter people in mass shootings, it's all horrible. Okay, and we must understand the other sidebars and all that are important, and we shouldn't ignore them, and we need to look at people's motivations. But at the end of it all, I wish we as a country could get to the point where we would just say this, and then we'll talk about the other details. At the foundation of it all, these people are evil.
That's it.
They're evil. They're wicked. They're evil. This is darkness. This is spiritual darkness. This is wickedness. It's evil. And we have to look at everything we as a society do that perpetuates these kind of people. Well, where does this evil rise from? In this case, we certainly see one that was apparently racially motivated, but that's wicked. That's evil. That kind of bigotry is wicked and evil. But if this same person had gone and the other person who shot up the flea market, that person is wicked and evil too, not less wicked and evil. Whatever the motivation may be, it's all wicked. It's all evil, and we need to look at everything. You go back to the mass shooting in Buffalo. Apparently, this person had claimed they were going to shoot the school up one time.
Yeah. Had been carried to the state hospital before and got out of the system to.
How does that happen?
And we've had this happen several times.
Yeah.
We're we always hear, well, budget this, that, and other, but when we determine these people are a threat, I don't know why we keep letting them out. I don't know if this is district attorneys not prosecuting or what the deal is, because some of these people should have never been out to even commit these crimes.
Yeah, and so we've got the Buffalo supermarket hate crime. Then we've got we also have a shooting at a California church,
right?
Apparently the suspect is an Asian man here in his 60s, and the people in the church had him tied up and took him into custody.
Yeah,
and why the attacker targeted the church? See, when we go there, they don't know whether to consider this. This gets me, like we see in Buffalo, we got enough stuff here we can label it a hate crime. California, we're still trying to find out if it was a hate crime. Can I let y'all in on something? If somebody walks up and shoots people in cold blood, it's a hate crime. Mm-hmm. It's evil, it's wicked, it's hateful. Now, if you want to say, now let's get specific on what they hated, fine.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that.
Right.
And we should always be aware. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I don't want us to. And Ben Carson even talked about this. It's the reason why I don't want us to start limiting the ability for people to express themselves, because I want to know where these people are.
Yeah.
I want them to tell me exactly who they are. And so when they do, we go, hey, this person's a problem. If I see somebody expressing the kind of things that you see in this manifesto from the Buffalo killer, I want to know about this guy. And apparently, and I still don't know how you can threaten to shoot up a school and then somehow get weapons again.
You need to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, we got to know that.
We got a problem in the system there.
Yeah.
And Rick, he had staked out this supermarket the day before or Friday as a homeless person, just to know his deal, what he was going to do.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
So again, it's just so ridiculous. I mean, all these shootings and that one, which was racially motivated, it's just crazy.
I mean, look at him. He's got that look. I mean, he's demonic. He's evil, and that just happened to be where he landed.
Absolutely. Yeah, but you know why? Because that kind of attitude toward anyone for their
hating anybody just
for their ethnicity comes from wickedness and evil.
Yep.
And it's like, when you don't recognize that and you don't play games with it, but it's all wicked and evil. If I'm going to go to a Buffalo supermarket and shoot everybody up because I've got some sort of manifesto about all the wickedness of white power and whatever, it's horrifying. But if I go over to California and try to shoot a church up too, and I'm Asian and in my 60s, and sounds like it's a Taiwanese church. Well, he's wicked and evil too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's different. It's all bad. And we should look at every aspect of it. But if we don't start saying, there's a lot of things that we allow to go on, and some of it is under what people think is just the most wonderful strategy, but you don't understand we're doing a lot of things in our society that is perpetuating these kind of people. And if we don't get down to the root of it, and we say this every time, this is just going to continue to be headlines and continue to be problems, because if we're going to talk about everything, there's more to this than we need more gun laws and let's take away the Second Amendment. And that's always the fallback position of politicians. But they won't talk about, let's have a comprehensive top to bottom discussion about this. about abortion, about all of it. But we don't. What happens is somebody says, I want to have conversations about these very important moral issues, but there's only a certain amount of conversation I'm going to have. I'm still going to close off certain rooms to the house that you can't go in, that we can't talk about. Let's talk about all of
those.
it.
May very well be the rooms where this is growing and being moved along. So it's it's just silly. It's ridiculous.
If I don't want stray dogs around my house, stop putting food out.
Yeah. And Rick, and there's a lot of rooms to address with this. I mean, it goes back to society. It goes back to the family unit. It goes back to what we're allowing on TV and movies and video games and social media and everything else. I mean, there's so many things to cover in this. Gun laws are way down the list, as a matter of fact.
Well, we may find in this one guy's deal we had gun laws, he just didn't go by them.
Well, yeah, and you
can't get everybody to follow them.
You have district attorneys and judges that are very light on some of this stuff because they don't want to lock anybody. There's a big move. Don't put anybody in jail. Well, there's some people need to be there.
Yeah.
And we'd have more people alive if they'd put them there.
Well,
leave them.
Remember, when politicians tell you don't need law enforcement, you might want to check to see if they live where you live.
Yeah.
Because if they don't live there, they may be doing something that looks good on the campaign trail, but if you go to the people in the actual communities, they're like, we don't agree with that. We never said that. Why'd y'all take the police away? Well, because it looked good on the headline, and I got to rebel rouse people that aren't affected by it.
Well, I think we've all seen the defund the police movement. I think we've put that one to the test here in the country.
That was a failure,
and it didn't work.
No, that was
not at all.
Well, it's just another thing is the breakdown in our mental health. I mean, it's almost like we're talking about things that clearly are signs of mental illness, and somehow we try to talk about that. This person just needs to be allowed to be who they are. Well, no, not if they go end up shooting a bunch of people.
No.
Yeah, and mental health is a really big part of all this too.
Oh yeah.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. We'll break down the weekend. So we will continue the Rick and Bubba show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well. When you start thinking about, it's funny that we were doing the ad again for I recommend Real Estate Agents I Trust. Real Estate Agents I Trust. You talk about an easy conversation, because if you are selling a home or you're trying to buy a home, the real estate agent that you're dealing with is going to go a long way. And Bubba, you look at all the investments. I mean, I don't know that you can. We can say this with no reservation. Your home is one of the biggest investments you'll ever make. If not the biggest.
Absolutely, can make or break you, Rick.
And if you don't have the right person handling this situation, and I put up a lot of scenarios when we were talking to the people at Real Estate Agents I Trust. One of the things we were talking about is, trying to set up kind of a system that no matter where you go in the Rick and Bubba audience, whatever market you're moving into or trying to sell a house, that there's going to be a real estate agent there that's kind of been vetted out by Real Estate Agents I Trust. And then, we can decide, tell you who you need to talk to. This is the person that'll take care of it. No part-time people. That's it. We don't even consider that. Okay. So we're talking about this person gets up every day, does this for a living, has a track record that is above board. We're looking for the best of the best, and we can find you a real estate agent in just about every single market that we are seeing or heard. The team will make the introduction, then they'll follow you through the buying or selling process to make sure you're satisfied. And then the agents that we work with have, like I said, long track records, and they're the best sellers in their field. So this can be a very, very high anxiety process, buying or selling a home. Doesn't have to be. So let's help you out by going to realestateagentsitrust.com. Just do that today and provide us with some basic info, and then our team will contact you, make an introduction to our preferred agent in your town, and then the process begins, and you know that you're dealing with an agent that you can trust. our citizens secure, and that's a reasonable statement.
And we want a merit-based system.
That's right.
We don't want lotteries. And you can imagine who they put in those lotteries. They're not putting their finest.
No.
They're not putting you guys in the lottery,
No,
okay?
no.
They're putting people that, let's not even talk about it, but
Why
they're
is
not
that
putting
so
their
hard
finest.
for people to understand? Why do people oppose
Inconceivable, but I think now they're understanding it. And I would like to say move fast, because in 3 weeks from now, they won't understand it to the same extent. Now I understand a lot of Democrats want to end that lottery system. Well, I've been talking about the lottery system for a while. I've also been talking about chain migration. We have to end chain migration. Chain migration's a killer.
Yeah.
Where somebody like him can come in and they'll bring
Everybody.
20 people, 23 people with him potentially.
There's
And
no
in his
vetting.
case, he only has a green card. No, he's a bad person. He's an animal as far as I'm concerned. And we're going to be very tough.
And if people don't understand that and they don't like it, what we keep saying is, don't blame our country who now wants to be secure. Blame the people who keep doing these kind of things, and that's what's causing us to start vetting. It's not our fault. It's the behavior of those who are coming in that tend to do harm.
Well, we have extreme vetting, and now we have more than that. I mean, you see what we've been doing, and we've done a great job at the border, 78% down. And you look at that, when, if they went 1% down, it was a big story. We're 78% down, people pouring into the border, and that's before the wall.
Right.
So,
That's just enforcing the laws that were already in
it's
place.
enforcing laws. The
Bizarre
people
concept.
on Border
Perception.
Patrol and ICE, they endorsed me.
Right.
Yeah.
And the first time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate.
Well, you know
I love
why they
those
wanted?
people.
They wanted to be allowed to do their job.
They want to do, they actually work much harder now than they used to, and they love it.
Yeah.
They're doing their job. They love the country. They're proud of their country, and they're doing their job.
Well, thanks for taking time to include us
Thank
today.
you.
It's an honor to be here. And of course, the last time you were on with us and you did a liner for us, it made national news, even in the radio industry.
And we appreciate that.
So thank
That's
you.
true, come to think of
Yeah,
it.
so just thanks for doing
That's
that.
very true.
Yeah.
Thank you
sir.
both
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Appreciate you.
This is a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Donald Trump taking time to be with us here today on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, there it was. 045 talked to us from the east wing of the White House. We'll come back and kind of give you some behind-the-scenes stuff that was even going on during the interview. A lot of things are happening to people in the news. We didn't have anything to do with that. All right, so anyway, and we didn't shut down Trump's Twitter. All right, so let's a couple things that went on. First of all, happy birthday, Greg, to our mom today. Now, this is like we talked about, we love our mom so very much. A wonderful, wonderful lady, and happy birthday, Mom. And I sent some stuff out to her today on happy birthday, and this is the reply. Okay, and I know that all of us who still have our moms, it's a blessing, but they're always our moms. Rick, thank you so much for the happy birthday. I'm listening to your interview with the president. Wow. Of course, I had to find out about it on Facebook.
Oh, no.
Mom, I'm sorry. It all happened so fast. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Love you, Mom. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
So I'm sorry you didn't know I went to
Happy
the White
birthday,
House.
Miss Burgess.
I'm sorry you didn't know I was going to the White House till Facebook told you.
Rick, do you
I
know?
heard you didn't tell
Boy,
your
you're
son
in trouble,
either.
buddy.
No, we
You're
got
in
it
trouble.
done.
You've got to discuss that. That's funny. I will tell you this, though. I thought about the parents as I was going to the airport. We were flying out of here, no pun intended, trying to get to the airport. And I went, wait a minute. I hadn't told my mom and dad this is happening.
Right,
So I
good.
called and said, Dad, I don't want you to hear about that. We're going. Wanted you to know, but I guess you didn't do that, Rick.
Well, no, my mom said, glad you're interviewing the president. I hear it now. Of course, I had to find out about it on Facebook.
Sure.
Happy birthday, Mom.
And one of your boys didn't know it.
Yeah, and we 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And the people let me down. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go.
Yeah.
So, coming back from the weekend again, and I was talking about this when I was putting pictures out on social media over the weekend, thanks to Team Rick and Bubba. It is great to work with such a team that when these special moments arrive, or sadly, if you've got a family emergency you got to tend to or be there in these times with your family where they need you, or you just getting to celebrate something special, it's good, especially when the rest of the world acts like people don't have jobs, when they schedule things, that you can leave the show behind and know that everything is handled. You just go and do what you need to do and don't worry about the show. We got it handled. It's been that way for 28 years. So thank you guys for a job well done and for taking care of everything so I could be in Starkville, Mississippi to watch one Brooks Big Love Burgess.
How about that?
Come across the stage and graduate with a degree in communication, and to watch him start the process. What a day it was! So here's how it was set up. Mom and Dad are the only people now in our family that have an automobile big enough for you to carry more than 4 or 5 people.
Yeah.
Because Sherry and I, we got out of the big car business when the kids all grew up, and we used to have the big van and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that was quite a van.
Oh,
I love that van.
Boy, I missed it.
Slept so good in that thing.
Missed it Friday.
We had a lot of work road trip.
So yeah, mom and dad have a. I got to talk about that too. Mom and dad have a Buick. It's got three
Buick.
it's got three seats in it. Now, first of all, we had to deal with the here was the lineup. It was Sherry and me. It was young Broderick. It was Camtastic, young Broderick's girlfriend, and mom and dad. So
Camtastic still owns me, by the way. I can't help but laugh.
She's Camtastic.
I know it. Yeah. I know it's a great name.
But anyway, so and this is always that difficult thing. If you have a kid, if you've never done this before, it happens at the bigger schools in high school. If your kid goes to a big school, which one of mine did, they limit you on how many people you can invite to the actual ceremony.
Right.
And so
how many did you get?
6. So you couldn't. I think the max was 8, but then we got into that thing. No one else left. A 2 would work. They could go. It was and so we did 6 people. That's all we could get in one vehicle too. And we head out. Now remember, you got to have a game plan. You have got to have a game plan. And first of all, you start with this thing. Where people don't seem to understand time, and I, for the love of all that is good and kind. So young Broderick, he's a working man, so he took Friday off to go to this, and his job was, I was thankful to them for letting him go because he wanted to be there. My kids are the 2 oldest are 15 months apart. Then the next 2, they're like a little right at 2 years apart. So they all, are brothers and sisters and all this, but you have the 2 that are closer together that spend time together. Now the older kids could not get there; it just was not possible. So we got down to young Broderick was the only one that could actually go. But anyway, so I get this. You're going to love this. Okay, so the ceremony starts at 9:30 local time a.m. At a coliseum at a university that's going to graduate. I think they said this year, now not in this one because they have 3 different ceremonies, but they're going to graduate 4,000 people, okay, on this day. I mean, on these 2 days, Thursday, Friday. So it's not a small operation, okay? And so anyway, I get
it's a lot of bulldogs.
I get this from young Broderick, the text. Dad, I've been running the numbers. I mean, it's only 2 hours. Of course, first of all, he's wrong. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's 2 hours to Starkville, and I mean, you got us leaving. We're going to arrive at the thing don't even start to 9:30. Why are we arriving at 8:30?
Oh,
I said, Brody.
Oh, yeah.
I said, Brody, would you prefer that we pull up at Humphrey Coliseum at 9:20?
Walk right in,
so we can walk in. With the thousands of other people.
Party of 6.
Yeah, a party of 6 and go in and grab us a seat. Is that what you like in the Coliseum? Is that what you, with the 80 and 81-year-old?
Rick, your goal is to sit in the parking lot and play with your phone and kill time.
Well, here's the problem, Bubba.
That's the perfect scenario.
Here's the problem. I wanted to be there when the doors open because, if you'll pay attention, folks, these places that have done this for years, they're giving you a heads up. Doors open at 8. Well, that's a heads up. That means parents get there and start grabbing those best seats.
Yeah.
So because you're in a Coliseum, I don't know why we think we're going to walk in at 9:20 or park at 9:20, walk in and be able to. Our kid's not going to be tiny, way off on some stage.
Yeah.
And
who wants that?
Yeah. And I was like, hey, no. I said I'm already sacrificing. I'd have us there at 8. I said because that's where we're going. Because there's going to be people there at 8. No, Dad, we're going to be there so early. And I'm like, no. By the way, everybody's wrong, just so everybody knows. And so I said, we're leaving here. I want to be pulling in that parking lot at 8:20, 8:30. And I said, now I factored in a bathroom stop because I know that's coming.
Yep.
And
At least one,
right?
for
And
sure.
because everybody knows if I press the gas pedal, if you don't say anything, I'm going from point A to point B.
Oh, yeah.
Amen.
I will not stop for anything, and I'm gonna try to average a certain miles per hour. And I've got this thing mapped down.
That's it.
So where did you stop?
We stop where we always do. We always stop. And I'll go to the bathroom in Gordo. All right, so
Big G.
right,
Just
so,
get west of Tuscaloosa and stop.
That's right. You don't stop before then. And gotta some of y'all. I gotta talk to some of you about the toll bridge. Okay, the toll booth. We gotta talk about the toll booth. Do y'all not understand the toll booth? I didn't realize so many of you don't understand it. 18-wheelers, y'all don't understand. Okay, tell me you're not trapped. Tell me you're not trying to back up. What are you doing? Did you not see that one of them is the Freedom Pass and one's the pay? Which one are you? You didn't know that before we got here? I mean, how can you be in the wrong lane? I don't even understand. Are you backing up? You're an 18-wheeler. How can you possibly be backing up? How can you not know how the toll booth works?
Well,
and had that happened, by the way.
They're putting a lot of rookies out there.
No, hey,
they are.
You ever watch
Wearing gloves
You ever
over
watched an 18-wheeler try to back out of a toll booth and get in the other lane?
Well, I bet that.
Seems like
a lot of people had to move, didn't
Don't they have something to handle that? Because I mean, you quagged the whole highway up.
You would think, but
Hey,
again, government.
Hey, folks, as you're approaching the toll booth, look up at the labels, and if it says Freedom Pass and you don't have one, don't go over there.
Right.
It ain't going to let you go through.
Yeah.
If you don't have a Freedom Pass, go over here where we're paying. Okay? It's $1.50. Have it ready.
They'll tell you that a half mile out.
Yeah,
what
hey,
you need to have.
Hey, aren't there signs?
How do we not have this
Bunch
ready?
of signs.
Yeah.
How do we not have this
Signage
ready?
is good.
Right. How can y'all not be ready?
All you think about is just hurting your time.
Oh yeah, I thought to myself, didn't factor in people can't operate toll booth.
Yeah,
I didn't factor that in. And once,
gotta use the bathroom.
Hey, and once I turn left, I'm gonna be going to the bathroom here in 25 minutes.
That's right.
That's where Gordo is.
On the right.
Yeah. So anyway, that Subway really clean bathroom.
Yeah.
So
Well done,
that's key.
Subway.
Yeah. Thank y'all for that. So we come back. So I get
It's
everybody.
not always a Buc-ee's.
Wait, was
No.
it a 6 a.m. leave or was it a 5:45?
I had a. We are rolling at 6:15 from where my parents live.
Okay.
That means everybody's sitting down at 6:15.
Yeah.
So young Broderick hits me I look on Life 360. Now he only lives 5 minutes from his grandparents.
Okay.
I look on Life 360, 6:12. He still ain't left. And I said, "Know that I'll leave you. Just know that."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'll you know. And then of course he kicks back because he won't let this go either. Like you did that time at the convenience store. I said, "Buddy, is that over my head for the rest of my life?" Two things. Brody won't let anything go. Me graduating and the one time that I had about all the kids together and I left him at the convenience store and had to turn around and come back and get him.
You know what? Like you're saying, that should serve as notice.
Right.
You better get there.
Right. Now in that case, I just misplaced one of my kids.
Right.
We did leave Greg at the airport one
Hey,
time.
Bubba, let me tell
I
you
wasn't
this.
on that
For a long time.
Listen, and Brody has never forgotten this. So I realized that I've left.
How old was he?
About 5.
Well, Rick, it probably scared him.
Listen. I realize that I've left him. I realize that I've left him. But there's a lot of kids in the back of this car. I realize that I've left him, but I got to turn around safely to get back to him. Because the kids start screaming, "You're leaving one of us." Okay,
Yeah.
Look, and then all of a sudden, Greg's standing on the sidewalk, mouth wide open. I mean, he is crying his eyes out. I can't. I'm like, "I'm coming back. Just stand right there."
You're good.
You left me.
So today he has abandonment issues.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
He threw that back on. He threw it back on me. I said, "Don't think I won't leave." He goes, "Like you did at the convenience store." I said, "You were 5. How long ago was that?"
I can leave you now, and it's not bad.
Right.
You better factor in gas to your budget because I'm about to leave you.
You left me. Yeah. Hey, who wants ice cream? Not to tell Mom about this. Oopa loopa. Of course, Big Love runs in. Daddy left Brody.
Rick and Bubba.
I have this thing with maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. We have something going on with our 16-year-old who claims the family tells him nothing. The family tells me nothing, and he's claiming this all the time. It's like he didn't know anything. Like he didn't know his mother was going to France. He did not know that his mom and I actually went to D.C. a couple of weeks ago for that banquet involving the Israeli deal. He said, well, I just look on Life 360, and there's Mom and Dad on Pennsylvania Avenue. Nobody tells me anything. And he claimed he had no idea. Hey, what is Dad doing with the president? Nobody tells me anything. And of course, we told him that we say things, but you don't pay attention.
You don't.
Right. We do discuss these things in the house. First, we have to be at the house.
Yeah.
You got to stop in every now and then.
And when you make a dinner,
Touch and go.
Hey, pay attention to what we're talking about. So anyway, so there was a couple things yesterday that we did want to talk about. We were there were 4 other shows there, and then there was 2 chairs in the middle of the room where Laura Ingraham was to interview the president. Now, keep in mind, first of all, and I think all of you know this as Americans, we should be very pleased. The Secret Service, they do not put up with any foolishness. They're running everything, and you do exactly what they say to do the way they say to do it.
They are professional, and they are on the wall, and they are busy.
If they tell you can't go to the bathroom, guess what? You can't.
That's right. You just hold it.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, man, we're going to hit the restroom. POTUS is on the move. Sit back down, sir. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
I'll sit right here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, can I get up there and get some of that dip and chips? No, sir. First lady's on the move. Will you go back in the room? Yes, I will, and I'll shut the door. So anyway, so when the president comes into the room, there's this really cool moment where he really looks over at us, and I want to be sure everybody hold me accountable that I'm not exaggerating. He looks over at us and he says, hey, guys, I'll be with you guys in a minute.
Would you like to hear that, Rick?
Yo, do you have it? Okay.
I do.
All right,
Here, let me zoom that out. Here we go. Here it is.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. He just said it.
It's not every day the president is out. Yeah, that's him walking in. Yeah, and he keeps saying, hey, I'm going to do this TV interview that I'm coming over there with you guys.
But I'll be over there in a minute.
I'll be on in just a minute, which I thought was incredible. So now, first of all, let's go ahead and let's deal with the elephant in the room. And he was as loud as an elephant, Lars Larson.
Oh, yeah. Right? Love Lars, but hey, wow.
Lars, we love you, but you're very loud.
Now, he announced to us, he told us he was loud.
He warned us.
And we said,
he said, I'm loud.
So are we.
Yeah.
But we're all in this big open room, and it's just going to echo through there. Now, Rick, you're loud. But I'm gonna tell you, Lars is at a whole nother level.
Let me tell you something.
When he would come back from a break, we would all jump.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what kind of equipment he was using, what kind of microphone and compressor. I told Tom, I said, we got to get a picture of that because I don't know how there's a piece of equipment that can actually contain his speech when he comes back.
Yeah, Lars Larson, I felt good about it because Super Tom, the engineer, and Bubba, they always complain about a little bit about my loudness. They don't think I'm loud anymore. Lars Larson was so much louder, and then it became an issue. We, of course, you know us because it's our job to report things. We noticed pretty quick if they're going to take Laura Ingraham and sit her in the middle of the room with these. See, because we were not live, the rest of them were afternoon shows, and you could hear them all start at the same time.
Exactly at 3:06, every one of them said, "Welcome back."
At 6 minutes past. All right, well, I'm from the East Wing. Here's Lars, and then of course Lars drowns everybody out. And so I'm thinking, there's no way that Laura Ingram's going to sit there and do a TV interview with Lars. I mean, Lars is going to drown it out.
I've seen football coaches on the field coaching that wasn't that loud.
No. So anyway, so they sit down for the interview, and now this became a twofold problem. See those chairs right there? If you're looking at RBTV, there she is sitting with the president. Okay, that's Laura Ingraham.
No, the president's with us, but
she just came down. But I'm giving you a perspective of where he was.
She's still up there with her next interview.
Where's Lars? Lars is over to my right, and Bubba's right. So anyway, he's so loud, the president stops. I can't do this interview with he just. Wow. So hey, you have a great voice, sir, but I mean we can't do this.
Yeah.
And so then we're like, now it's awkward.
Lars
got cold, and Lars is live. He's taking phone calls. Yeah, okay, you're right about that. I agree with that.
I'd like to see a little more cut right there.
Yeah, it's not what we're looking for, but I'm happy we're getting something. Like that. And all of a sudden the president goes, I can't do this with him over there being loud. Now you think about the people who set up the room. Now they're gonna be.
Oh yeah.
So there was a moment, because the president gets to do whatever he wants, where the president just tells all the live shows, all the handlers for the president, say, you're just going to have to quit talking. Now, picture there's people live on the air where they're going, I'm not sure what we're doing here.
I'm pitching it back to the studio.
And can we do a commercial break? Well, then Flash Bubba. "22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Looking back over the weekend, Starkville, Mississippi, Big Love graduating from state. So we are en route. Young Broderick showed up, got there in time. He's made the ride. So here's how it's set up. I know these are kind of things you guys want to know to appreciate the story. Up front, you got me driving. You got Dad, got Coach, riding gun. You've got middle seat. This is nothing I had to deal with. Camtastic and young Broderick that let us know that they get car sick and can't sit in the back.
How many people do you have in the front?
6. So then
In
the
the
two.
front?
No, they're in the middle seat now. So in the very back, you have my mother and you have Sherry, so they can both tell me how to drive from the very back of the car.
All right.
So that's that makes that even better. What you riding right up on people? Okay. And
It's backseat driving.
Look, Gorosky talked about this on his last What's Eating Scott Gorosky. I think it was the last one. Ladies, if a car is 2 miles away, we do see them putting their brakes on.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 miles? Are you kidding me? Oh, watch out. Y'all look at pictures or something.
Yeah, play with your phone.
Y'all do something back there. I put y'all all the way in the back for a reason. So anyway, we deal with the deal with the people don't know how to do the toll booth. And, of course, Dad didn't know why I was paying. And he said, why do you do it? I said, well, Dad, we don't want to go through. This is buying us time. You've come up here and going to go through and pay money? Dad, I'm not going to. There's no Cotaquilla Mountain, none of that. Let's just, well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's $1.50. Okay, we're missing all of Tuscaloosa. No wonder Big Love won't do this. It's your fault. But anyway, so we get to Starkville, no problems, very smooth, didn't have any issues at all. Now, and Sherry had already had a talk with me, by the way, and y'all are gonna laugh for working with me for 28 years. She said, "Now, before we get there, I just want to tell you something." She goes, all the times we've gone to ball games and stuff over the years, whether that be high school, college, all these visits to colleges, all these visits to games and events and whatever, don't do that thing you do when we get there and we hit the campus or we hit the stadium. She goes, this a new person takes over and you're hollering at everybody and just be calm and let's just get to the Coliseum.
Okay.
Because, she's right. I'm in a game mode now, and I got to have everybody focused.
Right.
Okay? And I need to know exactly where we're going, and I'll stop mass people, know.
Yeah.
Well, what I'd forgotten about is that, but with Dad, when he had his knee replacement and he's had all this kind of stuff, his doctor has given him a handicap sticker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you get one that hangs? Oh, you're
yes.
in their vehicle.
Yeah, I'm in their vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So you probably got it on the tag.
Game changer. I realize, oh, wait a minute. I'm getting the parking of the handicap without actually being handicapped. Mm-hmm. And I thought, this is fantastic. So anyway, I get there, and as predicted, hundreds of people are everywhere.
How quick did you look at Brody?
I said, boy, I tell you what, I wish we'd have got here at 9:20. He goes, and he just looks and he sits there and like that. I said, that would have worked. He goes, nobody's here yet. We're so early. And I said, we'll be lucky to even get a seat. Honey, Rick, so what I'm talking about.
Starting.
So you've already got us with no seat. We'll never get a seat now. And we should have been here at 8. Like that. So anyway, so hey, we're going to get a seat. Don't have us. We're not getting a seat.
Yeah, we're out in the parking lot.
Right.
Still.
It's fine. So I look, and it felt so good. You know how normally all these signs that keep getting you closer to the place, you bail out about sign number 2. Mm-hmm. Handicap, you go all the way.
Oh, yeah.
You can still go. You can still go. Can still go.
Wow.
I said, I'm going up to the hump. And so anyway.
Where all the humping people at?
By the way, where'd all these handicap where'd all these handicap people come from?
Yeah.
Hey, where'd all these handicap people come from? Man, there's a lot of you.
Rick.
I mean, hey, there was only a couple spots left. But I did get one.
It may be abuse of the system. I don't know.
Maybe people like me.
Could it be?
So anyway, we're legit. We're legit.
He was in the car.
80 and 81-year-old.
Yes.
Dragging him across the campus.
Yeah, you could have dropped him up front and went park, but no.
Right.
No.
Why should I do that if I'm legal?
That's right.
So anyway, we get everybody.
They're legal.
It
You're
doesn't
not.
say everybody in the car has to be handicapped, right?
Now keep in mind,
Not sure how that works.
Greg, keep in mind, getting mom and dad from point A to point B now. I mean, you got to have some time.
The pace is not what it used to be.
That's fine. That's why they have the sticker. So here we go. So we're moving. Not as close as I wanted to be, but much closer than we could have been.
Okay.
All right, game changer. No doubt game changer. So we're moving, and we're moving. Now, where do we go in? and everybody get your purses out. We'll be checking purses. Oh, should we not have brought our purse? No, Mom, they just said they're checking it. Well, I got to go back. I'm going to have to go back to the car and put Mom, no, they're just checking them. You're fine. Come on. What did they say about purses, Rick? Honey, they're just going to check it. Just get it out where they can see it. It's just, sometimes they won't let you bring a purse. No, you can bring it. They just want to check it. So anyway.
Are you still being nice?
Yeah, I'm still. And then Sherry would give me the look, and I'd come back down. And I have a safe word I'll use here in a minute. Y'all going to love. I've had to be given a safe word. So anyway, so I want to elevate. And so we go in, and we're going real good. And I said, as we go by, just look through the different entries, and let's see the position of the stage. And then when we're straight in front of the stage, let's drop down, and I know you, Bubba, let's get to our seats, and let's get our seats. Everybody sit. And then if anybody has to go to the bathroom, whatever, we'll go out one at a time. And all
we got to get there.
But we're not doing that now. Well, Rick, I really need to go, and you need to take your dad. Let's sit down and get our seat first, because there's no telling how long that's going to take. Okay? So we go down. We find 6 seats, and I send Sherry over there. We get down. We've got good seats. We can see the stage great. Got no problem at all. I'm thinking to myself, I've almost made it.
Yeah.
I think to myself, I didn't start thinking I could have something or anything. I knew better than that.
Deep breath, maybe.
Yeah, really
deep breath.
In a brilliant move, I put Mom and Dad on the 2 outside seats.
There you go.
Okay, because they don't need to be trying to get around. And there's not a lot of room. Sherry immediately lets me know that I'm gonna have to sit with my legs completely closed. Apparently, she goes, "Well, you can't take up all this room." I said, "Baby, there's a certain amount of leg spread. I mean, I don't want to be inappropriate. I gotta have, you know what I mean?" And then she goes, "Okay."
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah, she goes, "Oh, okay." And I said, "No, I mean, it's just I know nowadays we act like there's no difference between men and women, but there actually is. And there's no way I can cross my legs, because then I'm gonna kick this woman right in the back of the head. You know what I mean?" And she turned around like, "I'd appreciate you not doing that." And I said, "Well, don't worry, that's not gonna happen." So you went with leopard skin. But anyway, so we'll come back. We'll come back. By the way, I was real worried about what to wear to graduation. I know some of you didn't think that through at all.
No big deal.
I saw people walking in with like cut off T-shirts and shorts up to the rear end, and I'm like, "Wow, it's a graduation." I mean,
well, it was hot. Right?
Suddenly, I felt appropriately dressed. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Comes the next awkward moment. Laura Ingraham doing her job. She's got POTUS. So she's going to interview him as long as he's willing to talk, and the president is willing to talk.
And she just keeps going. Now, keep in mind, Secretary Rick Perry has sat down at our table, and it's awkward there because he won't talk because the president's talking.
Well, we're not going to talk.
We can't interview Rick Perry. Lars can't talk. Is it Joe Pack? Joe Pack was there. He can't talk.
Right.
And he sounds like the guy from Talk Radio. He's
so quiet. I mean,
I've got the voice from God. And so anyway,
I asked him if he'd do liners for us. How much a page?
Hey guys, I hear some good things about you too. Thank you, God. But anyway, so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden comes the awkward moment. The handler for Laura Ingraham, who by the way loves the show, great. Look, he's wrapping up Laura. The handler for Donald Trump is
Hope Hicks is telling the president to wrap it up.
She's wrapping up the president, and everybody's doing this, and neither one of them stop.
It looks like they're calling in a plane.
Yeah, I thought at one point somebody would take a white towel and just throw it in the middle.
I did too. And now we're awkwardly sitting there with, of all people, Rick Perry. And then Rick Perry realizes, hey, now you're probably going to get bumped. They're going to give us the president. He goes, I know you guys got to upgrade. I'm out. Yeah. So anyway, but then we bring him back around. So we realize now, then a plan starts. We're changing our plan. And then there's an attempt to change the plan for the live shows, but then the Secret Service shuts that down. Oh, no. The president's going to go in the exact rotation that we're ready for him to go in, and he's going to Rick and Bubba next.
The handler started whispering off mic behind the cameras, okay, here's what we're going to do. And then the plan was changed. Wait a minute. He's going to come to you first. The president gets up and goes, okay, where am I going?
Right.
And for a split second, he
tried to go to Lars.
Well, because that's where he thought he was supposed to go, and they said, "No, Mr. President,
I think they were pushing him to Lars, and he was going. No, I told them I'm going next.
Well, and plus, Secret Service said the plan was Rick and Bubba next, and that's what we're doing. and everybody else can have a Coke and a smile.
Right.
I don't know if y'all know this. We can kill everybody in this room. And then we become, now you get to be humble about it. Well, Secret Service is with us.
Sorry about that,
I just want to do what Secret Service is. You know. Adler has just informed us.
I knew y'all were video.
That his cameras were rolling when Bubba came to the decision that he was going to have to relieve himself on a tiny little airplane in a tiny little area. So Speedy's queuing it up.
I don't think you can call it a bathroom. It's more like a bath glove box.
It is designed for only the worst case scenario.
Yeah, it is.
And
Emergencies only.
It's usually that's where our jackets are hanging. You'll see us trying to move all the stuff out of there. As Speedy's getting it ready, I want to point you to lebleu.com, lebleu.com, and a lot of times when you're out there dealing with, whether you're drinking water or when you buy bottled water, a lot of times you think you're buying water. You're not even buying water. You okay over there, Speedy? We're going to show it. Just hang on. Let me tell you the great thing about LeBleu Ultra Pure Water. It's water. That's all it is. There's nothing in it but water, and that's what your body actually craves. And because it's just water, you're going to find it's also more affordable than the other stuff you're buying. Look at the label when you're buying these so-called bottled waters. A lot of times they're not really water. There's a lot of stuff in there, additives and minerals and other solvents. Some of them even have low traces of arsenic in there. So look at that. Lebleu.com is water. That's all it is. LEBLEU.com. Ask the retailer where you buy bottled water. Do y'all have LeBleu yet? And if they don't, tell them to get it. And again, get the information at lebleu.com. Be sure you're drinking water. Also, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right,
Rick,
Speedy, are you okay, buddy?
Rick, wait a minute. Let me point out something.
We can't. We got to get into it.
We went to the White House to talk about a tax plan that could put thousands of dollars in families' pockets, greatly change the future of our country. And we're worried about me going into the glove box bathroom.
Yeah. But that's this show, isn't it?
It is.
It's been 23 years of this kind of
it's on me, and I'm all right with that. But I love the humor and happiness I brought to Speedy.
You did. The audio video starts with us realizing something's wrong with Bubba.
Yeah, that Bubba's got an issue. Here, let me tell you, this is me telling him it can't happen. Greg, please look. I'm saying it ain't gonna happen.
Bubba's got to pee.
Look at his face. Look at Bubba's face.
Speeding's down. Look, I'm trying to work it out. I'm saying this is what it's going to take.
Look at your face, Bubba.
No, you're struggling. Oh, I'm hurting right now. I'm about to die. Hey, Tom.
You're so furious if you get away from him.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. So we are in Starkville, Mississippi. We're recapping the weekend. We got our seats are good. I feel good about the situation. And Adler, I think it might have been on my account, the picture of Brooks standing up with the other graduates around him, and you can tell he's standing in the midst of it all.
Turning around looking at you.
Yeah, so when I got there, I had to clearly told Big Love that since the colleges are changing now, it's not alphabetical anymore. It's just get there and they sit where they sit. Now, you got to sit with your college that's graduating. He was about midway, and I was like, I thought we could have beat that. Yeah. And I talked with him after. I said, is that the best? And he goes, well, I kind of underestimated how early people would get there. He goes, I got there like at, 7:30 in the morning, doors open at 8, and they were already students lined up, ready to grab seats. Wow. See, all the other parents. See, this is why Sherry told me on the air, shut up about what we're doing until we do it. People hear that plan, they're like,
that's right.
So he was about midway, so that was a little longer of a wait for him to go up than I really wanted. But anyway, so we were sitting there, and all they do is you go and hand the person the ticket,
and he had
they call your name. And they hand you, everybody got the same little folding thing, but your degree's not actually in there. That way they can just hand them as they go. And they have done a better job. But before it started, and we've all seen this, we've all seen it, appreciate his effort. and this is the person. This person's probably in charge of the homeowner association where they live. They were assigned I'm going to be one of the
ushers.
Ushers. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word usher. So anyway, and I knew he was a nitpicker from the very beginning, because y'all need to go in there and get your seats and sit down now. And I let that go. That's fine.
No, he scolded you.
Of course, he's forgotten how much we've all paid to this university.
Right.
And let's be a little nicer to everybody. Okay. But that's all right. And Sherry's giving me the look. I said, I'm fine. We're going to go there. We sit down. I have no problem whatsoever on, let's try not to all save a bunch of seats. Got no problem with that at all. So we sit down. I've got my whole group. We ain't waiting on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But people have to go to the bathroom. So I said, let's just go to the bathroom in groups.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mom and Dad and young Broderick went to the restroom. Now 3 of our 6 seats have the program they give you.
Yeah, you're saving
over everybody's
You're
seats.
saving seats.
Yeah. So here,
but they're here.
Yeah, here he comes. So he brings people down, and all of a sudden he's about to sit them in our seats. And I said, those we already have people. They've gone to the bathroom. Well, you ain't saving these seats. I said, whoa now, and I said, we're not saving seats. They're already here. They've gone to the restroom. Well, now I mean, everybody's got to stay in their seats. And then
why do you have a
what? And this was the safe word.
Who was it saying that?
The usher.
Usher.
So here comes.
You can't even go to the bathroom.
Well, see,
that's ridiculous.
And so I
get it.
So I take the safe word, and this is the safe word, and it's really helped me when dealing with people that are difficult. Okay, not letting me elevate. I said, "Sir, you're being unreasonable." That's my new word.
Unreasonable.
Yeah.
Unreasonable.
And I said, you're.
And he was, by the way.
I said,
I get it.
And I stayed calm. Yeah. I said, understand your situation and appreciate what you're doing, but people not being able to go to the bathroom is unreasonable.
Yeah.
And I said, so people in our group.
I'm mad about this.
People in our group have simply gone to the bathroom. Okay.
Yeah.
And they will be back. And when they come back, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But we're all here. I'm not trying to hold seats for somebody that can't get their butt here on time.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
We all got here on time. We all sat down, and people have simply gone to the restroom.
Yeah.
And I said, and that's reasonable.
Yeah.
We drove 2 hours and 15 minutes over here. We've drank a lot of coffee. We got to pee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And so we're going to go to the bathroom, and that's reasonable. You, sir, are being unreasonable. Well, I mean, these people need some seats. I said, well, then they'll have to sit somewhere just so we're clear. Appreciate what you're doing. This is unreasonable. You 3 appreciate y'all. These seats belong to 3 people that were here with us who are going to the bathroom, and they're going to sit there. Just so you know,
In other words,
this is not negotiable.
This is the no squeegee, no gas, no squeegee guy.
Right, yeah.
On the commercial.
Right.
That's what this guy's acting like.
And I said, and just I'm gonna.
It's not very bulldog friendly. Rick.
No, I said I'm going to say this again. What you're trying to do is unreasonable.
Yeah.
And you must not know about me.
Well, we overdo it. We overdo it. People trying to save the whole row. We've all seen that.
Completely understand.
But when someone says, "Oh, we're here. We're going to the bathroom," that should be the end of it.
And
Yeah.
we've all used that excuse. Oh, they're in the bathroom.
Right.
So that's why the red flag's up.
And I get all that, but I said, but I don't know what else to do.
Give me the benefit of the doubt
How about
on
there's
that.
going to have to be a certain amount of trust here, Greg, to your point. I said, I understand all this.
I'm not giving these seats.
But I'm just not giving these seats up. I'm just sorry. I mean, and that's just not going to happen. So there's no need to keep talking. I didn't say that, but there's really no need to keep talking about it.
Yeah.
Move on.
The seats are filling up.
Go to Plan B. I see 3 right there.
I just lost 3 more talking to me.
Right. And so I get up, and now it's my turn to go to the bathroom. So we encounter each other again.
Oh my!
Oh,
and I said, no, he was fine. I said, I'm just going to the restroom. And I said again, this is new, Rick. I really appreciate what you're doing. Well, man, I mean, I'm trying to get this thing started on time, and I love you for that, and I appreciate that. People need to get down there and get seated and just get this thing started. I completely agree with you. You and I are 100% on that, but people going to the restroom and coming back is a reasonable situation. You just don't need to be unreasonable about it. What you're doing, I appreciate it.
We'll get you A-Whip.
But you just got to be reasonable.
Right.
It's not worth, and
Are we older, Rick? Are we older in age for the usher?
He's older than me, so I'm being very respectful.
Right.
And think about it now. Gosh, if you're older than me, I mean, but it was all
Maybe his
fine.
last
He's probably in
graduation.
his 60s. I'm in my 50s.
Okay.
I mean, me getting in a fisticuff with him is borderline inappropriate. You know what I mean?
It's kind of too close to call.
Yeah, it's too close to call. You know
Depending
what I
on
mean?
who their aggressor is.
Right.
Right. Now, don't put your hands on him.
Yeah, he's taking care of himself, so it wouldn't look bad. I mean, he would be like, everybody go, that's a pretty good matchup. Pretty good matchup. Hey, he had a little size on him. Legs a little skinny. Don't think he could have moved me.
I can't believe when you said they're in the bathroom, that didn't just shut him up. Oh, okay.
Well, he hears that a lot in defense to him.
Well, yeah.
That's checks in the mail.
Right. And I told him, shouldn't he be moving somebody's trash can back to where it goes? So anyway, I didn't say that. Thought it, but did not say it. Okay? Go to the bathroom, come back, we're ready.
Reasonable.
Reasonable. Right, Bubba? Unreasonable.
Yeah, reasonable.
That's just not reasonable.
That's a good safe word.
It's unreasonable.
I like that.
Yeah, I said that. And Sherry goes, I like how you handled that. That was good.
I got a different word. Starts with a B and has an S in it.
Right.
That's what I
She said, you know what she said? You know what she told me? She goes, I'd like to reopen the door. Let's talk about you honking at everybody. And I said,
Are you still honking?
I told her my honk is the Holy Spirit. I said, I'm teaching people. I said, like when you do something wrong, the
You're
Holy
nudging, Rick. It's a nudge.
I said, and the Holy Spirit goes, and
it's
it puts
a
you.
nudge.
You're talking about a gentle nudge?
Yeah, and it puts you back in line.
It's a gentle nudge.
I said, the old man that pulled in front of us and we nearly T-poned him, that's me teaching. I said, wow, that was unsafe, sir. You could have been hurt. She goes, no, you're doing it because you're angry with these people. No, I said, I'm helping people. I said, that's a teach. I said, that's just a teach. That's Holy Spirit. Get back in line.
Is it a quick?
Hey, watch yourself. Okay. Like that. And she goes, what about the people that wouldn't go at the red light? I said, well, that one we can probably talk about. She goes, wow, sat on that a while. I said, well, I did a 1001, 1002. She goes, could we get to a 1005? I said, well,
that's too long. I'll give you 3.
I said, for the light now to go back to yellow? Probably not.
Yeah.
I said, I'll talk about a 3, but I'm not going to
settle on 3.
Yeah, we settled on 3.
That's smart. Good negotiation.
But that's me teaching. Mm-hmm. By the way, the president, Mark Keenum, man, I really love this guy. I will say this for all of you in Starkville, Mississippi. This, and you got to find the right match, for the individual person. Children may come from the same parents or have the same, parents, but they're uniquely different. And I think sometimes we try to do a one size fit all. Hey, if your siblings went to this university, that's where you're going, and that's not always the case. And we kind of go find what fits for you as long as it it works and it's something we can do. And so when my older kids they loved where they went to school and it was great and it was wonderful. And Brooks said I want to do something different. I don't really I want to get out of state and go somewhere else and find the right fit for me. And I will tell you that and we had great experiences at Auburn too. That was fantastic. But this was the right setup. And really, while he was there, even the 4 years he was there, the things that have been added, it's really a growing campus and town and everything. And it was a wonderful, some of the kindest people on the planet. I love that president. He gave a great speech to the students, and just the overall experience for Brooks in Starkville at Mississippi State was A+. I mean, it was just great, and it was a great place for him. We had a great time being part of that for 4 years, and I don't know where he's going to settle on the job, but I just want to thank all the folks at Mississippi State University. It was an incredible experience. It really was, and we enjoyed him being there. And he said that it will always be special to him, and it really, really was the right place for him. And I thank all of y'all for working with him and helping him to get ready for the next step. So we'll come back and we'll briefly hit the ceremony's over, the picture process, and then yesterday going to celebrate the 1 year birthday for Marin, Greg's granddaughter. It was an active weekend. Active. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look at Tom. Look, we're telling Tom now. Tom's flying. He's co-pilot. I want to thank our pilot, Terry, did a great job.
Right. Adler's filming and trying to get Tom's attention at this point.
Right, we're trying to get Tom's attention.
It's going to be awesome. the toilet work? Does the toilet work? Toilet work. How friendly are you guys? Bubba's struggling. Now he's asking the pilot. Yeah, do you need to use
No, Tom, what are you thinking right now?
We're flying 275 miles an hour.
I'm trying to determine if I can talk him through finding the relief tube.
No, there's no tube. Here's Tom with his terrible
There's
tube.
no tube, Tom. Flip the seat up, and the relief tube is on the side.
But it's not.
Number 1 or number 2? yeah, just relief tube. It's a little key in the tube. There's a little funnel. You pull it, trigger. Record this.
Look, I'm.
Trigger on the side.
I'm going.
Sure, you push the trigger.
I'm looking for it, and it's not back there.
Hey, I'm not in charge of that.
I'm trying to tell Speedy, give him instruction.
Greg, at this point, I'm saying this is physically impossible.
And we're trying to figure out all the junk we got back there.
They start sucking when you pull the trigger.
All right.
Please don't miss this. Stop video all of
Bubba, stop videoing this.
Rick's trying to empty out the little compartment he's got to get
Look
into.
how much stuff's back there.
Now look how thin of a alley he has to get back there.
Speedy, you make fun of me when I stand up. That's all you
Greg,
well, yeah, Bubba.
Greg, I want you to hear it scrub when he goes back in there.
The mayor's got to pee. We got to get back there.
The mayor's got
to cut a ribbon and pee.
Look at Speedy. Speedy, Merry Christmas.
Bubba, I'm the only one that loves you right now. I'm trying to make it happen.
I'm telling you, to have to pee so bad, you're holding it together. You're not holding yourself for nothing.
Well, you had a bad look, though,
when
the
this
first
thing
time.
started, you're 16 minutes.
Greg.
If you didn't flush the tube, it's going to come out all over it.
If I get my head through it, I can make it.
If you look at my face, I'm saying it ain't gonna happen.
How's he going to fit through that?
Tell me I couldn't get to a goal line.
Are you assessing?
Gave up.
Well, I was.
He's got to rest, Rick.
I was looking for that stupid tube.
It's just a trash bag, like you can't pee in this.
Is there another opening beside it?
Can I pee in the bag?
Can I pee in the bag? Yeah, but there's a tube beside it.
Today's a great day to have RBTV.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna pee in the bag. I gotta go.
Greg, here we go.
I'm going over for the touchdown.
He's going in. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make it happen.
Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could fit.
More stuff. I'm going in. Tell me I couldn't get a yard in the tight.
Over the top, Bubba. Over the top.
No, I'm going in. How much stuff have we got back there?
Why don't you pull a rabbit out of the hat?
Look, I went right in after that. Couldn't get the snaps to work, of course.
Let's listen in now. Now we're trying to get the snaps to work.
Oh, if I had to go that bad, I wouldn't worry about that curtain.
By the way, we've almost landed by now.
That's my point.
All right, listen up now. You can tell when he starts to pee. This is the greatest.
Look, Adler, don't film her. Speedy's struggling.
Speedy claiming he gets mouth pain. Rick, thanks for holding the curtain.
I was trying to. We've been through enough.
Is that it? No. Listen, we just hang on.
Look how much stuff we had to move to get you back in there.
That
big red cooler.
It's Speedy.
We're close.
Greg, and to answer your question, no, it's bottled water and soft drink.
Yeah, there's Adler. He's turned the camera on himself there. He's the one filming.
Right, got his new haircut from his friend.
Yeah, and now we can tell it's working because we're about to start smelling something.
Oh, you can't smell it.
Just a little hint.
Oh, I smell pee. You good?
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour.
Brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba is the URL for the savings extravaganza. You go there right now, buy one, get one free on the bed sheets, Giza Elegance My Pillows, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere My Pillows, and so much more. BOGO, baby. Buy one, get one freeze by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. We'll also get you that 60-day money-back guarantee. And you can find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, too. Buy one, get one free going on right now on a lot of the products at MyPillow.com/Bubba. So we're wrapping up at Mississippi State. Lawson Brooks Burgess went across, known as Big Love here on the show, one of the Rick and Bubba kids growing up. And here's how the assignment went. Sherry's assignment was that she would try to take the picture of him getting the diploma. Brody's assignment was take a picture of the big screen of him getting the diploma, and I am in charge of getting the video of him getting the diploma. All that was handed out.
You got a lot of cameras there.
You got it, and of course they go behind a curtain, so you're really not sure when your kid's next.
Yeah.
And it's not alphabetical anymore. So I do get a couple of kids that I don't know who they are, but congratulations to them too.
That's right.
Lawson Burgess.
There he comes.
There he is.
Turner Montgomery.
That's awesome.
And I was a nervous wreck the whole time, but he handled it well. There we go, and then he's done.
That's awesome.
So all that you go for that one moment.
Look at that.
That's
Look at that.
Now you're done.
Think about the time, the cost.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Did you have anyone do some weird dance?
Oh, yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
Okay.
And nobody ever does like they tell them to hold their
No,
applause.
they told us, and that's the reason why I was
Don't
Who was
scream
that
out.
barking?
That was me barking.
Oh, okay.
And
Gotta bark.
I told Sherry, I said, I will be putting one bark on the video for our dog. I did that for Speedy. So anyway, so now you can get up and go out, which was fine. That was good. And I even kind of talked to Dad. I was like, Dad, there's no need. Just be quiet. Let's see if we can just not talk to everybody and let's get outside.
That's impossible.
Because the way they do it now is as soon as your kid walks, they go down and a professional photographer is there, and by the way, and they take pictures of them and they'll try to sell you those, and then and then they go down the ramp out to the front of the Coliseum, and you go out there. Now by the time he gets up there, now the Coliseum's about half empty because half the people have gone. And they kept it going smooth. So we get out. Dad did congratulate every parent. Yeah. And I was like, Dad, let's try not to congratulate.
He'll work a crowd, Rick.
Greg, let's try not to congratulate them so they don't actually hear their kid graduate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Good point.
Yeah, right.
Good point.
Hey, congratulations, y'all. And so that's fine. So we get out. I keep everybody moving. I had a couple people that didn't go to the bathroom during the ceremony. They went to the bathroom. We go outside, and then you get into the thing where you've got to go all over the campus and try to get pictures at certain spots.
Monuments, yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, and this is where it got a little ugly. So is everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. And by the way, everybody wants a picture with Bully.
Oh,
okay.
the little bully dog.
But here's the thing. First of all, I want y'all to give me some props.
Good picture. That's a good one there.
On what I pulled off getting to wear. Did you pick up on what I wore?
You had just a golf shirt like with
that was good.
Let me tell you what I did.
How'd you do that?
Look right here. What I did is I had this button down that the Mississippi State sent me.
That looks great.
But Dad got on me because he had to dress up a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked out with this at the last minute, and I said, "Come on, I got to know, will this just work?" And Sherry's like, "That's fine." And I couldn't believe
got
it.
lucky.
Hey, I was
That's
super
awesome.
cool. Look right here. These are those real comfortable golf pants.
Oh, I got
Oh,
you.
yeah.
And that's just a button down untucked.
Oh, well
Now,
played.
I'm waiting on Greg for his comment about today's shirt.
You've missed it.
He's already. Oh, he hit me right out of the gate.
Oh, yeah.
On air. I hadn't.
Not on there.
Somebody wear the pajama pants that match the shirt.
Yeah. God forbid that my wife buy me a new shirt.
What is that?
Oh, no.
They're Pelicans. Let's get it over with. I got Pelicans on my shirt. Let's get it over with. As I walked out this morning, I thought, well, If he sees the Pelicans, he'll go for a Pelican joke first.
Yeah, well, you know
but
what?
you couldn't tell what it was, so
couldn't
you
tell
went
what it
with
was.
pajamas.
It looks comfortable, Rick, and I'm all for the comfort factor.
It's extremely comfortable. Yeah, I've learned.
Look like Hugh Hefner.
I've learned that I don't. How about this, Greg? Greg, I've learned that I don't like golf, but I sure do like their clothes.
They got great clothes now. I'm with you on that.
But anyway, yeah. So anyway, you get down to Bully, and once again, I'm just trying to help people in the future. First of all, it does help that they're staggering everybody out, so it's not a mob going. But when we get to Bully, everybody, okay, at Mississippi State, everybody wants their picture with their graduate at Bully.
Sure.
Okay, so when you get up there, this is not a photo shoot for Vogue magazine.
Oh, you don't have to take 20.
Give us 3. You got 3 shots.
That's right.
You can take 3 pictures. Now move on. People were getting up there taking
people
20,
don't
20,
care.
then bring it over somebody. Then you go up here. Now let's do this. Now let's do our hands like this. Now let's
do a funny face
Let's
one.
do this and funny face. 3 shots. Okay,
I'm
there's
with you.
people in line.
Yeah.
Don't you see everybody in line? And
we're all
yeah.
waiting.
Yeah, so but we did finally get it. You see that. There's the deal. And then we went by the radio station where he works. And,
saw that.
where he worked. And we had to get a shot there.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
had to go to the School of Communication, get a shot there.
I've got a question about
yeah.
a statue, Rick.
Yeah.
Did he actually get in the arms of a statue?
Okay, I want to talk about that.
Okay.
That's a picture I sent you outside of Instagram because I wasn't sure about putting it on Instagram. But I guess now I'm gonna put it on the big show.
Yeah.
So he and
Are
his
you sure you didn't post that?
he and his brother, maybe Sherry did or somebody did. He and his brother started their own photo shoots. Which I was like, oh, this is a problem because Brody that's what he does for a living. He's a videographer, so he somehow Sherry's like, oh, we'll let Brody. I said, you don't want this, so we go to this chapel.
I feel like I shouldn't have brought this.
We
up
go
now.
to this chapel thing, and I'm in the car now. I'm like, I'm staying with air conditioning. Now, if I'm not in the picture, I'm staying in air conditioning. And plus, like, you got to park on a curb and be able to move if you need to move. And all of a sudden, I look, and Big Love is getting up in the arms of the statue. And I'm like, he
toppled it.
He don't want to get look.
It toppled it.
Yeah. And I thought, and this is, and you know what he said? No, I knew it would hold me because I've done it before. You've done it before? Yeah. So he knew that it would hold him. And right there.
Oh my,
that's funny.
Yeah, and
that is funny.
I was
That
like,
is.
I don't know if
It's
we should.
my favorite one. I just don't know now if I should even
What
say
kind
it.
of what's that supposed to be? He's got him there. Is that an angel? Is that a cherub?
I'm afraid it's an angel in front of a chapel.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm just like,
Sorry, Rick.
Well, it wasn't so much that, Rick. It's the way it was. I mean, his hands were perfect to lay in.
I don't think you're supposed to get up in it.
Probably not. But if you're going to,
I feel
Probably a
like that's not
sign
the
somewhere.
first one
Right,
that has
yeah.
been up in that.
I feel like
No.
there's probably a sign that says don't do that.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
yeah.
at some point that thing's going to tip over.
Now I'll say this: if I find myself right there, I'm going to do it.
I know. Apparently, that is. Oh no, Dad, I've done it before. It's fine. Okay. So anyway, so then we went to. I don't. Sherry says I can't mention where we ate because we might go back. But it was fantastic, and you know what? It was packed. I had a reservation, but I parked right up front with a handy sticker.
Boy,
I mean, there was no parking. I said, "There's no parking," and Mom goes, well, "What about the handicap spot right there?" I said, "I forgot. We got." And it was. I mean, I parked right at the door.
Did you tell your dad to really limp when y'all got out?
Well, Dad asked me, he said, "Should I be falling out of the car?" I said, "Dad, you need to what? You need, just right here especially."
I mean, we're legit, but if you could really act.
We're legit.
Yeah. Hold on to the car.
You don't move as good as you think you do.
Right.
But if you could add on a little bit, especially right now, because we just broke a lot of hearts with that move.
A lot of people staring.
Yeah, right. We broke a lot of hearts with that one. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm trying to balance, and I hear all that going on.
Did you hear what I said? Speedy said, I said, you know why? We're sitting next to it.
Now let the curtains move and here it goes.
How happy am I right now?
Look, it looks like a baby being born. The mayor's back. How much better did you feel just then?
Oh, my goodness. The weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders.
Or your bladder.
Yeah, somewhere else.
We'll come back.
No.
The Rick and Bubba show, a Friday edition. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy all here. Eddie Van Adler's got RBTV for you. Worth its weight in gold today. Rick and Bubba intern, Scad Row, graduating with a master's degree in common sense today, which has now become a superpower. Hannah, Montana, Can't Have Nothing, still working on their master's degree. Bill Bubba Bussey is back for another hour. Hello, Bubba.
How about it?
Looking back to yesterday, we were honored to be invited by the White House along with some other media to be on Radio Row and to do interviews with the Trump administration, and including the president himself. We've already done a lot of those interviews. Now, if you listen to the show in different order and you don't listen to it live on your affiliate, it's possible that you're about to hear that. So anyway, but we're playing them in order as far as the live show is done. How it's done, we've already done President Trump and Mick Mulvaney, and also we have talked to Rick Perry. This hour, Kellyanne Conway will be the look back. We've talked about the stories. We've gone behind the scenes. We've watched hilarious video of the adventures of traveling. And, of course, there'll also be a YouTube video of our interview with the president out later today. Then probably a documentary of the entire experience coming to our YouTube channel sometime next week. So be checking all the pictures that Helmsy's put out on social media. There's tons of pictures on everyone's individual social media. You can look at that, too. Also, we just want to talk about the weekend coming up. Sunday, I'll be back in Birmingham, honored to be speaking at Valleydale Church. They have two services, 9:15 and 10:45. If you're in Birmingham or you live there, everyone's welcome to join us for either one of those services. So looking forward to that. So one thing we haven't talked about on the trip was, Cliff Sims.
Can we talk about this?
Yeah, we asked him, and he said yes, because I remember
I just want to double check.
We didn't. Now, I did hear that right, Speedy? Okay, so
I asked him.
Getting real tired at that point, so I might have missed it.
I asked him, is this off limits? Can we talk about it? He said, most definitely talk about it.
Well, Cliff Sims is the special assistant to the president, and Cliff is from Alabama as well. Cliff has worked with the show, used to run Yellowhammer News, and would do a lot of coverage on politics and things like that, would interview us from time to time, do stories. So we got to know him pretty well, and actually even had him travel with me one time to go back to where his family was from for a speaking event one time. So he's always been very kind to the show and plays a big role in our new access to this president. And so as he came over to us, he and his wife are now there in Washington full time. He came over to us and he said, no matter whether I'm in the room or not, when you guys finish, do not leave. And we were like, oh, okay, great. He goes, because I want to take you guys on a little special tour before you go back. So we were kind of like little giddy kids at that point. Because
we were.
Because
we'd had very restricted access.
And rightfully so. So all we really had seen is we came into the main entrance of the White House. It was interesting when we found ourselves eating out there, with all the portraits of some of the presidents around us. That was a weird moment.
It was.
But they wouldn't let you bring food or drink back into where the broadcasts were going on. And that was great. There was a bit of a panic because of our travel schedule that we had missed lunch. But it was very kind for the White House staff to bring us outbox lunches when they found out we had missed it, and that was very, very nice. So when it was over, Cliff said, there's Bubba eating cheese and crackers in front of George W. Bush on RBTV. So,
well, you said cheese.
Yes, I did.
Right.
I didn't mean you should literally eat cheese, but there you are. And it was good cheese.
It was.
So anyway,
good cooks, eh?
Cliff came over and he said, I'm going to take you guys to the West Wing. So, West Wing. I mean, that's a whole different animal now.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're getting over where the action is.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to, it was very quick, but it was very kind of him to take us. And, we got to see the Situation Room.
Yes, saw that.
Situation Room.
We saw several offices, that of the vice president and communications director, chief of staff, all that stuff.
And then the coup de grace, the Oval Office.
The Oval.
We did.
We were able to walk out that door. That sidewalk that they walk down in the Rose Gardens to
Rick,
their left?
I've watched West Wing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that sidewalk. We walked that sidewalk.
Yeah.
And went right into the Oval Office and got to stand in there for a few seconds. Now, I will tell you this, because I know everybody's wondering. When people allow you access, you can't abuse it because then it gets them in a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
I fought everything in my being. And you know what I've come to the conclusion? I'm doing better. About this, I think I am doing a little bit better. I wanted to go sit in that chair behind that desk so bad, and I knew it was not appropriate. Then there was a side of me that I wanted to sit on that couch and tuck my feet under me like Kellyanne Conway.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
You
and
mentioned that.
Yeah, and I could tell that was not what we were going to be able to do. From the No Name Studio, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we welcome back, there he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here.
We got to do that this weekend. Cutting up. Once you start, it's hard to stop.
I'm gonna pull it up and watch it again.
So anyway, we just wrapped we wrapped up graduation. Thank you guys again for Friday. Very, very special day. And I'm still sitting here. Anytime any of my kids get out of school in 4 years, except for one, it's shocking. What I mean is the sons. Any of them, if they get out in 4 years, I can't believe it because I certainly didn't pull that off. But got it done, and he's moving on and got interviews, like I say, today, and got job interviews lined up. And we'll see.
What's he going to try to do, Rick?
You know what? It's the degree communication now. I've tried to tell all of the kids, and they're all in, some form of the entertainment business or whatever. And that's just, I didn't, kind of like our dad never tried to tell us we should coach. You either drift there or you don't. But he is trying to break into this business because, like I say, he does a show on the campus radio station. And
have we
and
ever
all
got
that.
an air check of that?
We haven't.
I wanted to hear that.
But I got to laughing about the people sending me pictures because Brooks is now. He's a big fella. And everybody now is saying that
Brooks has always charged life.
Yes, he has.
Wide open.
Yeah,
that's how he got the name Big Love.
Everybody, there were people. Brody goes, you come down here and everywhere you go, everybody's shouting Big Love. And I said, yeah. So wherever Brooks goes, but anyway, and Brody's a little more laid back and comes in. Brody kind of eases in, but you better keep your eye on him.
Yeah, there you go.
And he
there you go.
He doesn't have the loud Burgess presentation, but you better watch. Tell you who he's like. He's like our Pawpaw. Burgess.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? Because Pawpaw was always up to something, but he wasn't loud and gregarious like everybody. But you better watch.
Obvious.
Hey, but you better watch him.
Yes.
So anyway, because they always got something going. You know it. And so anyway, we so communication now. I said, if you want to try to break into it's harder. Because think about it. I don't know what to tell young people that are trying to do what we do, because the way we broke in, you can't really break in that way anymore. World. But anyway, he's kicking the tires on some of that. But the area that probably offers the easiest step into the world, and everybody's looking for them, is either logistics or public relations, marketing. And I tell you what, right now, like his interview today, is all of us that have companies and stuff, and we need social media presence, but nobody knows how to do it. But these young people coming out do. Yeah. And that's part of what they learn in communication now, is how to manage someone's social media platforms.
It's an expanding field.
Yeah, an expanding field. So that's an interview that he has today. So anyway, just I tell you what, he's really, like you talk about, he's really gifted in the area of hospitality and that kind of stuff. Like if I had a company and I wanted somebody to be the person that met them and said, hey, let's be sure we get you to your hotel.
He's learned a lot of that from Speedy.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
He's they're both overgreeters.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he's
and that's a gift.
Yeah. So that's what he's got an emphasis in public relations and marketing too. But today he's interviewing with a company about a job available overseeing their social media stuff. Social media manager or whatever. So and that's a good little entry level into that world and try to grow. So we'll see how it works. But so we did that. We had a great meal. We all headed out. He actually had a job interview that afternoon. So we're moving out of that. And so get everybody home, and it was good. And it was good to have that went smooth. So that we get home exhausted, and then we're all like the same bunch, except for Camtastic and Brody. as I look at Mom and Dad, I said, back tomorrow, we headed to Marin's birthday party.
There you go. First birthday.
Greg's one and only granddaughter, but there may be more to come, but right now the only granddaughter. And she turned 1 year old, and, Burgess says, we'll have a birthday extravaganza.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, we're a little loud for the kids, and it freaks them out.
Scares them.
Yeah, scares them just a little bit. But, my goal, Sherry and I have been trying to figure out what we're supposed to be called because we're great aunt and great uncles. And we have landed on the greats.
It's the greats.
Well, here come the greats.
Well, there you go. A lot of pressure with that.
Look at this precious angel.
Look at that.
So she's fitting to attack her cake. That's why they got her stripped down and ready.
Yeah, so there she is, ready to go with her little bow in her hair,
Yes.
1 year old. And she has got a lot of personality.
Oh, yeah.
And what was funny is immediately I come in. Of course, Ellis.
Of course, you
yeah,
picked that picture.
and this is what I'm going after right here.
Look at that.
And you can tell that she's really attaching to me.
Oh yeah,
and so I'm not trying to say I'm her favorite. Like that,
but you're definitely in the run.
Well,
That's
I'm just saying. Did she reach for me when I was leaving? Probably. But now I love to go in and try to get them going.
Oh.
And what's funny is there's Lily with Now it's hard to compete with Lily.
Yeah, no,
she's hard. She's hard to beat.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sherry, of course, she goes, well, I've got all these good pictures of you. Did you not get me a picture of me with her? And I said, well, I mean, she goes, well, I can't take a picture of myself.
You were
with
too busy posing for pictures.
Yeah, I was too busy trying to win her over. And of course, in messing with everybody. My new thing is try to get Ellis to say new things.
Oh yeah,
and he will. And so I had him going. I said, "What up, Ellis?" He goes, "What up?" and I said, "What up?" He goes, "What up?" I said, "Yeah, let me do it." I said, "No, you almost got it." I said, "What up?" He goes, "I don't want to do what up anymore."
He shut it down.
He said that?
I don't want to do what up anymore.
Oh, that's funny.
And then one time, Greg, I got him going boom, boom, boom. And he go ding, 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 ding. And I go boom, 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 ding, ding, ding. And he would come in standing up, but hey, he was running the place.
Oh yes, he when you get a lot going, he just bounces from thing to thing.
Yeah, and of course this happens, and Bubba, you know this, and I know Greg brought some of it. I thought the part that you and I struggle with the most is you walk in and this beautiful table set up with those icing cookies that we all love.
Yeah.
Like there's a number 1 over there, this icing, and there's a little lemons over there that are iced, and all this kind. And there were cookies, and for some reason they didn't want us in them.
I know,
and yet like they were. I don't know what they were waiting on.
Eat them. I've already eaten 2 or 3 before they told me that.
Yeah, and so watching Greg try to like he hadn't had any. Well, because I think what it was, from what I could tell from Lily. And Sherry said the same thing. They had them set up as a display for the party, and then we were all going to eat them after they got all the pictures. Well, hey, as soon as I came in, I saw those things, and I eased over there, and Greg's like, go ahead, I've had some.
Well, there's some of those cookies I love so much. And
that's the table was full.
There's look at that sweet
picture.
Wow.
Edgar's is real close to us, and they make great cookies. And, Betty has called over there and told them that if I'm in there buying cookies to call her.
See there.
It's
well,
because I'm a threat to get a dozen.
Well, here's where I thought we got in trouble, Greg. At one time,
if I'm going to meet my cousin,
right? Hey, listen. Here's where we got in trouble, Bubba. You'd been the same way. At one time, I looked over and I think it's her first birthday, and we'd eaten all the ones.
Oh, maybe that was the problem.
Yeah,
picture of the ones. All the ones?
Well, it had different stuff, but I forgot. I bet they really want the ones.
You think?
But the ones were great cookies because you just pick them up and bite out of that one.
Me and Randy, his other grandfather, Kelsey's dad.
Oh, yeah.
We had done fed him like 5 or 6 cookies to Ellis.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And everybody said, "Don't give him no cookies till he eats."
Oh yeah.
And we were just stuffing him.
Oh, we're not.
No, here.
The thing got me is when he told me, he said, "I don't really want wheel food. I don't like wheel food."
Yeah. He didn't want that barbecue.
He did. And I said, "Go ahead and get you another cookie." Yeah, you want a cookie? I got you a cookie.
I ain't tell him how many he ate.
Hey, anybody want a cookie? And
kept feeding him.
And Kelsey, Greg's daughter-in-law, she tries to. You can tell she really tries to monitor what's going on with me and you and the kids.
Yeah, she got me for eating cupcakes early.
Yeah, wow, you got in them cupcakes.
I did.
Let me tell you what little kids love just more than cookies is have a big old stack of icing on top of a cupcake.
Oh yeah,
let them lick it off. Oh my
goodness.
It was
good. But it was great. Like I say, we're at Randy and Penny's place, which is nice. On
I
the
love
lake.
that
It's
setup.
beautiful. The weather was
my
perfect.
goodness.
We're looking at the water and decorating. It was a good day. We had a great
What
time.
was better than that?
And I know what you did. You tried to get the cupcakes out of the house because you don't want to eat them all, and so you brought some here.
No, there's some here.
Yeah, I brought them here. For us all
thank
to
you
share.
for that.
Mm-hmm. They're all here.
Bub, I know you're restraining from that today.
Well, I need to cut back a little bit. So, I don't need that today.
Well, I guess I'm about to throw them away.
How thankful are you we didn't bring them cookies up?
Well, I would say cookies are more of a problem than cupcakes.
Yeah.
Boy, these
for
really
me
good cupcakes.
historically.
Yeah. That icing on top.
But I might lick the icing.
No, you don't.
No, you're doing good. Keep it up.
Do that. We're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The lighting in the Oval Office is brilliant. It's really well lit.
Boy, it is.
And
it's indirect. It shines up, so it really gives you a glow. And Rick, it ran through my mind all the things that had been in that office. And Tom and I were just looking at pictures from back at the turn of the century, the Oval Office. And you think about all the presidents who sit in there. And then I got to thinking about all the things that had been done there. It's just the acts of war that have come across that
big
desk.
Stuff in there. Truman in there.
I told you, Truman sit right there and probably had a discussion about if they were going to use the atomic bomb or not. JFK on that desk signed the order proclamation 3504 authorizing the naval quarantine of Cuba. Almost carried us to the Third World War. I mean, it's just so many things. JFK was at that desk in the morning and flew to Texas and never came back.
How about this?
And that was on the desk, by the way, that Trump is using, what's called the Resolute desk. And they've been several different desks.
Yeah, Trump went back to the Resolute desk from National Treasury.
Right.
Yeah. He's gone back
to
the
gift from England.
He's gone back to that one, that had
it had all the hand carvings in it. It was really amazing.
Remember when the little Kennedy boys play and in between that was the one he's brought that one back in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that desk is back.
What a moment.
It was a big moment.
I tell you,
really wanted to sit down, and I don't. Cliff didn't forbid it, but I knew we weren't.
Yeah, I didn't even ask.
Well, out of respect to him, because it was the first time he had ever done that.
Really wanted to sit there.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know how far do we go in.
We weren't allowed to take pictures. We weren't allowed to.
I felt like I needed to get back out. I didn't want to stay in there too long. I felt like I was, in the area that. It's kind of like you're peeking at a Christmas gift and you need to really get back out.
Well, what it was, if you remember, Cliff kept telling us, let's move quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be brisk. Let's stay together. Let's don't wander off.
Right.
Adler?
Guys, it was insane. We're standing there. There's the carpet. There's the couch. There's the seal on the ceiling. The desk is immaculate. I got to be honest. I did do something on my way out. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do.
What'd you do?
So, I mean, the bust was right there. Martin Luther King, Abraham Lincoln, y'all. It was crazy. It's smaller than you think it would be, by the way. The Oval Office, but not disappointingly small. Like, you're not like, this sucks. Like, it's just smaller.
Well, how big did y'all think it was going to be? It's not like a basketball gym.
I thought it was going to be maybe as big as this studio. But it's like half our studio.
I would have given you that. Yeah.
I thought it was as big as the studio, but it's half the studio. So, but not disappointing. It's good and tight, and you can get business.
But everything seems big to you, right?
Well, it's not. No, that's not the point. That's not the point.
Okay.
But
what did you do, Ray?
We're walking out.
Ray, what did you do?
And I'm sure it's some kind of mega awesome historical clock of some kind.
Of course it is. Everything in there
clock,
is.
Everything in there is. Okay, yeah. Like the pens are.
Everything.
Everything.
A
lot of history in there.
I touched it on the way out. There was the clock. The couch was right there. I was like, I don't know why. I just stuck my hand out.
So your fingerprints on it.
Why did you think you had to do that?
And on my way out, so here's so Helms. This is the clock. I was like. Like that.
Adler.
Why did you do that? I don't know why I did it. I was like, I'm going to touch this clock. I don't know why. I was like, I got to touch something in here.
There's cameras in there. They've got video of you doing that.
And now they have your fingerprints so they can pin something on you if they need to.
Well, the justice system already has my fingerprints anyway. So.
Right, guys? Yeah, you got to register.
All right, guys. You guys know what it's like.
Hey, you know what? It's interesting to watch our different goals. I considered sitting in the president's desk. You touched a clock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're going to go for it.
I wonder if George Washington touched that clock. We've touched the same clock. I touched the same clock as George Washington.
Who knows?
I don't
know if that clock's that old.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it happened. Probably so.
Yeah.
How about being in the White House that the British tried to burn down?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's got some age on it, but it's still nice.
It was unreal.
You know what I like about our White House? You know what I like about the White House? It doesn't look like a palace.
Yeah.
You know why? Because we reject kings. We reject.
But
earthly
it does
kings.
look big and businesslike.
It does. But I'm talking about it's appropriate
Yeah,
for our
absolutely.
type of government.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
– 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So we're unpacking another weekend, and so we've talked about a number of items. Bubba, did you have a good weekend?
Rick, I had a great weekend. We had another wedding to attend this weekend.
Oh, buddy.
Had a great time with that. And, it was Friday the 13th, which I didn't I wasn't fully aware of until part of my day Friday seemed to be falling apart.
Oh, really? I tried my best not to think of that.
Yeah, and I won't bore you with all the details, but it had some really strange twists to it. And then we had a wedding, which was beautiful, and enjoyed that.
A lot of weddings.
We had some friends come by that I haven't seen in a real long time. They texted me Saturday afternoon, said, "Hey, we're in the area." Friends from Kentucky, and they ended up dropping by and staying the night with us. And so we had a busy weekend. It really was.
Well, we have, there's weddings this time of year. You're talking about it. But, Greg, I was trying to figure out. All right, so.
And we discussed this Friday while you were not here,
There's a lot
too.
of them out there.
About how many birthdays that our family has in May?
We have a bunch.
It's
a bunch.
Back to the wedding thing. I mean, you want to go, you want to celebrate with your friends when their kids get married and everything. But gosh, you look on the calendar and you got 6, 8 of them, and you're like, kind of start dreading.
How do you go about that? Because now sometimes
how
people.
do I go about it?
I'm talking about sometimes people are equally connected. But look, can I just pull the curtain back? Okay, just in guy world. All right, just pull it back. The wife comes into the room and thankfully, like you said, it's an honor to be invited to these special days. And
this is a difficult topic to discuss, and we discussed that Friday too.
Did y'all? Should I bring it up?
Well,
should I let
go
it
ahead.
go?
Go ahead. You're good.
Have you already said this?
Well, no. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
And tell me, say Rick, that was Friday's show because I didn't get to hear any of it.
You weren't here, huh?
But is that you'll see them? My wife has these things. They're like cabinet things, and she puts them up there behind there where you can see them. And we literally will go. Let's run through them. You're clear on this one, but I'm going. Okay, Rick, I'm sorry. We both have to go. Am I in on this one? Rick, you have to go. I'm not going to that one by myself. You need to be there for that one. Okay. This is neither one of us are going. I'll send a gift. This one. This is a me. This is us. We literally will.
Two on the same day, split.
I do have a question then on that front.
Mm-hmm.
What qualifies you to have to go? In other words, like for some reason, in one of them, she's like, "You're free and clear. I'm in. I'm going." Is that because it was an all-girls thing? She's got friends that are going. That husbands are.
She's
not
got
a part
friends
of.
she wants to go with, and she knows you'll be a drag on the system.
Well, I'll even have the other dads going, "Hey, nobody burn us on this now."
Right.
Our wives are going. Nobody crumble.
Right. Okay. Needed this.
And we'll do the. I said, "Well, they're not going." Their wives are going without them. The closeness of me to the father is usually where I'm in or out.
Okay.
Sometimes Sherry may have a great relationship with the mother, and I don't really have that much relationship with the father or the kid. So and sometimes you got conflicts, and you just can't go.
Yeah, well, that's always
and
a
she'll
problem.
I'll represent us.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah.
I'm just not available.
Yeah.
I actually had to move a speaking engagement on one. That's how hard that card got played.
Yeah.
Oh no, you have to be at this one. I can't. I'm
Well,
sorry. You're gonna have to call a move.
In my case, I've had the same thing. I've had obligations. We've been playing and stuff, or whatever over the years. And I kind of got a talking to about, hey, you don't go to enough weddings.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. And
did y'all discuss that Friday, or is this new material?
No, this was earlier in the year, and so Betty started stacking the calendar with weddings, and at one point I said, "Now, hon, official weekends of summer, there's only 13 of them.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've
I
got
love that you know that.
I do too.
And you've got
good
us,
information.
you've got us
Yeah.
booked on like 12 weddings.
That's
and I
That's
said,
unacceptable.
the one that we don't have, the chances of it being sunny, not rainy. I mean, you got to play all that.
Oh, yeah.
I said, really, I think you've over obligated.
Back
here
to
a little
Rick's
bit.
word, unreasonable.
So I think you
Safe
give
word.
you give me the top 7 you want to go to.
There you go. That's kind of what I'm
And
talking about.
I'll make arrangements to go because.
Still a lot.
But I was being scolded for not going in the past, and it was most of it was because of conflicts or whatever. But don't have a lot of those now.
Was I in the kid's life, and how close am I to the dad?
And let me tell you, they're doing weddings on Sundays now. They're trying to catch up from the COVID years,
And you get a better deal.
It's man, I mean they're Friday, Saturday, Sundays now.
Fridays,
they're
you
all
got a
over
good
the
deal.
place.
Bubba, I'm going to tell you this, and I think you're doing it too. I actually approach it the way we do sales meetings. You remember how sometimes I look at the salesperson and I go, now there's only so many in the account, what you just said.
Right.
And so is this
to
one,
everybody? It's important
you,
when it's their wedding, and I got
you
that.
need us on this one,
just like it would be if it was ours. But when we're here during the week and that alarm clock goes off, one of the ways I get through that is, hey, just make it to the weekend. Then you can do what you want to do.
Right.
And then, but if the weekend's already spoken for, then it's like depression.
And could we?
I'm like, then I can't even get out of bed.
And could we?
I'm
Have,
like, well,
and could we? Have
and I don't
someone
want to
go-
be that way.
No.
And I know that makes me a terrible person.
No, it doesn't.
But don't be a liar too.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to be a bad person and a liar.
Yeah, I think it comes
uh,
down to Bubba, and we discussed this on Friday. Really, it's more about things on the calendar that are out there. If you woke up and somebody said, "Hey, you want to go to a wedding today?" You might go, "Yeah, let's go."
I do.
But
I do
knowing that
have a
it's out
calendar
there.
problem. Yeah,
Yeah,
even
that-
if it's something I want to go to.
And that's what we discussed Friday.
But
is
does
that
a man ever want to go to a wedding? That's the only problem I got.
The
with
answer
that.
is no.
I think it's 100%
Not a
no.
heterosexual.
If it's not your kid.
Yeah, not
And you really don't want to go
Well,
that
no,
one.
I mean,
You really don't want
Betty,
to.
if
You really don't want
Betty,
to go that one.
Betty enjoys it, and we have a good time, and we get to cut up, and we get out and get to dance a little bit. And
I
one
mean, you
thing,
ain't mad
know?
about it, but you're not excited about it.
But it's just now.
Depends
Rick,
on what Saturday it is.
The only way to get
Rick,
Rick to come to
everybody-
Tyler's is for him
every-
to do it.
Yeah, everybody is obsessed with outside weddings right now.
Oh yeah, weather,
and it's hot. It's
It
hot.
is. Right.
And so I'm like, well, if it was inside, we wouldn't be sweating with a jacket on.
Bubba.
And that's the other thing. I can't decide what to wear.
Correct me
I
if
don't.
I'm
I don't
wrong.
know what to wear.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like, and I'm not going to go into detail, but you went to this wedding one time and it went bad. You remember, even though the wedding was over before y'all discovered.
I don't know what you're
and
talking
Bubba I've heard him tell people years, well, I don't go to weddings anymore because of this one. I was thinking, now, how did that affect you? But it was a good play on your part. He used that as he goes, I quit going to them after that.
Well, that was a comedy.
We're being brutal.
Listen, I go because Betty wants us to go, and she wants to have fun, and I like having a fun time with my wife.
If people who are attending your weddings, if we could have our way, okay, we don't want to be outside in the heat.
No, I don't want to be outside.
We don't want to be outside in the heat.
No.
Right.
I don't know where that trend started. I feel if enough of them get rained out, maybe they'll change that.
Please don't put it at one of those times that sucks the life out of the whole weekend.
Oh yeah.
Place it somewhere where it's something in the weekend that doesn't suck the life out of the entire weekend.
Right.
Don't hit me with a 2 p.m. on a Saturday.
Rick, that's
Okay.
where every single one of them.
Right. Yeah. If it's Saturday night, then I've enjoyed most of the weekend. Then I'll be there. Okay, you know what I mean. But don't put it in there where now me getting there and it over me trying to get home. The whole weekend's gone. Yeah. All right. So
what do you think about a brunch wedding?
I'm open to that.
I am too. I am too.
Try it out, see how it goes.
Yeah. So I got the rest of the day.
It
Done
gives-
by noon.
And Sunday with that?
88 out the gate. Yeah.
It gives them time to get started on the honeymoon if they got a long way.
I
to
gotta
go.
tell you
that's what I was
Can I tell you what I
hoping.
like? I like a Friday night wedding.
Yeah.
I got the whole rest of the weekend.
Yes.
Hey, it's over. It's behind me. I like a Friday nighter. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
January, we'll see.
Boy, that's a mystery waiting out there, isn't it?
Well, there are all kinds of things I'm looking forward to the new year about.
Well, busy weekend.
Busy.
A lot going on.
Busy.
We'll cover most of that today. I don't know. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. There was a howling dog in my neighborhood.
Really?
So,
oh no.
Wow, you could hear it too. Huh?
Is that what that was? I didn't know what that was. Oh my gosh, that's so good.
He's wanting to go back to Mississippi.
I would once again. I really would once again. There's so many things. You remember one time we said that we feel like, especially if you live in the southern part of the United States of America, or anywhere that you can access air conditioner, that we ought to have a holiday for the person that invented air conditioning.
Yeah, Mr. Freon.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to give credit to that person. You know, we talked about John Potter or whatever his name was, or whatever that guy is that did the toilet. That's a big one. Another one, I think we need to know who to credit the phrase, who said the phrase, "No good deed goes unpunished." Because I promise you, that son of a gun nailed it. And do we know? Somebody Google that. Who gets credit for "no good deed goes unpunished"?
All right. You know, wasn't it the
all you're trying to do is
bathroom?
just be nice.
When we investigated the bathroom, the toilet,
John
wasn't it
Crapper?
a guy Crapper?
John Crapper.
It was a Crapper.
But I
was
never,
his
I
name,
never know
wasn't it?
whether that's a joke or what it is.
I don't know.
That's
about
funny.
that.
Well, a lot going on. A lot of sports over the weekend. We had the terrible shooting in Texas.
gosh.
We'll talk about that a little bit too. And as you mentioned earlier, we have a former tennis professional who will be shadowing with us this week, as for some reason wants to get into broadcasting.
Yeah, and you know, I know what to call everything that we do. This new thing, you know, I know we've had some people come in and shadow from time to time. It's not a true internship, and I know this will be a week, right?
Right.
And that professional tennis player Melanie Udan is going to be with us.
Yeah, we had jokingly called it the new Pro to Joe program.
Right, where
you take a professional who is now just an ordinary everybody citizen, and they're wanting to get into broadcasting.
Or how I looked at it is when you try to go from average Joe to pro, you're trying to upgrade your situation.
Right.
Yeah. And our program, we watch someone downgrade their situation. You know what I mean? So anyway, but anyway,
it's a restart.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, she wants to get in the business, so she's going to be shadowing this week, and honored she would choose. We have warned her that looking at this is what it would really be like to be in the broadcast radio and television business. It's almost like saying that I'm going to go to Disney World and think that's the real world.
Right.
This is not exactly how we have our own little island of misfit toys, and we do things a little bit different than the rest of the.
At least you will know that exists out there.
Right.
But you hit it on the head. It's kind of like you're wanting a career working at Walmart and your first days at Disneyland.
Yeah,
it's going to be a lot
it's
different.
It's going to be a little bit different. So we'll talk about that throughout the week. That'll be interesting as she tries to kind of get a feel for the whole business here and how things operate. And from what I gather, she wants to learn it all. She wants to get a little bit up from the bottom.
Start at point A and work up.
So anyway, that'll be going on this week too. I do want to talk about the horrific shooting yesterday over the weekend. From what I gathered, when the last thing I heard, because they're trying, and it seems like everybody's trying to work together, and you certainly understand those that are trying to get answers. We're going to try our best. And I know how we are in the media. We want to be first, want to be now. And I heard all the folks investigating saying we have multiple crime scenes, sadly. We have something that went on outside the church, something went on inside the church, and then we had the chase and then the death of the shooter. So we would love to be able to come to y'all and say, here's what happened and why.
Right.
And until we can do that, we would ask for your patience. So here's what we know. We know that a church in a very small town in Texas, that a evil shooter dressed in a black outfit, and they said it was kind of a combat type outfit.
Had body armor.
Yeah, and that started shooting outside the church, went into the church, continued shooting, came out of the church and was shot by someone
a
neighbor.
Yeah.
He dropped the weapon that he had, got in the vehicle, and when I left it, they said we found him dead in his vehicle. He did crash, but he had been shot again. We don't know whether the neighbor shot him again and killed him, or he shot himself when he realized, hey, this is the end of the deal. But we do know that a person with a gun stopped his shooting spree at some point. The guy didn't stop on his own.
And there was another bystander too, that actually was in the chase with him that came up.
Yeah, okay. So that's new. I didn't hear that for the last hour. So they're trying to figure
that was against Greg calls him Tattoo Guy.
Yeah, okay.
Tattoo neck.
They didn't say that they don't know motive.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, let me run down some things that you need to be aware of. All right, so a couple of things going on. I am fired up and I am excited to be headed out to Shelbyville, Tennessee, coming up on June the 18th. Speaking of that, and so we're going to have a men's conference there, and the tickets are available now. It's going to be at First Baptist Church in beautiful Shelbyville, Tennessee, June the 18th. So take a look-see there. Go ahead, men, get your tickets. I look forward to heading there on Father's Day weekend. We'll do that there on that Saturday night. We'll have you back home in time for Father's Day, and you can get all those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Over on themanchurch.com, June the 16th, I did love you. Kevin Derryberry will be speaking at First Baptist Church Opelika for Man Church. First Baptist Church Opelika is in year 3 of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, doing the 3rd curriculum, and this is their next Man Church. And Kevin Derryberry, he's got an incredible story if you heard our podcast with him. He'll be there. Then also coming up on June the 19th, it'll be a prayer breakfast. We need to know if you're coming. It's free at my home church, Valleydale. That'll be our next Man Church. We're going to do it as a Father's Day breakfast before the services on Father's Day, and Scott Dawson will be speaking there. All you need to do is RSVP at valleydale.org. Let us know you're coming. And then Dawson also will be doing a Man Church coming up on the 28th of June. He'll be at New Life Chapel in Madison, Alabama. That's kind of how our June looks. And you can get all those details by going to themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com. And I will talk to you about the Man Church, too, our new Strive app. It's a men's discipleship tool. You can try it 7 days for free. I know we had trouble with the Androids. Sorry, they told us they were ready with Android, but they weren't. The Android problem has been resolved, so Android, you're fine now. And I got emails from some of you going, it's working now, so good. So you can grab that. It's called Strive, S-T-R-I-V-E. It's got sermons. It's got daily discipleship information. It's got daily devotionals. It's got articles. There's all kinds of stuff there, and we'll keep adding to that. As a matter of fact, your daily devotionals, you get new ones every week. So go grab that wherever you get apps. Try it for 7 days for free. See if you like it. All right, so Bubba, other things we need to talk about. I also, and Greg's made fun of it, I got me a new shirt on today.
Yeah, I like it.
And so
Pelicans are in this year.
And I got me some new slacks on, too. You like my slacks? These are very, very comfortable.
Yeah, look at him.
And
look, with us, anything you wear comfortably is good.
It's almost like this weekend, Sherry said, we're committed to the graduation. You've got a day off on Friday. Thank you guys again for that. And then we got the birthday party on Saturday. We got church on Sunday. And it was almost like she said, this is going to be the weekend. We're just going to be on the move the whole weekend, okay? So we finish up with church on Saturday, and we've had an active weekend. And she was like, I need to run some errands before we go home. And that's always a daunting, all this little stuff. They're always needing hairspray and stuff like this. And I probably need to run by the grocery store. And I don't know. We're gonna cook it. We're gonna cook it. We may cook it home, or we can just go get something. I prefer to go get something. But anyway, so when we went to get something, it ended up that where we went was also department store, the Apple store, and Sherry had something she needed. And when you go into that Apple store world, I mean, my phone's been broken with the screen. So since she was doing something, I said, well, look, let's do that. Well, you know how you never know. They told me it'd be 2 hours before it was done. Well, then she goes, well, if it's 2 hours still going all the way home, you need some new clothes. And I'm like, oh, baby, come on now. Come on now.
Is there anything you hate worse?
Come on now. And she says, no, you're not going to get clothes on your own anymore. I said, baby, I'm 50
anymore.
I'm 57 years old. Yeah, but no, I know what you do, and I know that Bubba does this. I know your brother does this. I don't know if the other guys do it. I don't know why women don't like this. If we find a style of pants and a style of shirt, and it's hard with some of our shapes, that fit right.
Yeah, we get a bunch of them.
We just buy different colors of the same one.
That's right.
Yeah, and
what is the big hang up on
does
that?
your wife not like that either?
Oh, every wife
I think it's
like
brilliant.
that, I think.
Yeah, and
I like this shirt. Give me 4 colors.
Yeah, brilliant. And she said, you're not doing that where you go get the same shirt and
I do it
4 or 5 different colors.
Underwear, I do it all.
And
I'm
they don't understand your selection being as limited as ours is.
Right. Yeah, that's you're right. And so she was like, and you know what? You're going to try it all on. I'm like, I don't want to.
Oh, not when you have to get them go in that little closet.
And then they wander off. You can't find them in the store.
Come wandering out
and
in
they
socks,
keep draping stuff over it. Try this one.
And I still have not been able to. I have not been able to research yet. What is it when you're shopping with your wife? Something happens with your feet and legs. They start aching and they feel heavy, and it's like a different kind of misery. Where does it come from?
I don't know.
There's something about it. If you start shopping, I'll start feeling that way.
Yeah.
And
it's just a deep, dark depression.
How about when you need another size and you go out half dressed trying to find it?
Because there's no electronics in those clothing stores, none.
And she's like, well, you know that you that you know, just because it's the right waist size and length, that they're all different. They're cut different. You have to try
and why
them all
is that? Can we not tighten that up a little bit? What is the deal with that?
Let me tell you something. That
I mean, do we not have some standard we go by?
I had about 4 pairs of 40s.
I mean, a 54 ought to be a 54.
And
you know what I mean?
And none of them fit. And none of them fit right. By the way, you know what's happened with my slight weight loss, and this is not anything major. There's still, as you can see, plenty to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, what I've accomplished so far is less fat, but fat is still part of it. But you know what I found myself in? What I call heavy guy no man's land. I'm hung between big and tall and regular. It's like where I am, big and tall didn't really acknowledge me, but then where the regulars are, they think I'm too big to be there too. So I can't really find my size. I have fallen between the two worlds.
But Rick, at least you have a department called big and tall. There is no big and short. Try finding that department.
And you don't see the big and short stores.
I've fallen in no man's land.
Well, you know, Rick, it's better than falling in between kids and adults.
Garanimals. And
Use extra large. No, don't walk off. Try this on. We won't tell anybody.
Do you promise giraffe goes with giraffe?
Right. Yeah. And so Sherry says that style wise that she goes you don't have any style. And some of the stuff,
pretty snazzy
she goes some of the combinations you put together.
Oh, Rick.
And I'm like, well,
Rick, they start shaking their head. No, you can't.
No. You know, she said, look no further than graduation. And I'm like, no, I was Mississippi State, baby. I had it like I liked it.
Yeah, you fit right in, I'm sure.
Right, yeah, and you know and then we got into this thing. I want to ask you about perforated shorts. So I got a pair of perforated shorts.
You like gym shorts?
Well, no, they're like active shorts. They're not quite gym shorts. Mm-hmm. They're kind of They're kind of waterproof feeling, but they're not a bathing suit. Yeah. They're not khakis and they're not cargo shorts. They're made out of that stretchy material.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
I'm in love with those.
Oh yeah,
it's shorts.
Very comfortable.
And so I said, all right, we're keeping these. And I threw them over. She goes, well, you can see through these. And I said, you can't see through them. She goes, look outside, and she's holding, and she's got I said, they're perforated. That's why I want them.
They're cool.
I said, so we can breathe.
Yeah, look climate.
And she goes, you're not wearing these. People see your underwear through these. And I said, they can't see my underwear through these. And Rick, it's got holes in it. I said, you think they're putting see-through shorts up on the rack? I mean, you know what I mean? This is men don't have our version, like Earl's Secret.
Yeah,
we're going in to find see-through pants that we want to wear.
You're not at love stuff.
What are you talking about? I mean, these
spot on.
You know what I mean? Sure, they wouldn't put shorts up here that you could see through.
We're in the men's.
Where are you going today?
We're going for comfort.
Rick, we're at Dillard's.
Right, not at Earl's Secrets. And so she wouldn't let me have them. I said, baby, I love those. And she goes, and I know, and you the combination you do with these, I don't even want to see. And I'm like, baby, I need to pick me up some tube socks, dude. We're not getting white tube socks. And I said, well, I gotta have them.
That's my go-to.
That's my go-to.
Comfort.
Yeah, and so this is one of the outfits that she put together that I have on today.
Wow, look nice.
It looks very nice.
Yeah,
it looks snazzy,
and it's like
silk.
But look, of course you know what happened, Greg. These pants, Greg. I had these pants on. They fit so comfortable. I had about 4 pair of different colors thrown over my shoulder.
Yes.
She goes, pick one color. Greg. I said, baby, I gotta have multiple.
No.
What's wrong with
you
that?
Get a pair of pants at work.
I said, I'll tell you what, I like it. It was some kind of. It was some. I call them polos. I know that's not the. That's just one brand name. But
the
you know
polo
what I'm talking
cut
about.
does not work for us, Rick.
Yeah, it does.
Work for
but that style of shirt, because most of them won't fit me right.
Did you know?
I found one I liked, and I said, this works for me. And I was over, choomp, choomp, choomp. Yeah, but
you know, one thing that I think has gone our way, and see, I don't keep up with fashion, obviously, but I was told this that you know, you can, if you're wearing jeans, even though they're nice jeans, you don't have to tuck your shirt tail in, even if it's one of those that's cut to be tucked in.
Yeah.
And you wear a jacket over it. Have you seen everybody doing that now?
Yeah.
It's like something we invented.
Right.
You know?
It is. Yeah. Matter of fact, I've seen you do that for years.
Yeah.
You
came up with that. Yeah. I didn't know.
I tell you what everybody hates.
Fashion forward, baby.
I tell you what everybody hates is when you do it with dress pants.
That they don't want.
Yeah, why dress pants? It has to be
Doesn't make
tucked
any
in.
sense.
Blue jeans, it can be out like I've got an apron. Like a hand towel before I take the snap. You know what I mean?
We'll take your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They do know it's a young white male. They said 26, I think. But they don't know what his motive was. They were asking about, what'd you find at his house? What'd you find on social media? And the guy kept saying, I understand everybody wants to know that. Let us get it all together, and then we'll give you one presentation on who he was, what it looks like the motive was, why this church, why this place. Was it random? Was there something going on? He's mad at somebody. We'll try to get all that to you. I thought it was kind of a blessing, but yet sad that the pastor was out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was somebody that was there, but his daughter was there Saturday.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the last they said it was 26,
26.
Yeah.
26 confirmed killed. And then they said some of these that are in the hospital are badly shot too.
Right.
So, you may have sadly, if they don't pull through.
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like when you think of a church that was that small, there were very few people that were not at least shot in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did they say? 45 people were there?
Just about everybody got shot.
Yeah. And we're talking about just a small town. They said of a population of almost around 400. So, and they think he might have opened fire before even going in, just standing in front of the church.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
just lighting it up and then going in.
So I will tell you this: I heard the lieutenant governor yesterday talking, and he did a brilliant job spiritually. I'm talking about. I mean, he was laying it down from a spiritual standpoint there in Texas.
Governor Greg Abbott's pretty solid too.
Yeah. I just didn't hear what he said. I agree, but Lieutenant Governor was. Matter of fact, he'd gone so far. At one point, I noticed he was starting to go. Now, let me be clear. I understand that there's good people that can also be shot that may not be people of faith, but I mean, but he basically said that was doing the words of Jesus and all this. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anonymous caller out of Central Alabama. This is a comment about the terrible massacre over the weekend in small town Texas. People just worshiping in a small Baptist church on a Sunday, and an evil shooter comes in and kills people, maims people. And, of course, we'll get more and more information on that as investigators can solidify some things. An anonymous caller out of Central wanted to comment on the information that we do have so far. Go ahead, sir, Your Honor, ma'am, whichever.
Good morning.
Hey.
It's time that we take a close look at an issue that we never talk about, and that's active shooter training for churches.
Right.
Law enforcement and military do it for bases. We do it for schools. We do it for businesses. It's time to start taking the sheep and the flock and putting some rams in it.
Well, I will tell you this, just for someone who speaks at a lot of different churches and a lot of different events, this is something, what you're saying is very common in what I would call your mega churches and your large churches. It's already there. The problem is the expense or whatever it may take. How do you find in a town of 400 people, in a church of 50 to 45 people, access to that kind of training? Because these evil people look for soft targets. Most of these evil people realize I'm not going to walk into some mega church without being gunned down in the lobby. You know what I mean? So because when I go to speak, you know what they started adding probably about 4 years ago, Mr. Burgess, we will now take you through our active shooter plan. And I remember thinking, wow, in America it has come to this, and they show me where I'm going. They show me where the security is. These people have weapons. This is where they're placed throughout the church. And, we had at Bellevue in Memphis, not this past Easter, but the Easter before, their security team removed a backpack from a guy that was going to the balcony on Easter Sunday and had weapons in that backpack, and he was going to fire down on the entire congregation on Easter, and they stopped it. See, you don't know how many active shooters have been stopped. And
absolutely.
Because,
and it's great to have a proactive stance like that.
No doubt.
But let me fix something about your training.
Yeah.
Every law enforcement agency in the United States, and I'm talking about civilian law enforcement agencies as well as military law enforcement agencies, will conduct training for whoever requests it.
Okay, so you're saying that if you're in a small town, you could still have them come out and say, "Look, here's what we need to do, and give me your guys here that you think would be the people that we need to train."
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that is a predominant attitude of law enforcement in the United States today. Is forewarned is forearmed.
No question.
And get out there and do some training for these smaller places that you would never even suspect that would need this training, because it's becoming, regrettably, more and more predominant in this society.
Well, what you're going to see,
we need to take a step forward.
I agree with you, and I think that's a good word. And I think
it's our first phone troll of the day. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we'll chat with you. Fire them up. All 10 lines available. Yeah. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. You got time. If you move right now, you will get in. And the real Greg Burgess standing by. Do not get bogged down in the conversation with Greg. Let him know what you want to talk about. He'll line you up and get you ready to go. Allform.com/Bubba. Summer is all over us. And being comfortable in your home is extremely important. A new couch or chair or sofa for the family room, your living room, maybe a screened patio area, even your house at the lake or in the mountains or at the beach. It makes a world of difference. So if you want to make a move, go get something designed especially for you from our friends at allform.com/Bubba. Use that URL. They'll save 20% off anything you buy, and you'll get a forever warranty. And all you got to do, you get 100 days to keep the piece of furniture. Free returns, full refund if you don't like it, but you're going to love it. Customize exactly the way you want it. You're picking the legs, you're picking the fabric. All of them are pet and child resistant. You design it the way you want it. Anything from I just need a chair or a side table, all the way up to an 8-piece sectional sofa. They can do it all and everything in between. And then they ship it right to your door, and it comes right to you in 3 to 4 days. So go to allform.com/Bubba. Save that 20%. Design the piece of furniture that you want, or multiple pieces. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com, all made right here in America in beautiful North Carolina, and they send it right to you. Allform.com/Bubba. We got a piece of furniture for the farm from there, and we absolutely love it. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Adam out of the great state of Alabama. Adam, trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Go right ahead, Adam. You're on.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey. Buddy.
So I was going to add a little story. Rick said something about when you go shopping and your legs hurt whenever you're shopping with your wife. We had to go to Sam's Club the other day, and then after about an hour in there, I looked at her and I said, all right, baby, we got to go. My legs are starting to hurt. So on the way home, I see the Bass Pro Shop, and we walk in there, and then she says, oh, so your legs don't hurt here no more?
I know. What is it? I know. No, you're right, Adam. They don't hurt there.
It's all about motivation and boredom, I think.
There's a boredom. when you look over and your wife is pulling the clothes that are hanging on a rack, they keep moving them back, and you're just like, there's something happens to a man in there. And then, of course, Bubba and I talked about this on our journey to the restroom in the break. They'll do something like what I have on today, and they say, now, see, that looks really, really good. And all you mumble is, I bet the guys at work won't see it that way.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get called Pelican Boy all day today.
I said, no, there's no way I'll come in with Pelicans. Hey, you got your pajama top on, Pelican Boy? Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to give some further direction on how the jacket and the shirt with the jeans versus the dress pants must be worn.
Yeah, if you got jeans on, kind of, a little bit
dark,
dark dressy jeans. Yeah. You can do a button down, untuck it.
Yeah, that's what I was told. I was shocked.
And
by the way,
and put your jacket over the top of
it.
it.
The jeans must be the jeans cannot be even in the least bit baggy. They have to.
No, it's got to be like, dark dress, nice jeans.
Yeah. Not the stuff that you fishing
and
in.
If a jacket has the print, the shirt must be solid, and if the shirt has a print, the jacket.
Yeah, there you go. Now, Bubba and I don't go that far with it, but you're right. Yeah. You're that's the way you
I
go.
don't have that many to choose from, so.
Yeah. Kurt in Alabama. Kurt, go ahead.
Hey, man. Got 3, maybe 4 things real quick.
Okay.
Are you familiar with a young pastor up in Scottsboro, Alabama, named Shandy Deal?
I'm not.
You're not? I thought y'all had a mutual friend or something like that. Anyway.
Possible.
But we'll go to number 2.
Okay.
The way y'all talk over each other drives me insane.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You ought to be trying to tell a story.
Number 3.
You know what drives me
and
nuts?
right behind that is phones that cut out.
right behind that's a talk show when your phone doesn't work right. So there you go. But thank you for your call. Let's go to Bobby in the great state of Alabama. Bobby, Bobby, go ahead. 30 seconds. Oh, we lost Bobby. Let's go to Chris in the great state of Florida. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I saw Rich Wingo the other night at First Baptist in Crestview, and that man makes me want to get down on a 3-point stance and take somebody out, dude. I mean, that guy is serious about the gospel.
Yeah, he is.
And he got a bunch of men fired up. And I'm delaying my hunting trip to Ohio in November one day just so I can see you Saturday there, Mr. Burgess. So I want to definitely see you, brother.
I can't wait to be you're talking about the First Baptist Crestview, Florida. They're doing the host strategy. So this was Man Church 3 for them, and they had Wingo over the weekend, and he told me that it went great. You had a great turnout. If you haven't heard Rich, and then I'll be there in November for the 4th Man Church wrapping up. So I'm glad. Thank you for doing that, and I look forward to seeing you, Chris, when I get the opportunity to come there, and I'm glad you guys, the things I'm hearing about the curriculum and all that, really encourages the team. And so thank you guys for trusting us and dialing in. 866 We Be Big is the number. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the show.
Go ahead.
Something's happening with some.
Go ahead. I don't like when you talk over each other. Do you know Shady Deal?
Well, look, you remember this too, and all of you know this, and this is on us. Okay, let me just speak. Well, let me speak for myself. It's on me, and that is that just because you said name to me and I can't make the connection on the fly, that don't mean anything.
Right.
Everything the guy told you is probably absolutely correct. I just. If I had more time to walk it out, I probably would figure it out.
Right.
But I struggle with people's names that I see all the time.
See his face, you go, oh, yeah.
Al, go ahead. Sunny 105, Orange Beach, 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I was listening to your toll story a while ago, and apparently if y'all getting through for $1.50, you're not coming over the toll bridge to Orange Beach.
No, it's not. It's a toll booth going to Mississippi.
Wow. Yeah. Well, anyway, I was up in Northeast a couple of years ago, and I come through a toll road. Guy throws the buck in the basket and sits there and waits for change.
Oh, my gracious.
Oh, how did you even tolerate that? Look, the key is when you're approaching, slow down, take a look at the signs, be sure you're in the right lane.
Get your act together.
Yeah, just be
prepared. Something that we don't do good as Americans anymore.
Yeah. And look, they'll take a debit card. You're fine. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what I do. That way you're not scrounging around for anything.
Yeah,
it's fine. If you got correct change, that's even quicker. If you don't, you know, but if you don't have the Freedom Pass, I wouldn't get over in the Freedom Pass. What it is, they think, well, all these people in this one line, look at this free one over here. Yeah, there's a reason we don't have Freedom Pass. Yeah. Top of the hour, or whatever it's called, wherever you live. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Going to see that because there comes a time, to your point, you have to understand the reality of the situation. I know we don't like to think like that. You got to understand, somebody in Nigeria right now is going, y'all don't understand that. This is every Sunday for us.
It's every day.
But now in America, this is a new deal. The American church has never faced persecution of anything substantial. But now that is beginning to change, and so to your point, you have to understand whether you think it should change, whether you can't believe we've gotten to this point. We are at this point, and you're going to see that being implemented, sadly, probably more and more and more. But it needs to be. To your point, I agree with you. And you do see it at the bigger churches. You saw though everybody lamenting when we had a church in Birmingham that was ready to fund their own security team. How dare them? What is this? They trying to get over have their own society? No, I'll tell you why. It's because we got crazy people shooting the place up. That's why.
And if you have multiple locations and a lot going on, you need to have an organized system, and it's hard to do that with a bunch of volunteers.
Yeah, I mean, we can all sit there and be sitting ducks, or we can be ready for persecution that may come, and be able to fire back, and to have a team ready to go.
It's just this church is small, and it's not on the beaten path, and I don't know that you'll ever be able to stop all of them, and they may have had a plan, and this guy may have just got the jump on them. I don't know, but it's a good point. I think just like tornado plans and fire plans, you have tornado drills, fire drills, maybe you need active shooter drill.
Well, I've said it on there before. I'll never forget the first time it took place when I would speak somewhere, and I was like, wow. And that now it's normal. I'm so accustomed to it now.
Right.
But the first time it happened, I'm like, wow, so here we are. This is no longer... Here's where we got the donuts, and here's the coffee.
Well, when I first heard
it is here's the head of security, and let's talk about what we do during the case of an active shooting.
Yeah.
Wow.
When I first heard it, I kind of
all right, run that by me. What?
I kind of thought that maybe somebody in the congregation had stopped him because I figured several of them were armed.
You would think in Texas that the congregation could fire back,
yeah.
but it
may have got the jump on them.
Yeah.
You can be as prepared as you want to. If somebody gets the jump on you, you're a step behind.
Yeah. So I don't know, but we'll find out, and we'll look at motive going forward. We don't really know. So, but this has that Las Vegas feel to it again.
Yeah, well, it's just pure evil. I mean, we know that, and then we start looking for reason. And this guy apparently was in the Air Force at some point and was dishonorably discharged for assaulting his wife and child. So he had a history.
I mean, they're showing a picture of him right now. He looks like Damien is what he looks like.
Yeah.
From those Omen pictures. But
that may be an old picture. He may have a beard currently.
He does. Yeah. He has a beard currently. But you're right.
That young picture of him, he looks creepy as a young guy.
Yeah, I think that's his mugshot from when he had trouble with the Air Force.
Bottom line is, I know we're going to get the details if we can find them, but something we can say without any reservation: it's evil. It's just raw, wicked evil.
Right.
And it's cowardly, too. I'm going to go in there with my military stuff on and shoot up a 50-member small-town church. Hey, you something, ain't you?
Yeah.
Oh, what a coward. What a lowlife. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll continue. Other stuff to cover today on the program, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we have the witness. Now, is this one of the guys that was involved that actually they think may have killed the shooter?
Yeah, this is Johnny Langendorf, and he pulled up at the intersection when the exchange was going on between the neighbor, who's a 55-year-old man, and his name escapes me here.
Stephen Williford?
Yeah, and he is engaging with the suspected shooter at the time. And they kind of pick it up from there here during this interview. Take a look. This is Johnny.
Exchanging gunfire, and then one of the men, someone you recognize, jumped in the car.
No, I didn't know him at all. I didn't recognize him. He just was a member of the community, and whenever he came to my vehicle in distress and with his weapon, he explained very quickly what happened, and he got in the truck, and I knew that it was just time to.
It was time to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell me about that. Tell me about following this guy. Was it high speed? Was he driving normally all over the place? What was it like?
No, sir. He got a little bit of a jump on us, and so we were doing about 95 down 539, going around traffic and everything. And eventually he came to kind of a slowdown, and after that we got within just a few feet of him, and then he got off the road.
How did that happen? Did you guys bump him, or did he lose control by himself?
He just lost control, and then that's whenever I put the vehicle in park, because I was still on the phone with dispatch, and the other gentleman jumped out and had his rifle drawn on him, and he didn't move after that.
Okay, so I understand you guys called police as you were chasing him.
Yes.
Now, did you lead them to that point? Did they meet you there? Or
No, we led them to there. He was headed northbound on 539, and everybody else was headed to the church. All the officers were responding to the church.
So how long before police arrived at that scene?
From the time we actually stopped, it was about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
And so the neighbor just kept his gun trained on him for that long?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was the man moving? Was he injured?
No, I don't know. We didn't get close enough. We
As a
had
gin
to get out
infused
and
with
we went
cucumber,
another
Hendrix.
I don't know how that came from.
Yeah,
but when it started, he was basically saying, I pulled up to the intersection, and the guy that he didn't even know just ran to the car and said, here's what's going on. I need to jump in with you, and we need to pursue this guy. And because at first it was like, all right, there are two cars. What really happened? And he had been shot. The suspect had been shot one time already, and I don't know if he had been shot again. He didn't really say.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, it is Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Willa Meat back in play this week. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, I know that we have some things to update this hour. The ongoing conflict with Ukraine and Russia. People still trying to figure out where they are, and you're telling me McDonald's has weighed in.
Yeah, McDonald's is going to be officially McDone in Russia.
McDone.
In March, the fast food company temporarily closed all of its restaurants in Russia. This includes the iconic Pushkin Square location.
Oh, we all know about it.
It continued to pay its staff. Now it says that it will seek a Russian buyer to take over the business. It did not identify a buyer, but said it would start removing its iconic golden arches immediately. McDonald's is expected to take a non-cash charge of $1.2 to $1.4 billion because of the transaction. So, Rick, McDonald's was one of the key things when the Iron Curtain finally fell, the Berlin Wall fell. McDonald's opened a restaurant in Moscow. And you remember that was the big thing. They served 30,000 people in the first week. It was unbelievable. Everybody wanted to go and see what the West had been talking about all these years. They'd heard about it. They hadn't seen it. As a matter of fact, the leader of Russia at the time, that was Yeltsin, he went down there and was shaking hands with all the McDonald's employees, and it was glasnost and everybody was going to be happy and all that. And now we have Russia returning to its old ways of trying to take over the world. And McDonald's says, hey, I'm out.
Can I tell you, when somebody goes into power that is from the old ways and preferred the old ways, guess what they'll do?
The old ways.
Yeah, they'll go back to the old ways. Little heads up for everybody there. But is this one of those things, though? I understand what they're doing. I understand why they're doing it. And I'm not saying I disagree with it. But of course, this is why you don't let these kind of tyrannical governments take over your country, because now people who have nothing to do with this can't get a hamburger.
Yeah, well, you remember they had the bread lines and all that. That was part of the reason that the old Soviet Union fell. They couldn't feed their people. And then we had McDonald's come in there, and, man, they just had cheeseburgers galore, and they couldn't believe it. But think about this. How many people are going to lose their jobs over this, the disruption. Again, Putin just, we have a term for it. I'm trying hard not to say, but what a ridiculous plan this was.
Look right there.
And now he's got Finland and Sweden both wanting NATO membership officially, and he's saying he's moving nuclear missiles to the border with Finland.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see that McDonald's line? Just
no.
Any way you stand
that was the opening day.
Any way you stand in line?
That shows you how depraved they were.
Yeah.
That they think that's worth waiting on.
So they're the Chick-fil-A of Russia.
My goodness.
Well, now that was back when the Berlin Wall fell.
But obviously, McDonald's has done well there, I guess. Though.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But by the way, I thought to myself over the weekend, if Chick-fil-A could take McDonald's French fries and add it to that chicken sandwich,
what would you do?
Good gracious!
Because McDonald's got the fries.
Yeah, and Chick-fil-A doesn't.
No, them little whatever them are.
Yeah, that's
I'd soon have a curly.
Do you realize when that restaurant opened in Moscow, they had been negotiating with the Russians for 13 years to put that in?
Ooh,
Ray Kroc.
Good night, that boy Ray. Yeah, because
I think ripped the McDonald brothers off.
here's some things I would say.
They got paid well.
You had to wait. You had to wait 90 minutes in line the opening day to place your order
for McDonald's.
Yes.
That what?
I hate to see innocent people get punished like this.
Oh, no. Well, once again,
but that's how you don't let governments take over because you pay the price of what they do. That's why you don't let them do it.
Yeah, you got one guy with some hang up, and he's got a bunch of people killed. He's crushing your country's economy,
And now you can't
for
even
no
get murdered.
reason. The Ukraine was no threat to him.
Now Mayor McCheese is being escorted out.
He's out.
So
Grimace headed to
And
Did you read down to the bottom of it?
if you believe all these documentaries that all Russia wanted was a security zone so they would be safe.
Yeah.
Well, they ain't got that. And they got more troops on their border right now and more weapons on their border right now than they've ever had in their existence.
Yep.
Hey, good move, Putin. Atta boy.
Yeah,
Hey, genius.
Can I go back to something really important like fast food?
Yep.
Chick-fil-A, two things. If you're going to have the waffle fries, go ahead and cook them just a little bit longer.
Yeah, crisp them up.
The more crispy they are, the better. Let's not have them floppy. Number two, we've talked about this for a long time. You got a great product there. Number two, just simply take whatever biscuit Hardee's is using, something like that on their breakfast
or
biscuits. Or Jack's.
Yeah.
Okay, and take your delicious, because you've got the chicken breast down.
You do.
All right, you got the best one out there. Okay, your seasoning, all that's perfect.
You're growing good chicken.
Not greasy at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take that.
Good
Take
flavor.
that chicken breast, but put it inside a biscuit like Jack's and Hardee's. This biscuit you have is not up to your standard.
It's not.
It falls apart. We can't eat it driving.
It's not good.
It's a terrible biscuit. You got to get a better biscuit because that's too good of a piece of chicken to be in a biscuit that bad. Okay, and just upgrade that biscuit and let's cook the waffle fries a little bit longer, or let's get out of the waffle fry business.
You do realize that I order every time I do the fries well done there.
Can you say that?
You can say that.
All right, I got to miss that.
You can say it, or you can even put it in the app.
Where are you on add cheese?
And I learned that from
Where are
Adler.
you on adding cheese to the number one?
I don't.
No, but that's not a bad.
I don't
move.
like.
That's not a bad move.
I don't
just
like
do
a
it.
pickle being on there. Though.
I like that
Maddie.
spicy.
You can say no
Maddie's
pickle.
the same way.
You can say no pickle.
I know. I always get it no pickle.
I
don't know why.
And look, I know it's radically successful, but I see two little things that could take it even to another level.
Yeah.
Now I will say this: their drive-through management is second to none.
Second to none.
I mean, they get a crowd through there. Now you got some crossing over, but I mean, I don't know how else you're gonna do it.
Well, in the app I'm telling you, it's money when you can order and then walk in or pick a parking spot or go through the drive-through. They give you three options.
And can we just say this too? I don't know who's in charge of HR that does all the hiring, but wow, they're way ahead of everybody.
They are. Yeah. Well, they probably draw that kind of worker because of the way they operate.
And when you see one of those kind of workers at another place, you figure, well, they're headed over there.
I know.
Yeah. It's just a matter of
headed
time.
over there or to management. One of the two.
This is minor league.
Are you more
over?
So now I'm down to one thing because if I can ask for them to be well done, I will. I don't. I still can't get my mind around the biscuit thing.
No, I can't either.
Right. It's almost like they've settled there and they like what they got.
Like,
I think somebody's still living. Some grandma's recipe. They're still living, and until they go on in, they're not going to change.
If somebody's boy making the biscuits or something, I mean, because they won't
one of the grandsons got the contract or something.
They won't let that go. That biscuit doesn't belong there. It's like everything here's going to be excellent except our biscuit. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand that.
Well, Hardy throw a biscuit on.
Can you imagine if you had like a Hardee's type biscuit with that chicken in it? Good night. Good gracious.
Did Hardee's ever bring back that good steak they had? Because I know Bojangles.
Yeah,
had it for a
it
while.
is back.
Yeah, that was that thing.
And
I mean, in
Bojangles-
college, I lived on that.
Yeah, I did too.
Steak boy, it's good.
And Bojangles.
Two of
is-
them, you go to class, you ready. You
Bojangles also another good biscuit.
It is. I would put it in third, but
It's a good biscuit.
I'd put
a
it in
good
third,
Mm.
but it's still good.
And
I'd take it over Chick-fil-A.
You know what I like at Hardee's? They have in a limited time pork chop biscuit.
No,
That's a
come
good
on
one.
now, Greg.
Oh, that fried pork chop biscuit.
No.
Yeah, with
That's
some
too far.
tots.
Hey, we too old for that.
that's good
Our,
stuff.
our digestive system can't take that anymore.
Steak
Well,
biscuit.
that's why it's a limited time, Rick. It's not available all the
Now,
time.
back when we were young and had stomachs of steel, we could take that.
Steak biscuits from Jack's. Add some cheese. Kidding me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It'll
Sure.
make you talk to it.
Sure it will.
y'all, we've done it again. I'm starving now.
Good thing we just ate though.
Yeah, I'm a regular.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good thing.
Yeah.
Change your order.
I mean that post
I don't
breakfast.
understand breakfast.
You come back.
Wait, just threw away the
PBD.
wrapper.
PBD.
Well, good thing you're doing better though.
Yeah, it's a new day.
It is.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and
Sadly,
Bubba
it
show.
is.
Hey, look, ease into it though. Don't be radical right out of the gate.
Right, go get a Snickers.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here's what I was trying to figure out, because this is where you get the misinformation, which is what they're trying not to do, which I respect that. In the beginning, they were talking about a shotgun, and I was thinking, well, if he got shot by a shotgun, he may be okay. Now, if he got shot by a rifle, then he may be dying at the wheel as he's driving, and then when he crashed because he's dead.
Right.
You know, that the wound killed him. This guy used the term rifle when the guy got out of the car. So if he's shooting him with a rifle, it may be that the original hit on him back at the church just eventually killed him.
Right. We don't know, and we'll know more, like you said, as they iron this out.
But he said the guy held the gun on him and he didn't move, and they just held the gun. So
if it's, but if it, you know, as we know, if it's a rifle, because if it was a shotgun, unless it was at close range, he might have sprayed him or it didn't hit him in a mortal way. But if you get shot with a rifle,
it stunned him enough that he dropped his
AR-15
and tried to get away.
That makes me think rifle. And this guy uses the term rifle, and you would think this guy probably knows guns.
Right.
And so,
and you just wonder, because there's so many unknowns. So as you talked about earlier, he's leaving the car running. He's idled while he goes and does this horrific act at the church. And so if this neighbor doesn't encounter him and try to stop him, where does he go from there? And there's a lot of different speculation. Is he getting away, or is he going to another one?
Well, and we don't know what other guns he had in the car. We don't know how many rounds he had with him. I mean, they'll work through all that. We just don't know enough. The good news is that he will not be doing it again.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. You're right. It's all speculation. But there were more weapons in the vehicle, so he may have been going to get another one. He might have just said, you know, because you're talking about a church that usually has about 50, and they think now this had about 45. I mean, he may be thinking, I can really kill everybody in this church.
Oh, yeah.
And he might have just been saying, we got some wounded ones that I'm going to finish off, or you don't know. No one, and we may never know where he was going unless there's some sort of, you know, he's written something about his day or some deal. We'll see. But he's dead, so we know that, we do know this, that if that guy does not shoot him with his own rifle, that there may have been worse things to go on, because I don't think that guy suddenly became a good person and said, I've killed enough people.
No, he was Rick. He was an outspoken atheist and had put out a lot of social media stuff on that. So again, they'll know more of a profile here in a day or two.
So you're saying, and we don't know, but on the surface, it looks like that maybe because all we ever hear is that it's only religious people that are dangerous to society. These peace loving atheists that just think we're all here with no purpose and it's just a random happening are not dangerous at all.
No.
You know, it's religion that caused all this violence.
Not quite.
Well, I mean, apparently not. I mean, unless, you know, we'll find out. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know whether that's the right information or not. Because again, we'll have a full blown report that'll be here when they have it all together. Because I just have a sense that if you're this person, once we go to your house and we get all your computers unloaded and all that, I think there's going to be a picture that's going to become clear.
Yeah.
Because your first actions tell us that you're not a good person. That we know.
Well, and in Texas too. I mean, you know the chances of somebody being armed in that church or a neighbor. In this case, a guy who was at the stop sign. You know.
Yeah. And you know, and I know that it's too soon for this, but I was watching, and I couldn't get this out of my mind. When I was watching the guy being interviewed, he has a tattoo of a longhorn on his neck, and that seems like that area of your body would really hurt to have needles do a neck tattoo on the front of your neck,
right?
Not the back. I'm talking about right there in the front.
But look how it turned out. I mean, it looks good.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, if you're going for a longhorn on your neck, then you have accomplished that goal. But
did you love too when he was doing the interview?
That's got to hurt.
He had a toothpick in his mouth. You see him moving.
Oh yeah,
sure. See, that's small town right there. I don't know this guy at all, but he said we got a shooter. I need to ride, and I gave him one.
Yep.
And we pursued.
Chased him at 95 miles an hour.
And we're talking to dispatch and got there to finish the job if need be.
In the truck.
Right. You gotta love that.
Yeah.
All right. Also, Bubba, you said it. I saw it in the email too. We are officially on AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange, Georgia. We welcome them to the family today.
Yeah, I think the general manager may have called in.
And we're getting all kinds of emails from people saying that they do hear us. So, hey, welcome to the show. This is station manager. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, I'm Walter Douglas. I run WTRP up in LaGrange.
Well, thank you for nowadays when you put this show on the air, it's a bold move.
Yes, we appreciate your bravery.
Well, the good news is one benefit to the deal was I used to do the morning show from 7 to 9, and now I get to sleep in.
Oh, now this makes more sense now.
Well, look, we're glad to be there no matter how we got there.
That's right.
Yeah, they
It is 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number as the Rick and Bubba Show continues. Also, I did want to pass along to you because I wasn't real sure what took place, but I had somebody email me over the weekend, and they said that two things. Number one, they thought that the Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville is sold out. It's not. They have sold a lot of tickets, but it's a big room. So if you're getting something that's telling your group that hey, they're done, you might have missed a discount. You know, what probably happens is they have days where the tickets are discounted. It's not sold out, so you can still get tickets to that at gridironmen.com.
So I've been telling everybody wrong.
Right, you have. Pretty much. And then people told me y'all are overhyping Maverick, but we'll talk about that later. That's my 2 emails over the weekend that I needed.
No
to
way
do.
it lives up to the hype.
Nobody
shocked. Can live up to that.
We're
kind of
shocked by the headlines of the reviews. Just shocked.
Yeah, but who's reviewing it?
Well,
That's what you got to.
The usual, but Rick, there's
I'm
like
afraid.
12 of them. They're all raving about it.
I'm afraid. Though.
I know. That
just don't wanna-
scares me.
I don't want-
I never like movies they like.
I don't want to see you get hurt.
I know.
You're supposed to go in with no expectations. Look, I'm going to tell you that if they do things that makes everybody
I'll
applaud,
keep my DVD of Old School handy just in case.
write it down. The female pilot will be the hero. Write that down.
Well, you know it's something
Right,
like that.
right.
They haven't seen this kind of hype since Boogie Nights.
Great. What are you talking about? What in the world are you talking about? I had somebody say they're overhyping Maverick.
Rick, they got to be.
Hey,
You
this one
can't
right
live
here.
either A, it's going to be politically correct.
Well,
It's going to have all that wokeness of the world that it can offer.
Mm-hmm.
And so now the critics can't be critical of it or everybody be mad at them.
And that's going to be it right there.
That's
it.
We were
Mavericks
talking about maybe because
transitioning.
they're doing a lot of their own stunts and the camera angles and all are good.
Oh, I
don't know
love
if that's
all that.
blowing people away or
Well,
what.
what you mean as opposed to watching a cartoon? Yeah.
Rick, back to the waffle fries you were talking about. I got an email here from someone highly respected, and they said ask for a bag of waffle chips instead of fries.
Well, see, now that's confusing.
Have you ever tried that?
I
You
mean,
know what that
it's
is?
just a regular bag of chips, Ruffles chips is all it is.
Well, then what's the point?
Oh, okay.
I think that's all.
Can I tell you what I normally do?
You know, like when you get a combo lunch or whatever,
Yeah,
and they get you
yeah.
have chips. I think that's all.
Can I tell you what
Chick-fil-A has that?
Can I tell you what I normally do? Because
bitch.
in the world
I
of
want chips.
There they are, right there.
Yeah.
They taste like they taste like a Ruffle.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, they're a little different. They got holes.
No,
in them.
it's a good chip. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but
Like
that's
a
my
what?
point,
Like
though.
a what, Helmsy?
A Ruffle.
I just don't like chips when I have it. That's the one thing about Subway that bothers me.
That's
I
a
gotta
good
get
chip,
chips.
by the way.
I love
And
chips.
I don't do that enough.
I think I am going to do that.
I don't dislike chips, but I don't like them being the main thing in my order.
God, who says your main thing?
That's kind of like co-main.
But here's the thing: I can't make myself order 2 sandwiches with a meal because for some reason I think that's over the line. But I think I'm okay if I just order 2 sandwiches a la carte and don't have any fries.
Yeah, no,
But-
a lot of people do that. Actually,
And that's
that are
what I
trying
would
to do
rather
better.
do because one Chick-fil-A
Yeah.
sandwich is not quite enough.
Yeah.
2's a little too much. You know what I mean? So if I drop the fries, which I don't like anyway,
Yeah.
and eat 2 Chick-fil-A sandwiches, I'm usually happy.
And Rick, we got some breaking news on that McDonald's story. We have a buyer that has come forward for that. It's McDowell's out of Queens, New York. They would like to buy that.
I thought
They have the Big Mac. We got the Big Mick.
okay. I thought Elon
seen
Musk
that movie a lot.
bought it. It's going to be called McMusk. That's good. All right. So, what's this cow story you were telling me about?
Well, Rick, you know,
What's this cow stuff?
you know, people are stressed out. You know, they're
Play
always
with
looking.
me.
They're always.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was being the cow. I was being the cow.
Do y'all want somebody to call about people talking over us again?
Right.
How much
Sorry,
you
Bubba.
keep that up?
Can I tell
cut on me?
Can I tell you this? Listening, people talk about that listening. When you hear somebody tell a story and everybody keeps throwing stuff and on top of it, you find yourself stressfully pulling for the person trying to tell the story. I mean,
Like it's a
you keep going. I wonder if they're going to make it. It's like telling a story in this ensemble is like trying to get through Wipeout.
It really is.
It's like playing King of the Mountain.
You got to make it through the big balls.
Right. So, and that's when Greg, and that's when I interrupt you. But anyway, all right. So
hit me a little later than it needed to.
That's a way homer.
Sorry, Bubba. Carry on, Bubba.
Go ahead, Bubba.
Wow, the greatest show ever.
How are more people not putting wheelchairs on that show?
I wish that was Greg. That's so bad.
Greatest show ever.
Rick, everyone is stressed out nowadays. Everyone needs some relaxation. And they say if you're looking to lower your heartbeat and spend some time relaxing, you may not need a spa. You may need to simply go to Mary's Land Farm in Clarksville, Maryland, where they offer your chance to cuddle a cow.
See, we're losing. Is this right up here with?
That's not it.
That's not it.
No, that cow would get up and throw her around.
That's not snap, crackle, and pop.
You can't do that. You can't do
Names
that.
of the calves.
That
by
cow
the way.
must be sedated.
Well, Greg, you may be able to do it. She's doing it.
No, I bet if
Rick,
the next
they-
scene she was over
All right,
the
Is this right up here with
That's
goat
different,
yoga?
though.
They
That's
have-
different than what we're talking about.
Yeah, they have 3 cows, Snap, Crackle, and Pop, as Helms alluded to, that are not only curious but extremely lovable. They'll come up and nuzzle right up against you, and apparently this is very relaxing out in a farm atmosphere.
Picture Bubba snuggling a cow.
I wish I could see that.
Where's Bubba? He's over snuggling.
What if to make the cow less stressful, he snuggled Bubba?
Snuggle a Bubba.
That's it. We were wondering in the kickoff hour what we could do.
Snuggle
Snuggle
a
a Bubba on the rug.
Come over here, Bubba, gives you a hug. It drops the stress.
Yeah, but you got to lay on that rug doing it.
Yes, right.
No, we ain't getting on the rug.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba logo. Snuggle a Bubba.
You know what else you can do there, Rick? Goat yoga. It's at the same place.
Yeah.
So, guys, I'm just kind of tired of us being this big of chumps.
Rick,
Come out here and let
People-
goats walk on you. You go, that's stupid. Oh, everybody's doing it. Okay, I'll do it.
It's just cool to say I'm doing it. Okay. What in the world is
No,
that?
I don't know about snuggling one with horns on
Listen, that's a
No.
big animal.
I think
taking her
it
down.
swing around and
it
hurt
just,
you.
it just knocked her over.
Y'all, they're really big. It doesn't
Yeah,
take.
they're
I
big.
mean,
Since our heart rate stays real low, and when I know, Rick, I'm laughing at this too, okay, but I'm just trying to explain the reasoning behind people doing this. Their heart rate still is real low, and so if you're around that, your heart rate will subside as well.
I'm going to test it today, Bubba. I'm going to stop at Buster's on the way to the house and go out there and hug with him. Bubba knows what I'm talking about. He got cows everywhere.
all right, based on
He
this,
might not want you cuddling this cow.
He may not.
based on this, fish must have a real low, slow heartbeat because every time I'm fishing, mine's down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever snuggle a fish?
No, I had one put a treble hook right
You
in.
didn't mean to snuggle him.
That hurt, by the way.
Yeah, Rick. Took you out.
What about when the fish kept flopping while it was still in me? It kept pulling my skin.
Oh,
Good night.
That's terrible.
You ever wanted the fish to stop flopping?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would have wanted to knock you out.
Look, I was. That's why I wasn't bringing attention to it.
Knock him out.
You know,
Knock him out.
that's why
Somebody would took a boat paddle.
I'm good. I'm working on it. Everybody back off. Yeah, I mean, what I like to go pet a calf, sure.
Okay, there. Is that Snap, Crackle, and
Snap,
Pop?
Crackle, and Pop.
Yeah, that's like that when Helms was feeding in front of the Lord in that picture, remember?
Greg, you're going to have to give some background.
Remember that big-
Well, yeah, but you don't throw something out like
I
that.
think you did
That
a
was
better job in
bizarre.
the kickoff hour explaining what you were talking about.
Okay, look, they are
He
kind
got lazy this time.
Greg wants to.
Look at him.
Greg wants to cuddle.
No, listen, Greg.
They're going to dump on you.
Greg didn't have the energy to set it up again.
No, he didn't. That's all it
That's
is.
all it is. It's just the minute I saw him, it's the first thing that popped in my mind. And I will go on record, one of the most bizarre pictures I've seen.
It was bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of good people out there, but there's a lot of strange people too.
Oh, look.
Well,
When they gave you that, did they think you were going to be like moved or something?
what's wrong with a good old beagle? You know, that
Right,
does
yeah.
make my heart rate
Well,
go.
look at Snap and Crackle and Pop.
Really, you're just petting it. They ain't laying with it.
A year from now, you'll be eating it.
What about getting supply caught up to demand? That take mine down.
Yeah. slowing inflation up. That doesn't get mine down.
Once they get big, they're going to load them in that trailer. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I actually started Thursday. You may not have known that.
No.
In fact, your parent company may not have known that, but we'll get to that later.
Oh, that's all right. Look, it's a little test run that you don't make a lot of, no little soft open, never hurt anybody. That's wise.
Yeah, pretty much that was it. Run it Thursday and Friday, make sure everything ran the way it was supposed to, and it did. So there you go. So like I told one fellow that called me, I said, well, I'll fire myself.
Well, look, we've done this daily gig for 23 years at this hour, and I understand there comes a day where you go, I think I'm going to let somebody else have this. So thank you for doing that, and we're excited to be there. We love that part of the country, and just let us know if there's anything that we can do for you. We do, we'll cut some liners for you and all that. Just send us, if there's any, slogans and things like that we need to use. We got a sheet saying you want some liners. Just give us some more specifics on that, and we'll knock those out for you today, okay?
I'll just make sure they're family friendly.
Yeah, well, on this program, as long as we're doing this and Greg speaks every now and then, I think you'll be fine.
We'll be cool, dude. We'll be cool.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, Walter. See you, buddy.
You're welcome.
So WTRP now in the Rick and Bubba family, and had a little soft opening going Thursday, Friday. That's
Glad
good.
to have them aboard.
Yeah, so and got some good emails. People saying they're hearing it, and it fills in for them too. So so that's good. That,
Greg,
that
did you just give him a see you, pal?
That's all right, pal. That's good. That don't mean that's nothing bad.
It's not at all.
Yeah. So I mean, look, we're really we have no shame. We'll get on any way we can.
Absolutely.
If it's a guy
you want to sleep in, we're good with that.
Nothing wrong with that. We'll take our shot however we can get it.
Yeah.
All right. So we were talking about this past weekend college football a little bit, and we've gone through the Beth Moen thing. We've moved on.
Rick.
And well, I mean, Greg, that was trust me, that was that was the number one thing that the audience wanted to make sure that they were there for me over the weekend. But anyway, so we got through that, and there were all kinds of things happening. We're trying to figure out who's going to get into the playoff deal here, and some teams that were in contention had some issues this weekend. One of them, Ohio State, was beaten badly, and I don't know.
Wow, did they get spanked or what?
I don't know what this uniform was that Iowa had on. That's not even your team colors.
But you know what? I would say wear it again.
Well, and that's problem.
Wear it again.
Iowa beat them badly, and like you said, it started looking like Ohio State just kind of threw in the towel at one point. That they weren't even.
Rick, Iowa's not even ranked. I mean, I don't know what the official line was, but I would have guessed it had to be 3 touchdowns if it was anything.
I don't know. Well, Iowa can be dangerous. I know they weren't ranked, but they're one of those kind of programs. They remind me a lot of what happened really in the other game we're about to show you, Penn State. They're one of those Michigan State types. You got to watch them. I mean, they're never a team that you're just going to go in there and blow out week after week. They always have enough players that can be dangerous, and if they put it together. And in this case, though, but was Ohio State the favorite? You better believe they were, and they weren't just beaten; they were beaten badly.
Ohio State is in playoff contention, and
Oh, they were.
Yeah, with the matchups coming in the top 4, it's likely one of those or 2 of those are going to get knocked out. So you're right in the thick of it. I mean, you're playing for basically a national championship.
Well, a lot of the prognosticators are saying that we're really looking like the way college football is going right now, that we could have, the playoff committee trying to decide what they're going to do with 2 lost conference champions.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because there's going to be some of those out there. So we'll see. But anyway, in the Penn State game, Penn State gets beat again in a close game. At least their game was close.
Yeah.
And
they had this really ridiculous weather delay, too, where it was
3 hours.
It was long.
3 hours
so
delay.
I'm sure people were frustrated.
And so Michigan State, in kind of some adverse conditions, beat Penn State.
Yes.
So when it was over, there was some frustration, I guess, the whole deal. And undoubtedly a Penn State player thought he was not going to shake the hand of the Michigan State players, but Coach Franklin had another idea.
He did.
And he went into it. They said, so if you were watching it, did all of a sudden you look up and he was just in an all-out sprint?
Oh, he was running. I don't know that anybody – I don't think Saquon Barkley could have caught him. He was running so fast.
So what – but
and here's the thing. When it happened, the announcers – they didn't know what was going on. They said he's clearly upset about something. And
oh, wow.
And so, so Speedy's got it up now.
Yeah. So
he talked to the guy right before he went in the locker room.
Listen to the announcers, too, because they don't know what's going on.
And James Franklin livid about something.
Rick, what if Beth Moen was doing the play, doing the color?
No, please. Now there's something going on with Franklin. Franklin's upset about something, and he's gone over and grabbed Chandler Cox.
Speedy makes a great point.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show to give you outstanding termite protection, but also just outstanding work, period. With your monthly pest control and things that you need done, we use them. We love them. They do a phenomenal job. They will for you as well. If you want to find out more, just go to cookspest.com. Cookspest.com and get a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. No obligation for you to use them at all. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction. So just put them to work, let them come out, let them evaluate. You're going to love them. And if you're looking for the job to be done right, then go with the same people we use. And sing with us, looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. So I know we what else we need to cover today that we haven't covered?
Well,
you told me the cows 45 minutes, $125.
Yeah, 45 minutes, $120 for snap, crackle, and pop.
Greg, I know you're clapping your hands.
Yes, I can't wait.
Yeah. So, well, Bubba, I'm looking at what I just told you.
Sucker born every day.
It's a Barner survey, which they're pretty well respected. Anyway, I was just showing.
There must be something in the lingo there. Or we're getting lost in some definitions or something.
I'm really not surprised by that number. Yeah, I'm not either. I mean, because I think we tend to think of things that we're familiar with, but there's a big old country out there. So what we're talking about.
Well, my point in it is that if that is your profession, and then you don't really believe what you're preaching or teaching, you're kind of the fool.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's like us doing a radio show and saying radio waves are not real.
Right. Well, the reason why I'm saying this, the Barna Research Center has just put out. They've done the inventory 2022, meaning they've been interviewing pastors and going out and trying to get information. And if you're familiar with Barna, they've been doing research for a very, very long time. And so one of the questions.
That's not from Auburn.
No, that's Barner Research.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is Barna. And they've asked several questions, but the one that's getting the headlines today is one of the questions that they were asking them is percentage of pastors that who have a biblical worldview in relation to the categories of belief and behavior. So they take the biblical worldview and they ask them things about, do you biblically believe the family should be set up the way the Bible says? Do you believe that the purpose and calling on your life comes from a biblical worldview? Give us your biblical worldview on sin, salvation, human character and nature, lifestyle, behavior, biblical truth, all this kind of stuff. And they've come back with a very, very, it really doesn't surprise me because usually the state of the church usually reflects the state of the country. And they found that in America that only 37% of senior pastors that wanted to be surveyed said they had a complete biblical worldview. Only 37%.
But again.
But that doesn't surprise me.
I think we're getting lost in definitions or the question somehow because that doesn't make sense to me, because if you're in that profession, you have to believe what you're doing, and if you don't believe what you're doing, then the person doing it is foolish.
Yeah, but I think what you're missing this, because this is everywhere. I've dealt with it myself, and dealing with people. There's people right now. Bubba, I could just take the United Methodist Church. And they'll say, well, yes, we just don't believe that the Bible's teaching on gender and marriage and intimacy is correct. But they still, I mean, they got
preachers and
I
pastors.
stand by my first statement.
No, well, I'm talking about this is like. Will you be happy with me saying this? People who call themselves pastors.
Yeah,
senior
maybe that's
pastors.
it.
Is that a
Maybe
better way to
that's
say
it.
it? Because
Maybe
I understand
that's
what
it.
you're saying too.
Yeah.
But I want you to understand that all over this country, in places of worship, this past weekend and the weekend to come, there are people standing in authoritative places in pulpits that do not believe that the Bible is inerrant and is the final word on how God sees things.
Well,
that's
I don't
one
think I would dedicate my life to get up and speak about what some author wrote if I didn't think it was real. So again, I got to go back. They're ridiculous for in that profession. If I didn't believe it, I'd get out and do something else.
Right. Well, what
go join Scientology or something.
Yeah. What they would say to you,
really. I mean, that's
we have people. I mean, that. I mean, it's not a unique thing for human beings to invent their own version of God.
That's it.
And all walks of life, but even in pastoring, like look, if you think. What was the first thing that Satan said? Is that what God really said?
Mm-hmm.
And like Adrian Rogers said, when you're looking for Satan, never fail to look to that pulpit. But I understand. But what they're saying is, I'm still speaking for God. It's just this Bible is not His final word on everything. That's what they're saying. They're not saying they don't believe in God.
Seems like a waste of time if it's not the final word. Why hang on to it?
Yeah. Well, they don't. They pretty much cast it aside.
Well, that kind of becomes their religion.
Now they love to go get it when they're talking about love.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
But of course they don't really read all that either. But
now the Barna Group, and we've quoted studies from them for many, many years, and I know they're somewhat respected in Christian circles, but they're evangelicals from California, and they also were involved in that figure about churchgoers, or let me get the exact term here, born-again Christians are just as likely to divorce as non-Christians. You remember when that study came out? That was a Barna study, and they were absolutely wrong.
Yeah, well,
they put the information out wrong.
Well, what I will just speak on this because I had to go through Highlands College. They had a required reading in regards to it was George Barna's book, by the way, who does all this.
Right.
Think Like Jesus, and he tackles this topic about biblical worldview. And the stats that you're saying and the stats that you just have to go through, and there's so much detailed on this to where you guys may even I struggled going through it going, wow, do I really believe that? I say I believe it, but man, I'm sitting here reading this word for word, and I'm really having to work this out. I think people out there say they have a biblical worldview, and they don't even know what that means, and that's part of the problem. Pastors too.
Yeah. Well, I would go a step
because it was with me going, okay, wow, Helms, you have said this before, but you're reading this and you're really having to go deep here and think, do you really? And ultimately that's what they're trying to do is get you to really come to some conclusion so that you can get out and speak about these things like Bubba's talking about, that these guys have a pulpit and they haven't even kind of looked at what they're doing.
Yeah. No, and I think a big point being missed here too, and I don't want you to miss it, even on the marriage deal, which is why it was taken on. People who identify as a Christian, who identify as a pastor.
That's it.
The Barna Research Group's not saying that that's legitimately true.
Right, I got you.
Because,
because you can identify as anything.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, I identified as a Christian for, I can't tell you how many years, and I wasn't one. But I identified.
I can tell you I did for 14 years, and I wasn't one.
So if you gave me a survey and said, check here if you're a Christian, and what happened is, and I think it was actually the Catholic Church that came in behind the one on marriage and says, now we'll do one, and these people who claim to be Christians, we're going to vet them out to see if they pass the test.
Right.
And then when those people didn't pass the test, they found that those that didn't just claim to be Christians, but biblically would be affirmed as Christians, they divorced at a rate of about less than 1%.
Well, if I'm reading this information correctly, and
what you're saying is,
spent a lot of time to
if
study
we vetted it out to people who actually are true pastors, you're not going to find 37%.
Right.
But people who identify as pastors,
well, yeah. Okay. Point taken there.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But I have a lot of respect for John Piper. I'm a big fan of his, and he's called the Barna Group out on several things.
Sure, yeah. But I mean, I'm really not that surprised by that. I mean,
I'm not either.
We have denominations right now, the whole denomination that have embraced things that are not biblical. So that would include every single pastor in that group. I mean, that's not a surprising number to me. I mean, remember identifying as a pastor. I'm not saying that. I mean, Jesus himself says in Scripture, there's all kinds of people claiming things, but only a few of them are legit. He used the word few.
Yeah.
So, and I do trust his survey.
Yeah. I just think some of the wording and the way we're phrasing some of it is a little confusing. But I'm not going to draw a line in the sand.
No, I mean it's 37% of as many as we have still a large number of people, just a small percentage. I mean, or a lower percentage than you might think.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right, look at his call sheet. He's running so fast and is flying behind him.
I'm not sure if Sam Sherrod is. What's the problem?
Look, 07 got cold.
It looks like at the goal line as he was going, 50, 40, 30, 20. Yeah. There's another player that's at the goal line he tells to get back first. I don't know if you saw it.
On his way to get 7.
Right here, get back there, yeah.
So what's going on here is we had players that were not going to go out and shake hands with Michigan State, and their coach said that's not going to happen.
You can read his lips. He's saying shake their hands.
Yeah, and I heard him hollering, hey.
And the player's response showed that he is in control.
Yeah.
Because they immediately turned.
Well, they did listen to what Franklin said, Greg. Franklin got him cold, and he ran back. For a minute, I thought he was going to tackle him.
Yeah. I don't think we covered it, but because I remember seeing it, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago, Mark Richt did the same thing when his players were digging up the emblem in the middle of the field. For Florida State, they act like they were digging up. He went out there and grabbed them, told them to get their A to the locker room.
Right.
Is that what he did?
He did.
Wow.
Yeah. Look, Franklin.
Well, I remember they had footage and everything. We never talked about.
Listen, how about this? There's 2 people right now that I'm aghast at what they've accomplished as coaches. Coach Franklin at Penn State and Bill Clark at UAB. Let me tell you something.
You mean bowl eligible UAB?
Yeah. Guys.
Hey, and still got 3 games left.
Guys, what does Bill Clark have to do that some of you at Tennessee,
Florida,
Arkansas, I would go to UAB. I would land today.
Ole Miss,
and I would
Ole
say,
Miss needs to look at this.
I would say, Coach Clark, I don't know what your situation is in here, but I have a checkbook, and I'm looking.
He just signed a 5-year deal.
Who do I need to see? Who do I need to write a check to get you out of UAB and get you in charge of my program right now?
You're not helping UAB with that.
No,
speech.
UAB is screaming, "Be quiet."
Hush, Rick, hush.
Well, no, I'm just talking about UAB has done a masterful job. Let's take Franklin and Bill Clark and let's just put them together. All right, so over here, we had the worst scandal ever with Coach Franklin. The program's over. I mean, people
not with him, but with Penn State.
With Penn State, I'm talking about the statues are coming down.
Yeah,
people are saying, should we
they're left for dead?
Should we plow the stadium and still play out on a field somewhere?
Yeah,
that was really
with folding chairs.
People saying you will not hear from Penn State. This is the death penalty. Their program will go away. He has them. I know that this loss hurt on them getting to the playoffs. He has them in playoff contention right now. And they're playing well, and even when they lose, they
Rick, last year people thought they were left out, that they should have been in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Over here with Bill Clark, your program was canceled.
Yeah.
I'm talking about your program.
You had no games for 2 years.
You were there 1 year. And they took the whole thing away.
You were there 1 year. You had them in great shape, and your school canceled football, and you didn't have a team for 2 years. You could not play football. Who's going to that school? And then you go out there and you're bowl eligible, and you've already won 6.
Beating some really
games.
good teams, too. Let's not forget that.
What's more amazing when you talk to those 2 scenarios, as bad as Penn State's situation was, they're still Penn State.
That's right.
Yeah.
UAB. And I don't mean this disrespectful, but they're not Penn State.
No.
You understand what I'm saying?
Greg,
and you got to get people to come play for it.
Greg, people thought they might have canceled the Penn State program, but they didn't.
No.
So they still had Penn State players there.
And plus you're Penn State.
UAB was actually canceled.
Yeah, they had a few guys that stayed that kind of hung around for 2 years, and then they brought some. It's amazing.
I mean, he's a great coach. He's getting wins, but he's also a great recruiter. He got somebody to come there.
I know.
Hey, come here. Now, we're not going to play for a year. You're going to sit.
He needs to be pushing the tax plan for Trump.
I mean, good night.
I'm telling you. That's 2 amazing stories with 2 coaches.
What would Beth say about it, Rick?
I got to tell you, so I need to hire Bill Clark. See about UAB, the Blazers, talking to Bill Clark?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We also have a shadowing program from time to time, we'll have a student that'll just come shadow for one day or for a short period of time, and this one is a little new. Those of you that are familiar with professional tennis, you know the name Melanie Udan. And they're not booing; they're saying "Ooh,
Ooh, Dan." Ooh,
so
Dan.
Melanie decided that she wants to get into this business. Melanie, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. Thanks.
So now, what are you wanting to do? You want to get into the whole broadcasting world?
Yeah. So I retired a couple months ago from tennis. So I've always been interested in commentating, broadcasting, things like that. Wasn't really planning on doing it until maybe a few years later, maybe like 30, 31. But things happen the way they happen. So I've took a little time to regroup, and I'm definitely ready to get started on my next career.
How about play-by-play for college football?
Yeah, we need a change there.
Hey, Melanie, this is Beth Mowens.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
Gonna
be a big star. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we have some other things. A lot of you out there, I'm looking to see if you have a 5A, Adler, 5A. I don't know if he can even hear me in there, can he, Adler?
He's even in there.
Yeah. I don't know if he can hear me in there.
Yeah.
Adler double day. So we were talking about, if Trump decides to
Please play that.
Yeah, no. If Trump decides to run again in 2024, and I get the feeling he's going to, based on the fact that he keeps saying he's going to. So if you're listening, he'll say, "Well, I'm not going to make an announcement on that, but people who want me to run are going to be very, very happy." Yeah. Okay, well, I mean that's
people who don't like to lose will come back for a rematch.
Sure, we'll come back. So anyway, let's face it, we're all done with Fauci. And I mean, he's lost all credibility. And I'm not saying that that we don't have other people who may be saying things that I just need to hear it from somebody else now, because Fauci's been
it's so tainted because he didn't come out and he wasn't forthcoming about the gain of function research that was going on in Wuhan when all this started. That was a key part of the evidence that could have helped us even treat this.
Right.
But he sit on that because he knew it could blow back on him.
Yeah, so we got a couple things going on. The politicizing of the pandemic, we know that's happening. But let's go to 5A, though. Let's do that one. So here's 5A, where Fauci is letting us all know, especially those of you that are ready to vote for Trump again, a vote for Trump is for us to lose the genius of Dr. Fauci. Here we go.
If Trump were to return to the White House as president, and COVID is still a threat, or there's some other public health emergency, would you have confidence in his ability? Would you have confidence in his ability to deal with a pandemic of this nature? Would you want to stay on in your post?
Well, no, to the second question. The first question
I think
is,
I knew the answer to it, but I had to ask you.
If you look at the history of what the response was during the administration, I think, at best you could say it wasn't optimal. And I think just history will speak for itself about that. I don't need to make any further comment on that, Jim. It's not productive.
You would not serve with Trump again, though. That's fair to say.
Right.
Right.
For sure. So,
You know what?
So guys,
You know
a vote for Trump is we won't have Fauci anymore.
You know what? He probably just got Trump a bunch of votes.
Really?
I don't know if he's
problematic.
Did he know he's campaigning?
And this is that thing. I'm going to leave before he makes me leave. So
Yeah.
it's my
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
Right.
You know.
The last I checked,
'Cause he would probably force that.
Well, the last I checked, Trump was handing it over to Fauci and letting him talk and do whatever.
I think the Operation Warp Speed was amazing. I think that will be one of Trump's shining moments, getting all this done as quickly as they did, in the face of a pandemic. Y'all, you can't grow things overnight that the drug industry has to use.
Well, there goes Bubba again putting out fake stuff, not according to Fauci.
Yeah.
Video 4, Adler?
That's my opinion.
Yeah, hey, not according to Fauci. Of course, now, you know why you have that opinion? Because we all saw it.
Yeah.
I
lived it.
Yeah,
I was there.
we were all here, and warp speed was absolutely Trump. And I even will say to some of the Trump supporters who don't like the way the vaccine's been handled, you are in disagreement with Trump.
Right.
I mean, because Trump was getting the vaccine out and thought that if this thing could help us to get the pandemic under control, which
and Rick up fronted the money and several different approaches in case one of them didn't work. Which one of the vaccines ended up being not near as effective as the other. Sadly, the one Adler had.
Well, how about this? Fauci's going to tell you that it's Joe Biden that made the vaccine available.
Yeah, I thought Jake Tapper, I thought, really did well here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Amazingly, this White House tweet is still up. They tweeted it yesterday. It says, quote, when President Biden took office, millions were unemployed and there was no vaccine available. And it goes on from there. But as you know, that's not true. There was vaccine available. It might not have been widely available, but it was available. CNN fact checker Daniel Dale points out more than 3 million Americans had been fully vaccinated. More than 18 million had at least one shot by inauguration day. I think President Biden, then President-elect Biden, had 2 shots by then. You're the president's chief medical advisor. Why is the White House politicizing the pandemic by tweeting out that there was no vaccine available until Joe Biden became president? It's not true.
Jake, I'm sorry. I can't explain every tweet that comes out. So you're talking to the wrong person. I wasn't involved in the tweet. I just can't explain it. Sorry.
But I know you can't explain it, but certainly
can't
you
you
would
call
agree
somebody to fix
that
it?
It's important to have facts when it comes to assertions being made about the vaccine, whether it's from the Trump White House or the Biden White House. And certainly you would agree that there was vaccine available before Joe Biden became president.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he got vaccinated and others got vaccinated. So, I mean, I think from a pure accuracy, that's not a correct statement. But, I mean, it just went out. I'm sorry. There's nothing I could do about that, Jake.
You don't have to apologize for the Biden administration. Why don't you
just tell them to fix it?
Well, why don't you just say what Tapper was asked you to say? That's not true.
Right. I know we're about out of time here, but I wanted to see cut 2B if you can get it, Adler. 2B. This is it's real quick. It's only about 6 seconds, and this is candidate Biden telling us about leadership and food shortages.
Ah. Do you think that? Do you think that that's the new CNN we just saw? Because that was
the Discovery purchase is going to be a big shift.
Because I mean, he just said that just factually isn't correct, and I credit him for factually saying that tweet. And then of course Fauci didn't know what to do because he's not used to being on CNN
and having a question.
So here's the one Bubba's talking about. This is Biden in 2020 discussing food shortages. All right.
We don't have a food shortage problem. We have a leadership problem.
Yeah. Think of baby formula.
From his own words. From his own mouth.
Yeah, from
his own words.
From his own mouth. So we just, guys, am I awake yet? Is this because I think I just heard I just heard CNN call Fauci and want him to tell the world that what the Biden administration is tweeting is incorrect. Fauci didn't know what to do. He sort of did. He sort of didn't. He just said, well, I didn't tweet it. Nobody said you tweeted it. Is it factual?
Well, it's still up.
Right.
It's still up right now.
Is it factual that 3 million Americans were already fully vaccinated, 8 million had at least one shot, and the president was double vaxxed? When on inauguration day, is that true or not? Well, it's obviously, it's not correct. Okay, so I know.
Well, Rick, you can stand on the beach and tell everybody it's sunny and 75, but when a big hurricane's hitting, eventually you have to go. Maybe we should take the umbrellas down. Sometimes it just gets to the point you go, this is ridiculous.
I didn't put out the tweet.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what we asked you. We didn't ask you if you put it out. We're asking you, High Priest of Health. Is that that's not accurate information, correct? And then he reluctantly finally said, yeah, that's not accurate.
I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see a huge shift in CNN because the new owners want to get back to just doing news
That'd
and
be
get
great.
away from the commentary and actually have journalistic values again like they used to have.
Well, you
I mean,
gotta-
Ted Turner's a big liberal, but he wants that too. I mean, he's
I agree.
made that clear.
He actually, I give credit. They corrected that misinformation on the Biden administration. Fauci didn't want any part of it, but he had to go along. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.